Chapter 151. Seeing that the young master was about to slap him again, Chu Nan's mind reacted. He raised his right arm and threw a punch. Although this punch was the second and first move of the Hong Clan's long fist that he was already familiar with retreating horse rush fist, when Chu Nan used this punch this time, he did not mobilize all the muscles in his body to cooperate with his punch like before in order to unleash the greatest muscle strength. Instead, he deliberately controlled it and left some strength reserved in every inch of his muscles. This way, regardless of speed or strength, this punch was clearly inferior to any retreating horse rush fist that Chu Nan had used previously. Coupled with the fact that this was the first time Chu Nan had tried this, even with the support of his data ability, his muscles and movements could not be exquisitely coordinated. This punch appeared a little awkward. When he saw Chu Nan's counterattack, the young man sneered. His body swayed lightly and he flipped his palm. His palm immediately changed to a strange angle and happened to dodge Chu Nan's counterattack. It directly penetrated the space before his chest and slapped his lower abdomen. The change in this palm was exquisite, causing Chu Nan to not even have a good method to block it. Fortunately, he had enough strength left. In his hurry, he relied on the abnormally fast reaction brought about by his powerful data ability to raise his left hand and sway his body, allowing the palm to land on his left waist, which was blocked by his left hand. Bang! On his palm that seemed to be light and powerless, a surging force that felt gentle but was actually extremely turbulent erupted. Chu Nan could not help but take a few steps back from this palm strike. His back suddenly collided with a table behind him and it flipped over. The table fell to the ground with a huge muffled sound. The wine and food that were originally on the table were sent flying at this moment and landed on the ground, causing a series of clear cracking sounds. When the young master saw that Chu Nan was forced back by his palm, he was immediately excited. His figure moved and he slapped again. However, at this moment, a furious roar suddenly sounded. Stop! The young man's body suddenly shook, and this palm instantly became soft and powerless. He stopped in his tracks, put down his arm, and turned around with an ugly expression. Xue Zhengming, what are you doing? A middle-aged man who looked to be close to 50 and looked a little similar to this young master walked over with large strides. He glared at the young master and roared. The young master called Xue Zhengming had been arrogant and condescending in front of Chu Nan earlier. Now, when facing this middle-aged man, he was like a mouse that had seen a cat. His body shrunk and he obediently lowered his head and squeezed out a smile. Dad, I'm just playing with him. It's nothing. Nothing? The middle-aged man's voice raised a little more, and the saliva in his mouth nearly sprayed onto Xue Zhengming's face. You made this place into such a state just because you were playing. If I don't care about you, are you planning to tear down the entire banquet hall? Xue Zhengming laughed dryly. How can that be? I only sparred with him a little, don't you think so, Chu Nan? At this point, Xue Zhengming glanced at Chu Nan, but a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. His expression clearly carried a trace of threat. Chu Nan sneered in his mind, but he did not have the intention to make a big deal out of this. He glanced at the other guests who had already surrounded him and nodded at the middle-aged man. Yes, senior. We only did it on a whim. It's nothing serious. Hearing Chu Nan's answer, the middle-aged man's expression softened. He sized up Chu Nan and nodded lightly. My son is ignorant and caused you to be disturbed. I'll apologize to you on his behalf. After saying that, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed and he raised his eyebrows. Wait, your name is Chu Nan? Yes. The one who obtained the first runner-up in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition below the age of 20. The middle-aged man asked again. That's right. Chu Nan nodded again. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly and he carefully sized up Chu Nan from head to toe again. He suddenly snorted. I originally thought that you should have some ability, but I didn't expect that you couldn't even receive 3 moves from Zhengming. The two supremacies felt that it was impossible for you to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. It's indeed true. Chu Nan frowned. After knowing that he was Chu Nan, this middle-aged man's attitude immediately became so vile and filled with hostility. Could it be that he had a grudge against him? However, this was the first time he had seen him. Where did the hatred come from? Alright, Zhengming, let's go. It's meaningless to fight with a guy who can't even reach the void break realm. The middle-aged man waved his hand and left with Xue Zhengming. When the surrounding guests saw this scene, they were a little strange. Why does President Xue seem to dislike this little guy? Chu Nan. This name sounds familiar. Where have I heard of him? I remember now. President Xue said that he was a runner-up for the martial arts competition below the age of 20 on West Cloud Planet. He was quite famous a few months ago. I heard that the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act pushed out by the Federation Council was because of him. Really? This kid has such great ability. I think so. Hearing the whispers of the surrounding guests, Chu Nan sighed in his mind. Just 3 months ago, he had been reported by so many media outlets and even caused a huge discussion. He could be considered a famous person in the Federation at that time. Now, only 3 months had passed, but there were already so few people who knew him. However, most of the guests here were socialites of the various industries on the Purple Cloud Planet after all. They were basically unrelated to the martial artist world, so it was normal for them to not be concerned about this information. Moreover, on the way home, Chu Nan had long realized that the so-called fame was meaningless to him and would only bring about negative effects. Therefore, he only sighed and ignored it. On the other hand, Chu Nan was a little concerned about Xue Zhengming and his father who had suddenly appeared. The palm technique Xue Zhengming used was indeed abnormally exquisite. If he could exchange blows with him for a period of time, he would definitely be able to obtain more inspiration. However, he did not expect that he would be stopped by his father's appearance. As for his father, why was he so hostile to him? Brother, are you alright? Chu Xiaoxi suddenly darted out and looked at Chu Nan nervously. Ah, it's fine, of course I'm fine. Chu Nan patted Chu Zioxi's head. What about you? Did you get the photo and autograph of those famous stars? Chu Zioxi blushed. I didn't dare to go. Chu Nan laughed and his gaze swept past the guests who surrounded him. He discovered that the few celebrities that Chu Zioxi had pointed out were also not far away and were looking over curiously. He smiled and walked towards them. The surrounding guests immediately took the initiative to make way for him and let him walk directly to the few big stars. Hello. Chu Nan smiled and greeted the few celebrities. The few celebrities looked at each other in surprise and nodded at Chu Nan. Chu Nan smiled as he looked at these famous stars who were said to be extremely famous in the entire Earth Federation. When he recalled the trouble he had faced due to his fame, the smile on his face became even more brilliant. Everyone, that's my sister over there. She has a small request and hopes that you can satisfy her. Chapter 152. As the night deepened, the noise in the banquet hall of the Dunkirk Hotel gradually faded. After sending off the last guest, Macville returned to the small hall beside the banquet hall and saw Zio, who had just sent away a few old friends. Dad, are you tired? Macville asked with a smile as he sat down beside Hugh. In front of others, Macville was the famous CEO of the McDowell Group and one of the few important figures on the Purple Cloud planet. However, in front of Zio, he would always be his filial son. Tired my ass. Hearing Macville's question, Zio glared at him. I just chatted with my old friends and drank a little. What is there to be tired about? Drank a little? Macville immediately became nervous. Dad, did not the doctor warn you to drink as little as possible? Your body. Cut the crap. Zio waved his hand and interrupted Macville bluntly. It is not like I cannot drink less. I met my old friends today, so what if I am happy to drink a little? Back in the military camp, when did not I drink a kilogram or two? Even Kimikov cannot drink more than me. Macville felt helpless. Every time he persuaded Zio to drink a little, he would say this. Dad, that was in the past after all. Your body is no longer like before. No matter how advanced modern medicine is, you have to take care of yourself, right? Zio glared at Macville and suddenly sighed. Sigh, I am a little regretful now. If I could have listened to Kimikov's advice and practiced martial arts diligently, even if I cannot become a star-grade martial artist like him now, what heaven control realm or whatever is weaker? Even if I am at the void break realm, my body would not be so bad. Why would I need to worry about drinking? Macville was amused. He had previously advised his father to pay attention to his body countless times. He had always been stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. Why did he suddenly sigh about the problem of not practicing martial arts well today? Then, he was a little worried. Generally speaking, people would only sigh too much in their life when they felt that their bodies were not suitable. Could it be that after drinking, their father felt that something was wrong? He had to let the private doctor examine him properly later. After feeling worried, he was a little curious. Dad, you mentioned Marshal Kimikov a few times today. Did you think of something? Although Zio and Marshal Kimikov were old comrades and friends, under normal circumstances, Zio would not mention him. After all, Marshal Kimikov was now the commander-in-chief of the Federation Army and one of the top star-grade martial artists. Even if Zio had a son who was the president of the McDowell Group, the difference in status between the two sides was still huge. Under normal circumstances, the extremely competitive Zio would not mention Marshal Kimikov for no reason. However, in just a few short sentences, he had mentioned him many times, causing him to be suspicious. It is nothing. It is just that I saw a little guy earlier and planned to recommend him to Kimikov to let him take a look. When I saw my old friend again, I could not help but chat about him with a few old fellows. Speaking of which, it is indeed reasonable for Kimikov to have his current achievements. At that time, in the military camp, he was the one who trained himself the most. Especially during the time he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate, it was simply. Zio clicked his tongue and shook his head, his face filled with an unbearable expression. Macville had heard this from Zio many times and did not mind. What he noticed was something else. You recommended Chu Nan to Marshal Kimikov? Will the marshal agree to see him? Zio glared at him. I recommended him. Why would not he accept it? Could it be that he does not give me any face after being an old comrade for so many years? Macville did not know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, it is not that I suspect that the marshal will not give you face, but is it not a little wasteful for you to place such a precious opportunity on Chu Nan? He will not even be able to become a void break martial artist in the future. Zio widened his eyes again and raised his voice. What do you mean waste? I think that kid is pleasing to the eye and am willing to give him this chance. No? Who told you that kid will definitely not become a void break martial artist in the future? I think he might even be a star-grade martial artist in the future. Macville could only smile helplessly. But the two star-grade martial artists said that he will not be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. That is why I threw him to Kimikov. Although that fellow suffered a lot when he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate back then, he still broke through. If this kid can endure this pain and can break through, what is so strange about him becoming a star-grade martial artist in the future? Macville was puzzled. Dad, why do you think so highly of Chu Nan? I told you, I like that kid. Macville shook his head. What kind of reason was that? However, Zio clearly did not want to say it. He could not do anything about his stubborn father. He could only sigh helplessly and say, it is fine that you like him, but many people do not. Nas. He described the small conflict that had happened at the banquet. Zio was not surprised after hearing it, but he snorted softly. The Shui family actually handed over their family's martial arts technique. That is because they are stupid. There are so many martial arts families in the Federation, so how many are as stupid as them? They actually have the nerve to vent their anger on Chu Nan. This Shui Changhao is really getting worse. Macville hesitated for a moment and asked, should I remind Shui Changhao to not have any ideas about Chu Nan? What are you doing? You want to curry favor with me? Zhao glanced at Macville and waved his hand. There is no need. If this kid cannot even deal with such a small problem, it is useless even if I push him to Kimikov. I believe in my judgment. He can deal with it. Macville frowned slightly and thought to himself that it would be fine if it was only the Luo family who disliked Chu Nan, but recently, there was news that because Supremacy Mu Yutong had given Chu Nan a B-rank martial technique, many people had secretly targeted him. This kid was actually in a rather dangerous situation. However, on second thought, the expressionless middle-aged man who had been following Chu Nan and his sister at the banquet appeared in his mind. Chu Nan was clearly only an ordinary farmer from the Purple Cloud planet, but he was able to make the Ceres security company send out a 3-star bodyguard to provide personal protection. He probably still had many trump cards that he had not discovered, so there was no need to worry too much about him. With the help of the Ceres security company, ordinary thieves could not pose a threat to him. How could an enemy, who could make the 3-star bodyguard of the Ceres security company helpless, fancy a mere B-rank martial technique that Mu Yutong casually threw to Chu Nan? After chatting with Zhao for a while, Macville stood up. Father, it is getting late. I still have some things to deal with. Let us get someone to send you back to rest first? Zhao waved at him, go do your thing. I will get Ake to pick me up later. Yes. Macville did not waste any time and immediately turned to leave. As soon as he walked out the door, the personal terminal in Zhao's hand suddenly sounded. Zhao looked down and his serious and dignified face immediately lit up. He immediately picked up the call. A sweet-looking little girl who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old appeared on the virtual screen. When she saw Zhao, she immediately waved her hands. Grandpa, did you see me? Yes, I see it. My darling Trina, it is so late. Aren't you asleep? Where is your mother? I have been waiting for your news, Grandpa. Have you seen Chu Nan? Trina's small face was filled with anticipation. Is he tall in person? Is he handsome? Is he as domineering as he was in the competition? Zhao laughed and shook his head. No, he is not that domineering in real life. Instead, he is a very gentle kid. As for whether he is tall, he seems to be slightly taller than me. Handsome? I cannot tell. In any case, it is similar to what I saw on the recording. Then he is very handsome. Trina immediately smiled happily. Grandpa, can you still see him in the future? Will I have a chance to see him? Of course there is a chance. Let me tell you. Chapter 153. I found out. Mu Luo adjusted the virtual screen of his personal terminal and faced Chu Nan. The middle-aged man is called Shui Changhao. On the surface, he's the president of Changhe Technology Company, but his secret identity is the current family head of the Luo family. The young man is his only son, Shui Zhengming. Chu Nan seriously looked at the information displayed on the virtual screen. He pondered for a moment and said, with the Shui family's martial arts inheritance, it shouldn't be because they fancy the wind god's forest crossing leg technique. In that case, it's just Shui Zhengming who wants to provoke us? From the current situation, that's indeed the case. Mu Luo nodded and replied, however, before we obtain enough information, I suggest that we still stay vigilant against them. Yes, I will. Chu Nan tilted his head and looked at Chu Zioxi who had fallen asleep on him. He smiled. After this girl finally obtained the photo and autograph of those famous stars at the banquet, she had been in an extremely excited state. In the end, not long after she got into the car, she directly fell asleep. It seemed that she was too excited just now. Chu Nan turned to look at Mu Luo and suddenly had a thought. Uncle Mu Luo, do you know anything about the Luo family's inherited martial technique? Mu Luo glanced at Chu Nan and hesitated for a moment before nodding. I understand a little. Then you should have seen the palm technique Shui Zhengming used just now, right? Do you know what palm technique that is? The most famous family inheritance of the Luo family is an A-rank external martial technique called the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm. What Shui Zhengming used just now was that palm technique. A-rank martial technique? No wonder it's so powerful. Chu Nan recalled his short battle with Shui Zhengming inside. It was obvious that Shui Zhengming's attainments in this Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm were far from high, but he was already able to unleash such a powerful force. If he was truly proficient, he would probably be able to become a good expert as long as his internal breath was passable with this palm technique. This was the difference between a martial artist who had a complete family inheritance and a martial artist who did not. I can still understand why Shui Zhengming came to provoke me because he might be unwilling to accept that the Federation's media's evaluation of me was too high, so he wanted to defeat me to prove himself. However, why is Shui Changhao so hostile to me? Chu Nan had a puzzled expression. 2 months ago, the Luo family publicized a B-rank martial technique on the Milky Way network, the Soaring Cloud Movement technique. They said that it was to respond to the new Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act by the Federation Council. Mu Luo replied in a muffled voice. Publicized a B-rank martial technique? Chu Nan was immediately shocked. Ever since the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act obtained the approval of the entire Federation and was vigorously pushed forward, almost all the martial arts families in the Federation more or less expressed their agreement. For example, the Luo family and the Foam family on West Cloud Planet had jointly opened the Foam Luo Dao Arena and publicly recruited students to impart their families' martial techniques. This was a very common plan. Apart from this, many martial arts families might have been afraid of trouble and chose to directly take out a portion of their family's martial techniques to show their support for this bill. However, the martial techniques taken out by these martial arts families were mostly low-level martial techniques. Very few martial arts families would contribute the truly powerful martial techniques they had selflessly, because doing this was simply digging their own corners. However, now, this Shui family actually took out a B-rank martial technique to publicize on the Milky Way network. It was really too surprising. But why is Shui Changhao so hostile to me? However, Chu Nan was still a little puzzled. As the master of the Shui family, he's willing to publicize a B-rank martial technique. Could it be that he can blame me? He can't be like those media outlets and really think that I caused the push of the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act, right? Mu Luo shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Chu Nan thought for a moment and could not understand the reason. He could only temporarily give up on thinking about this. He tilted his head to look at Chu Xiaoxi, who was still sleeping soundly, then turned to look at Mu Luo, who still had a deadpan face. His mind stirred and he asked, "Uncle Mu Luo, you're a third-stage void break martial artist, right?" Mu Luo nodded lightly. "Then, have you grasped an especially exquisite external martial technique?" Mu Luo turned to look at Chu Nan with a questioning gaze. "What I mean is, do you have an external martial technique that's especially exquisite like the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm? You saw it just now. Zhengming relied on the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm to easily defeat me. If I encounter an enemy who has similar exquisite martial techniques as him, I might not be able to deal with him." "You went easy on him just now," Mu Luo said blankly. There was no change in his tone, but it made Chu Nan feel awkward. "About that, I just wanted to test it, but I failed. Ha, ha ha." Mu Luo looked at Chu Nan expressionlessly for a moment. When he could no longer laugh, he shook his head. "No, the martial techniques I know are all for work. Exquisite moves are not suitable for me." "For work?" Chu Nan was stunned before he recalled Mu Luo's bodyguard identity and understood. Indeed, in terms of protecting people, it was obvious that the simpler and more direct the better. An overly exquisite move meant that it would stall for time and was not suitable to end the battle quickly. "Why are you asking this?" Mu Luo asked. "I obtained a little understanding in my battle with Shui Zhengming just now. Now, I really want to find an opponent with exquisite moves to verify these thoughts, so I want to ask if you know any exquisite external martial techniques and then find you to spar." Mu Luo shook his head slowly. "Firstly, I won't. Secondly, you're too weak. Thirdly, I only accepted the mission to protect you and your family. I won't spar with you." Hearing this answer, Chu Nan's expression became even more awkward. I know. I was thinking too much. Uncle Mu Luo, just pretend that you didn't hear what I said. I'll think about it myself." Mu Luo was silent and expressionless. Chu Nan glanced at him and did not dare to speak again. The atmosphere in the carriage immediately fell silent. At this moment, the special private floating shuttle belonging to the Ceres Security Company was driving at high speed in the suburbs of Sigma City to Chu Nan's family's farm. Apart from a large piece of farmland, it was almost empty. Looking through the window, there was thick darkness everywhere. Only weak lights could be seen from afar. Driving in such a wilderness, it was easy to feel silence. Now that Chu Xiaoxi was already asleep, Chu Nan did not speak, and neither did Mu Luo. The interior of the carriage was so silent that only the uneven breathing of Chu Xiaoxi could be heard, causing it to appear calm and strange. Chu Nan wanted to speak again a few times, but when he saw Mu Luo's expression, he swallowed his words. After a while, Mu Luo suddenly opened his mouth. "There's a drifting cloud martial arts hall in Sigma City. Shui Zhengming often appears there." Chu Nan was stunned before he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Uncle Mu." Halfway through his sentence, Chu Nan suddenly saw a white figure rushing over from the right like a bolt of lightning from the corner of his eye. In the blink of an eye, it had already collided with the shuttle at high speed. Boom! Chapter 154. The shuttle was sent flying by the huge impact and rolled a few times in the air. Before the white figure could collide with the shuttle, Chu Nan had already hugged Chu Xiaoxi with all his might. His entire body curled up. When the shuttle was sent flying, he hugged Chu Xiaoxi with one hand and grabbed the seat with the other hand, using all his strength to stabilize their bodies. As the shuttle rolled in the air, Chu Nan and Chu Xiaoxi were also continuously rolling. The moment the shuttle was heavily struck, Chu Xiaoxi woke up. Then, before she could even scream, she was already rolling about violently. She did not have a powerful martial arts foundation like Chu Nan and Mu Luo. Her body was much weaker. If not for Chu Nan holding her tightly, she would have fainted from the impact. Boom! Before she could understand what was happening, the shuttle had already collided with a thick tree. Crack! The huge screen that was as thick as two people's waists was cut in half. The shuttle smashed the fallen tree crown into a flying mess of branches. Finally, after a continuous huge impact, it lost the support of the anti-gravity suspension device and fell to the ground. Pew! Chu Xiaoxi, who was in Chu Nan's arms, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Feeling the warm breath on his chest, Chu Nan was shocked. However, he could not care less at this moment and could only use all his strength to stabilize his body to prevent Chu Xiaoxi from being attacked again. After rolling for dozens of meters and rolling countless times, the shuttle finally stopped after hitting another tree. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, Chu Nan hurriedly lowered his head and saw Chu Xiaoxi lying in his arms with her eyes closed. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Although her breathing was slightly weak, she did not seem to be in any serious condition. He was slightly relieved. Do not leave the shuttle first. I will go out and take a look. Mu Luo, who was beside him, seemed to be not affected by this intense impact at all. As soon as the shuttle stopped, he kicked the door open and his figure flashed as he rushed out. A moment later, an intense explosion sounded outside, followed by a few miserable cries in the distance, and then silence. It was settled so quickly? Chu Nan stretched his head out in surprise and saw a figure vaguely flying over from the distant night sky. Coincidentally, a gap appeared in the dark clouds in the night sky, revealing the third satellite of the purple cloud planet that had been hidden for the entire night, the blue bright moon. Bright moonlight passed through the gap in the dark clouds and landed on the figure in the night sky, causing him to appear mysterious and powerful. Chu Nan focused his gaze and heaved a sigh of relief. Void Break Realm experts were indeed extremely powerful. This person was Mu Luo. Not only was he flying in the air himself, but he was also holding two figures in his hand. A moment later, he had already flown through the night sky and slowly landed beside the overturned shuttle. What is going on? Chu Nan glanced at the two people held by Mu Luo and discovered that they were two very ordinary burly men. He could not see anything. I killed 3 and left 2 alive. Mu Luo replied indifferently. With a move of his hand, he threw the two people to the ground. You can ask them. Chu Nan glanced at the two fellows on the ground who should have fainted and shook his head. You are the expert in this aspect. I will leave it to you. Yes. Mu Luo did not waste any time. He came to the shuttle and checked it, frowning slightly. The anti-gravity device of the shuttle seems to be broken. I cannot drive it for the time being. Then, how do we go back? Chu Nan lowered his head and looked at Chu Xiaoxi in his arms. He discovered that her breathing was still stable and should be fine. However, he was still a little anxious. If they continued to stay in the wilderness, what if they were attacked like before? I will contact the others. Mu Luo pressed down and gestured for Chu Nan not to be anxious before opening his personal terminal. However, before he could continue, a request for communication suddenly appeared on his personal terminal. Mu Luo was slightly stunned and chose to answer the call. A rough-looking face with a square face appeared on the virtual screen. Mu Luo, your side. Alright, there is no need to say anything else. It seems that you were indeed attacked. Mu Luo and Chu Nan looked at each other and frowned. Chu Nan immediately shouted at the person on the virtual screen, Team Leader Costa, you said also. Could it be that our family has been attacked? That is right. How is the situation at home? Did something happen? Chu Nan hurriedly asked. The person who appeared on the virtual screen was the other third-stage Void Break martial artist sent by the series security company this time, Costa. At the same time, he was also the team leader of the security team sent by the series security company to protect Chu Nan and his family. He was in charge of overall command. At this moment, he stayed on the farm and secretly protected Chu Nan's parents with some other security personnel. However, unlike Mu Luo who always had a stiff face, the expression on Costa's face was much richer. Hearing the question, he waved his hand with a disdainful expression. They are only a bunch of small-time thieves. Do not worry, they have all been captured. What about your side? How is the situation? I caught 2. Mu Luo replied calmly. The shuttle is broken. We need you to fetch us. Oh, the shuttle actually broke? These guys are really brutal. Costa curled his lips and suddenly asked, Mu Luo, what do you think? They are all mercenaries. They should be ordered by someone. Yes, it is the same as me. Costa nodded and turned to look at Chu Nan. Hey, kid, you do not have any other enemies, right? Enemies? Chu Nan recalled what he had encountered at the banquet and shook his head. There should be many people who do not like me, but I do not think there are any true enemies. That is good. Let us continue investigating according to the current clues and try to resolve this matter as soon as possible so that you will not be watched every day. Mu Luo, send your location over. I will send a car to pick you up. Yes. Mu Luo replied and operated his personal terminal before starting to locate his location. Seeing that the two of them quickly came up with a strategy, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mu Luo and the others were here. Otherwise, if he had been attacked at this moment, not to mention whether he could successfully protect Chu Xiaoxi's life in the terrorist attack just now, just thinking of a way to return in the wilderness would be a problem. He lowered his head to look at Chu Xiaoxi in his arms and discovered that her eyes were still closed. However, her breathing was still stable and she should be fine. His mood became even more relaxed. If Chu Xiaoxi was injured in this attack, he could not forgive his negligence. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Chu Nan suddenly felt a change in the light from the corner of his eyes. He was immediately shocked and became alert. In the next moment, one of the two people who had been lying on the ground after being captured by Mu Luo suddenly bounced up and pounced at Chu Nan with a gust of wind. Chapter 155. Since Chu Nan had already discovered the abnormality in advance, how could he not react? He turned around and blocked Chu Xiaoxi by his side. He took a step forward and punched her. The angle of this punch was just right, and it was aimed at the vital points of that person's neck. However, that person was still in midair when he suddenly twisted his waist. His entire body twisted strangely like a loach and he happened to dodge Chu Nan's punch. At the same time, a cold glint flashed in his right hand and he pointed at Chu Xiaoxi in his arms. This completely exceeded Chu Nan's expectations. Coupled with that person's strange movement technique, he was almost unable to react in time. Fortunately, Chu Nan had already understood the principle of if the momentum is not halted, the strength can't be exhausted in the battle with Shui Zhengming. He had already held back a portion of his strength in his punch earlier. Although the other party's actions were unexpected, he could change his move in time to deal with it. His elbow sank, and his forearm and wrist bent slightly at the same time. The fist that he threw forward instantly became a smash, aimed at the person's back. That person could actually change under such circumstances. He twisted his waist again and his body strangely spun half a circle. The cold light in his right hand suddenly stabbed at Chu Nan's right waist. At this moment, Chu Nan was holding Chu Zioxi in his arms and it was inconvenient for him to move. If he wanted to dodge this attack, he would definitely let her be attacked. In a flash, he did not have the time to consider so much. With a thought, the internal breath that he had circulated in advance had already completed 4 revolutions in his meridians. It first entered his right first, and then, with the help of this internal breath, his right fist slightly changed the angle and accelerated its descent. Boom! Due to the person's twisted body, the punch that Chu Nan had originally aimed at his back changed its target and firmly struck the side of his neck. Crack! A cracking sound was especially clear in the night. That person twisted his neck, twisted his head into a strange angle, and fell to the ground with a bang. At the same time, Chu Nan felt a chill assault his right waist, but he was still unable to dodge the last strike before the other party died. He reached out and wiped his waist. When he raised his right hand, he discovered that his hand was covered in blood and was extremely surprised. After punching out, he had already instantly mobilized his internal breath according to the trajectory of the meridians when cultivating the 9 revolutions technique, condensing it at the area where his waist was attacked. Coupled with the fact that the degree of tempering of his body had already far surpassed the ability to obtain data and was comparable to a 4th-stage overlord body martial artist, how could he be so heavily injured by the sharp blade in that person's hand? From the moment that person bounced up on the ground to the moment the two of them finished fighting, although there were many changes, the entire process only took less than a second. Although Mu Luo's reaction was also extremely fast, he was a little distracted because he was sending a location message to Costa. After that person was smashed to the ground by Chu Nan's punch, his figure flashed and he protected him. However, when he lowered his head to look at the strange angle of the person's neck, Mu Luo immediately understood that the other party was already dead. It was impossible for him to move anymore. Only then was he relieved. "I'm sorry, I was careless." Mu Luo turned around and glanced at Chu Nan. He discovered that he was staring at his blood-covered right back with a puzzled expression. Then, he looked at the wound on his waist and understood. That person has a particle blade in his hand. With your current level, it's impossible for you to block it with your body. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and threw something that looked like a cloth to Chu Nan. "Put on a plaster first and deal with it when we get back." "There's no need." Chu Nan shook his head. With a thought, his internal breath flowed into the meridians near the wound and seeped into every fine blood vessel. Soon, under the influence of the high-frequency vibration internal breath, all the blood vessels near the wound no longer flowed out and quickly healed. Mu Luo could not help but look at Chu Nan in surprise. Before this, although he had also learned some of Chu Nan's situation from the information and knew that he was the young martial artist who stood out greatly in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and was reputed to be the most regretful person in the history of the Federation who had his talent wasted, he had never taken this to heart. To professional bodyguards like them who had often experienced life and death battles, the so-called martial arts competition was simply a child's play. True experts would definitely not take it seriously. Even if Chu Nan's performance in the martial arts competition was outstanding, he was definitely far from being a true expert. However, after interacting with Chu Nan for a few days, he discovered that this ordinary-looking young martial artist indeed had excellent martial arts talent. Every day, he seemed to see an obvious improvement in him, and the speed of his growth was extremely shocking. Moreover, his perception was also abnormally high. He had only exchanged a few moves with Xue Zengming at the banquet earlier, but he was actually able to comprehend it and even had the thought of sparring with him. Of course, this was not important to Mu Luo. What surprised him was Chu Nan's reaction when he was suddenly ambushed by that person. That person had pretended to be unconscious and fooled an experienced bodyguard like him. It could be seen that his strength was not as weak as it had been when he faced Mu Luo. However, this person launched a sneak attack in such an unexpected situation. Chu Nan was actually able to react immediately and react in an extremely short period of time. He only paid the price of a light injury to protect Chu Zioxi in his arms and even killed that person with a punch. Such a fast and calm reaction was simply not something a martial artist his age could do. Mu Luo glanced at the dead person on the ground and frowned. Generally speaking, when a young martial artist like Chu Nan who had only cultivated martial techniques in the martial arts academy and had never experienced life and death battles before suddenly encountered such a situation, he would definitely not kill him in a hurry. However, not only was Chu Nan extremely calm in response, but his attacks were also extremely ruthless. With a punch, he did not give that person any chance to counterattack and directly killed him. Moreover, Chu Nan's reaction was calm after the incident, as if killing this person did not affect him at all. Mu Luo turned around and looked at the wound on Chu Nan's waist that was quickly healing. He suddenly discovered that his understanding of this kid was probably far inferior to what he had imagined. Chu Nan discovered that Mu Luo was looking at the location of the wound on his waist. He knew that he must be curious about the speed at which the wound healed when he used his high-frequency vibration internal breath. He smiled and did not explain. Instead, he curiously looked at the right hand that he had killed earlier. In his right hand was a short stick-like object. Due to the fact that that person was killed by Chu Nan's punch, the particle blade lost control. The blade-like particle light wave that easily separated a wound on Chu Nan's waist had already disappeared. When you break through the cosmic heaven's gate and your internal breath resonates with the cosmic energy, these low-end weapons will no longer pose a threat to you. Mu Luo suddenly spoke when he saw Chu Nan sizing up the particle blade. Chu Nan raised his head and looked at him in surprise. Do you think I can break through the cosmic heaven's gate? Mu Luo nodded. In the past, I felt that you shouldn't be able to, but now, I think you can. Chu Nan revealed a huge smile. Thank you for your kind words. Chapter 156. Late at night. It was already 2 a.m. in the local time of Sigma City. Just like the night 4 days ago, only the sounds of insects and frogs were left around the farm. No other sounds could be heard. Chu Nan also did not sleep like 4 days ago. Instead, he sat on the bed with a faint purple light emitting from his body. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a strange crisp sound sounded from Chu Nan's body. His entire body seemed to have suddenly enlarged before he shrunk back. After repeating this dozens of times, the light purple light on Chu Nan's body gradually dissipated and returned to normal. Chu Nan opened his eyes and gently exhaled. Then, he stretched his arms and legs and clearly felt that the joints of his bones had clearly become more flexible and smooth. His heart was filled with joy. This purple cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great techniques of the Vig Republic. The effect of strengthening the body was extraordinary. He had only cultivated for 3 days, but he clearly felt that his body had been tempered and strengthened. Be it his muscles or blood vessels, their toughness had increased in varying degrees. Compared to simply cultivating his internal breath to temper it, the speed of improvement obtained from cultivating the purple cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique had increased by more than 3 times. Most importantly, ordinary cultivation of internal breath was the easiest to influence. The first thing to temper was the blood vessel nerves, followed by the muscles, but the bones were extremely difficult to influence tempering. The most difficult part of the Overlord body process was to refine and increase the bones in his entire body. However, when this purple cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique was cultivated, it just so happened to be able to affect even his bones, and it was even sufficient to reach an exaggerated extent of changing the entire body. In this way, as long as he paid a little attention to it, cultivating the purple cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique could far better temper the bones in his entire body than ordinary cultivation methods. In the past decade or so, the increase in tempering of his bones could be said to be minimal. However, after cultivating the purple cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique for only 3 days, he clearly felt that the bones in his entire body had become stronger and tougher. If I could have obtained this purple cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique a few years earlier, I would have probably reached the perfect Overlord body long ago. However, I have to thank that guy for sending me this cultivation method. It increased my chances of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. The appearance of the transformed man appeared in Chu Nan's mind, but he could not help but frown. 4 days ago, he was attacked as soon as he returned to the purple cloud planet. He had even implicated his sister, Chu Zioxi, to be kidnapped. Not only was she frightened, but she had almost suffered a tragic end. Just 4 days later, they were attacked again tonight. When he recalled the scene of the shuttle being bombarded by the single antimatter missile, Chu Nan felt a trace of fear. If they had not been riding the special floating shuttle of the Series Security Company but an ordinary shuttle, they would have been blown to pieces the moment they were struck by the missile. He and Mu Luo could still rely on their powerful martial techniques to survive the explosion, but an ordinary person like Chu Zioxi would probably be blown to pieces at that time. There was no reason for her to survive. It was precisely because the other party was so vicious that Chu Nan had counterattacked equally ruthlessly when the other party ambushed him and killed him with a punch. When Costa asked Chu Nan's opinion on how to deal with those people, he did not hesitate to give the coldest answer. These guys were actually so vicious to their families, so he naturally did not have any pity. Although his parents did not even suffer any shock under the protection of the security team led by Costa tonight and Chu Zioxi had already woken up on the way, Chu Nan was still filled with unease. In just 4 days, he had suffered 2 terrifying attacks. His parents were fine, but Chu Zioxi had suffered 2 life-threatening injuries. This filled him with guilt towards his sister. The reason for this situation was completely because of the Wind God's Forest crossing leg technique that Mu Yutong had rewarded him with. The transformed man and his companions had clearly come for this. Tonight, under the interrogation of Costa, it was obvious that they were hired by someone. After them, there would definitely be others who would come because of this martial technique. If he wanted to completely resolve this matter and stop his parents and Chu Zioxi from facing life-threatening danger, he had to make sure that no one would be greedy about this martial technique anymore. However, it was easier said than done. After all, Chu Nan's strength was insufficient and could not pose a sufficient threat to those criminals. He was only an Overlord body realm martial artist, but he was holding a B-rank martial technique. It was simply like a child holding a golden brick, making it difficult for many people not to be greedy. From the looks of it, the strength of the Series Security Company was indeed extraordinary. Under their protection, the safety of himself and his family was guaranteed. However, it was clearly impossible to continue like this. Not to mention that he had been in this state for a long time, it was very likely that he would often encounter harassment attacks from various situations, causing him to not feel at ease at all. Perhaps an accident would happen at any time. It was impossible to make the Series Security Company provide private security alone. Although Dongfang did not say anything and the Series Security Company did not mention it, Chu Nan knew very well that the price to hire a top-notch company like the Series Security Company to provide private security for him and his family would definitely be extremely high. It was very likely that Dongfang had already helped Chu Nan pay for this fee and might continue to help him endure it. However, it was impossible for Chu Nan to be thick-skinned and pretend that he did not know about this. He had to return this money eventually. If this state continued for a long time, Chu Nan really did not know if he could pay it back. Therefore, the most important thing now was to completely resolve this matter. He did not want to owe Dongfang too much in the future, but he had to do his best to return Xiaoxi and his parents a peaceful life like before. Before this, it was very difficult for Chu Nan to think of a way to resolve this matter completely. However, through his experience at the banquet today and the conversation with Mu Luo, Chu Nan thought of a possible solution. Of course, this solution probably required the approval of a certain important figure. If he rashly acted and angered the other party, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. When he thought of this, Chu Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head. To those lofty and great figures, the fate of a small figure like him could simply be controlled at will. A casual action of a great figure would force him and his family to be afraid and even be threatened by his life. If he wanted to escape this state, he had to obtain his approval. In the end, I have to become stronger. Chu Nan took a deep breath and mobilized his internal breath in his dantian. Soon, it turned into the fourth revolution internal breath and rushed into the newly opened meridians. His meridians that were not tough enough were immediately shattered by the overly powerful internal breath. The extreme pain coming from the depths of his body instantly made Chu Nan sweat profusely and his body involuntarily trembled. However, Chu Nan was already mentally prepared for this pain. Coupled with his abundant experience in this state, although it was extremely painful, he could still steadily control his internal breath to continue attacking the newly opened meridians. In a short while, these new 7 major meridians and 26 secondary meridians were all struck to the side by the powerful internal breath that exceeded the limit, causing them to be riddled with holes. Then, Chu Nan mobilized his internal breath again and adjusted it to the corresponding frequency of high-frequency vibration before starting to repair and heal these damaged meridians. That's right, what he was doing now was the same as what he had done on West Cloud Planet in the night before the battle with Marok. He was destroying his meridians by himself and using the high-frequency vibration internal breath to repair them. Through the process of damaging his meridians, it would extremely quickly increase the toughness of his meridians, allowing these newly opened meridians to reach the same level as the previous ones faster. This method was extremely dangerous and painful. Apart from Chu Nan, no martial artist could do this, and no martial artist would choose to do this. Even Chu Nan would not do this if he had a choice. However, now, in order to become stronger as soon as possible and protect his family's safety, Chu Nan had no choice. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chu Nan was about to mobilize his high-frequency vibration internal breath to repair the next meridian, a soft knock sounded. Chapter 157. It's already so late. Who's not asleep? Chu Nan stopped his internal breath in shock and got out of bed to open the door. He discovered that it was Chu Xiaoxi standing outside the door. Brother, aren't you asleep? I should be the one asking you this, right? Chu Nan sized her up in confusion and discovered that although she tried her best to pretend to be calm, her expression contained an irrepressible anxiety and a trace of panic. There seemed to be tears at the corners of her eyes as if she had just cried. I can't sleep. Chu Xiaoxi bit her lip lightly and lowered her head. Brother, can I sleep with you tonight? If not for the fact that it was extremely quiet outside, even with Chu Nan's enhanced hearing after his overlord body increased, he would almost not be able to hear the whispers of Chu Xiaoxi. However, it was precisely because he heard it clearly that he could not believe his ears. A long time ago, at least 10 years ago, he and Chu Xiaoxi had once slept on the same bed. However, after the two of them grew up and Chu Xiaoxi became slightly more sensible, they went to sleep separately and never slept together again. When Chu Xiaoxi really matured and became a big girl, it would be even more impossible. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxi's relationship with Chu Nan had never been good. They always fought together, so how could she make such a request to him? What was wrong with this girl today? Chu Nan looked at Chu Xiaoxi in confusion, but he saw that she had her head lowered and even her neck was about to turn red. Clearly, she felt that her request made her feel extremely shy. However, she still stood on the spot and waited for Chu Nan's answer. Her feet did not move. Chu Nan thought for a moment and stepped aside. All right, come in. Chu Xiaoxi seemed to have been relieved of a burden and exhaled. She raised her head and smiled at Chu Nan before quickly walking into the room. Then, she jumped onto the bed and entered the thin blanket to wrap herself tightly. Chu Nan looked at Xiaoxi, who only revealed her head on the bed in confusion. Although the air conditioner was on and the temperature was not as high as outside, it should not have made her wrap herself so tightly, right? When he got closer, Chu Nan was stunned. Chu Xiaoxi, who was wrapped in a thin blanket, was clearly trembling nonstop. The smile on her face was very forced. Xiaoxi, are you afraid? Who's afraid? Chu Xiaoxi retorted. Chu Nan shook his head and climbed into the bed before lying down beside her. Feeling the temperature beside Chu Nan, Chu Xiaoxi's body gradually stopped trembling. After a while, Chu Nan heard her breathing finally calm down. Brother, I had a nightmare just now. Chu Nan turned around and looked at Chu Xiaoxi, who had also turned her head. He could see a trace of fear in her eyes. What did you dream about? I dreamed just now. I dreamed that the guy who could instantly grow fat had come back to life. There was a huge hole in his body, and his intestines were flowing out. He even chased me with all his might, saying that he wanted to grab me, and then. Chu Xiaoxi's body trembled again and she could not continue. Chu Nan sighed in his mind and flipped around before patting Xiaoxi. Don't be afraid, he's already dead. Didn't you confirm it yourself that day? I know, but I'm still afraid. I'm still afraid. Chu Nan smiled and pinched Chu Xiaoxi's face, who said that you're not afraid. He felt a little regretful. He really should not have let Chu Xiaoxi confirm the death of that transformed man. In the end, he had left a psychological trauma in her. Chu Xiaoxi glared at Chu Nan, but she suddenly lowered her head and entered his arms. She hugged him tightly. Chu Nan's body froze before he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The last time Chu Xiaoxi hugged him like a spoiled child was at least 10 years ago. Alright, that guy is dead. It's impossible for him to find you. Don't be afraid, sleep well. Chu Nan comforted Chu Xiaoxi and gently patted her back as if he was coaxing a child. This current appearance made him recall the era more than 10 years ago when Chu Xiaoxi was still ignorant. When his parents went to work and only Chu Xiaoxi and him were left in the house, every time Chu Xiaoxi was afraid to cry, he, her brother, would do this to comfort her. After slapping it a few times, Chu Xiaoxi's body finally stopped trembling again. Then, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Chu Nan with a serious expression. Brother, I want to practice martial arts too. Ah. The morning in the southern hemisphere of the north gazing planet was especially fresh and natural. When one breathed in the green and wild fragrance that drifted with the wind, their entire body would feel refreshed. Xing Yuanlin heaved a long sigh and opened his eyes. He discovered that the entire world in front of him had become even clearer and more colorful than before he entered his meditative state. The levels were clearly distinguished, and a trace of joy could not help but arise in his heart. His persistent cultivation over the years finally brought about results. The current him was already only a step away from breaking through to the initial stage Heaven Control Realm. After becoming a second stage Heaven Control Realm martial artist, he would not be like now where he could only barely break through the atmosphere with his body and truly possess the ability to inject cosmic energy into his body and fly freely in the sky. He had long hoped that he could one day look at the planet under his feet through his physical body in space, but he had always been unable to fulfill this wish because his strength was insufficient. Now that it was finally possible, how could he not be happy? Just as he was savoring this trace of joy, a communication request suddenly came from his personal terminal. Xing Yuanlin lowered his head and discovered that this communication request was actually from someone he did not expect at all. Senior Zheng, good morning. Xing Yuanlin picked up the call and Chu Nan appeared on the virtual screen. It seems that the place you're staying at is about the same as my house. It's all in the morning. Xing Yuanlin smiled and nodded. Yes. However, from the sunlight behind you, you should have woken up a few hours earlier than me. From the looks of it, your injuries seem to have completely healed? Yes, I'm completely fine. Chu Nan bent his arm and made a powerful posture. In addition, I've already returned home and am no longer on West Cloud Planet. Yes, I know. I heard that you plan to apply to Star Cloud Academy? Xing Yuanlin asked again. Chu Nan was stunned. How did you know? Xing Yuanlin smiled and did not answer. How did he know? Clearly, he had specially asked around. In fact, even if he had returned to the North Gazing Planet, he would still pay attention to Chu Nan's situation from time to time. When he knew that Chu Nan had completely recovered from his injuries, he was really happy for him. This extremely talented youth who could not obtain a complete inheritance when he was young, even though it was almost impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future and become a powerful martial artist, at the very least, he should be allowed to live normally as an ordinary person. Later on, after knowing from West Cloud Academy that Chu Nan had chosen to leave West Cloud Academy in order to register for Star Cloud Academy, his admiration for him increased. Such a young man who was unwilling to admit defeat easily was naturally likable. Although his decision to register for Star Cloud Academy was clearly out of spite, when he recalled his teacher's previous actions, Xing Yuanlin could not have any thoughts of mocking Chu Nan's decision for overestimating his ability. Instead, he was filled with regret. If not for his teacher's promise, Chu Nan would probably not have such an idea. If not for the promise he had made in front of him, Chu Nan would not have fought so hard against Marek in the semifinals of the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. Although this was Chu Nan's promise, Xing Yuanlin still felt sorry for him. Seeing that Xing Yuanlin did not speak, Chu Nan did not continue to dwell on this problem and said with a serious expression, Senior Zheng, I found you this time because I want to make a request to Mu Yutong. I hope you can help me inform the Supremacy. Oh, what request? Tell me. Xing Yuanlin was a little surprised. Although he had only seen Chu Nan twice and did not have much contact with him, he could tell that Chu Nan should be a young man with a very high self-esteem and would not easily come to ask for help. It's like this. After Chu Nan finished speaking, Xing Yuanlin was silent for a long time. Just as Chu Nan thought that Xing Yuanlin was unwilling to help pass the message, he suddenly sighed. Sigh, I didn't expect the reward to bring you so much trouble. This is my oversight. Chu Nan was a little puzzled. This Wind God's Forest crossing leg technique was given to him by Mu Yutong. His negligence had nothing to do with Xing Yuanlin. Xing Yuanlin smiled again. Chu Nan, actually, you don't have to ask for my teacher's approval regarding this matter. Since he's rewarded you, it's already yours. It's up to you how you want to deal with it. He won't have any objections. Chu Nan was immediately overjoyed. Really? Really? Xing Yuanlin nodded seriously. Chapter 158. After reading the news in her hand, Yang Xiaoyui's slender eyebrows frowned even deeper. It had been nearly 4 months since the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. As this was the first time she had appeared on screen and become a reporter, and because of this, her reputation among the citizens of the Federation had soared. Yang Xiaoyui originally wanted to review the first West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition in a few months and contact the things that happened before and after this competition as well as the change in the martial arts development of the Federation. This idea was supported by the leader of the Martial Arts World Channel. She was originally full of confidence and enthusiasm. However, when she started to collect relevant information again, she discovered a situation that surprised her. Among the Federation martial artists who had participated in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and entered the finals, everyone had undergone a huge change in less than 4 months. But these changes are not all good. According to these news articles, the three Federation martial artists who had entered the top 8 of the adult group finals of the competition had actually suffered a total of 19 attacks in less than 4 months. Among these attacks, not only were there attacks from other martial artists, there were also attacks from the armed forces. Although these three martial artists were able to enter the top 8 of the adult group and even one of them had obtained the championship of the adult group, their strength was still slightly affected by such frequent attacks. One of the Federation martial artists who had only entered the top 8 in the martial arts competition was even heavily injured in the attack. He was lying in the hospital unconscious. Seeing these news, Yang Zaryui could not help but worry about Chu Nan's current situation. According to the information that Yang Zaryui did not show in the news, the main reason why these three martial artists suffered so many attacks was because they obtained the special reward of the lowest B-rank martial technique promised by Supremacy Mu Yutong through their outstanding performance in the martial arts competition. In particular, the Federation martial artist who obtained the championship could obtain the lowest A-rank martial technique promised by Supremacy Mu Yutong. Be it those martial artists or militants who attacked them, they were all coming for the martial technique rewards they had obtained. As a news worker who had worked in the media for several years, Yang Zaryui was not surprised. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Under normal circumstances, these three Federation martial artists would definitely not suffer so many attacks. However, it was precisely because they had obtained the powerful martial technique promised by Supremacy Mu Yutong as a reward that many people cast greedy gazes at them. This was similar to how if a person worked normally to earn money, even if they were relatively rich, under normal circumstances, they would not attract the greed of many people. If an ordinary person suddenly won a huge prize and was known by everyone, it would easily attract the greed of many people. From this point, the reward Supremacy Mu Yutong gave them might not be a good thing. Therefore, Yang Zaryui was very worried about Chu Nan. Chu Nan was the only Federation martial artist who had entered the top 8 groups below the age of 20 in the martial arts competition. According to Supremacy Mu Yutong's promise, he would also obtain the lowest B-rank martial technique as a reward. Unlike the martial artists of the adult group, although Chu Nan, as a participant in the group below the age of 20, had also entered the top 8 and even obtained the first runner-up, his strength was still much inferior to the three Federation martial artists in the adult group. In fact, after the battle with Marok, he was heavily injured and almost lost his life. Later on, when Yang Zaryui went to the hospital to visit him, he finally woke up a month later. Under such circumstances, if he was also attacked because of the B-rank martial technique reward Mu Yutong gave him, how could he resist? Earlier, Yang Zaryui had used her identity as a reporter from the Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel to contact West Cloud Academy. She had learned from the deputy dean that Chu Nan had already taken leave from West Cloud Academy and returned to his hometown, the Purple Cloud Planet. They did not know what his current situation was. At that time, Yang Zaryui did not have the chance to exchange private contact details with Chu Nan. For the sake of the students' privacy, West Cloud Academy would not reveal Chu Nan's private contact information. As a result, Yang Zaryui could not contact him even if she wanted to. This made her very anxious. If Chu Nan was still lying in the hospital on West Cloud Planet or was still in West Cloud Academy, the possibility of him being attacked was lower. However, he had returned to the Purple Cloud Planet now. Last time, he had even revealed that his parents were ordinary farmers on the Purple Cloud Planet, so the possibility of him being attacked was too high. With his current strength, if he was really attacked, he might be in extreme danger now. In fact, it was even possible for him to die. Tisk. Impossible. Yang Zaryui spat at herself and shook her head forcefully. She threw this terrifying guess out of her mind and began to seriously consider how to contact Chu Nan. On the virtual screen in front of him, different news articles were rolling continuously. Suddenly, a chubby round face that Yang Zaryui found familiar flashed past. Yang Zaryui was stunned and quickly operated it to pull out the chubby face that flashed past. After staring at it for a moment, she quickly confirmed that this guy was Chu Nan's dormitory friend, Dongfeng. How did he appear in an important news article? Yang Zaryui was puzzled and wanted to open the news to see what was going on. Then, she tried to find Dongfeng's contact method in the news to contact Chu Nan through him. However, the scene on the virtual screen suddenly changed and a communication request interface appeared. Yang Zaryui was stunned for a moment before realizing that this was a public communication request transferred from the customer service of the Martial Arts World Channel. This public communication request was directly transferred to Yang Zaryui's personal work platform. Clearly, the public who sent the communication request to the Martial Arts World Channel directly called Yang Zaryui. Then, the customer service thought that Yang Zaryui might pick up, so they transferred it over. Who's looking for me? After glancing at it in confusion, Yang Zaryui was first shocked before feeling happy. The name labeled behind this communication request was Chu Nan. He was just racking his brains to contact him when he actually took the initiative to come looking for him. That was great. Yang Zaryui picked up the call without hesitation. Chu Nan's familiar face immediately appeared on the virtual screen and he smiled at Yang Zaryui. Miss Yang Zaryui, long time no see. Yang Zaryui carefully looked at Chu Nan, who appeared on the virtual screen, and confirmed that he should be alive and well before feeling slightly relieved. Chu Nan, long time no see. I heard that you've returned to the Purple Cloud Planet. How is it? Did anything happen recently? Chu Nan was stunned. When he contacted Senior Xing Yuanlin previously, he knew that he had left West Cloud Academy and even knew that he wanted to register for Star Cloud Academy. Now that he had contacted Yang Zaryui, she actually knew that he had returned to the Purple Cloud Planet? Was his whereabouts so easily understood? What made him feel even stranger was why Yang Zaryui asked him, "Is everything alright?" Could it be that she knew something? I did have something happen. Therefore, I specially came to find you this time because I hope you can help me. Oh, tell me. As long as I can help, there's definitely no problem, Yang Zaryui agreed. Alright, it's like this. After Chu Nan finished speaking, Yang Zaryui frowned. You really want to do this? Really? Can you bear to? Chu Nan shrugged. What's there to be unwilling about? Compared to the safety of my family, everything else is not important. Seeing the firm expression in Chu Nan's eyes, Yang Zaryui was silent for a moment before nodding. Alright, I understand. I'll help you. Chapter 159. Grandpa. Heh, my dear Trina, Grandpa is really happy to see you. Xiao opened her arms and hugged the girl who ran over tightly. She picked her up and spun her around twice, causing the girl to laugh happily. His most beloved granddaughter came to his house with his daughter as a guest today, causing Xiao to be overjoyed. Even her white beard could not help but flutter. Grandpa, can you bring me to see Chu Nan? As soon as Trina landed, she immediately asked happily. Oh, my dear Trina, although I know you want to see Chu Nan immediately, you can't do it now. This is because you and Mom have just gotten off the spaceship. At the very least, you have to eat and rest before thinking about this. Alright, Trina replied obediently. She turned around and helped a beautiful noble woman walking behind her pick up the box in her hand. Mom, let's go eat. After saying that, he pulled the box hard and ran into the room. Xiao and his daughter smiled at each other, shook their heads, and followed behind. As soon as he walked into the hall, he saw Trina holding a box and standing on the spot in a daze. She was staring at the huge virtual screen in the living room. Trina, what are you looking at? Xiao asked curiously. Grandpa, look, it's Chu Nan. Trina pointed at the virtual screen and shouted excitedly. Chu Nan. Xiao looked at the virtual screen in surprise and discovered that it was the program of the Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel. However, on this program that mainly broadcasted news related to martial arts and the Federation, what appeared was actually Chu Nan's familiar smile that he had seen a few days ago. According to Chu Nan's latest statement, he will. Xiao heard the host's announcement and saw that the next segment was clearly a personal statement recording that Chu Nan had recorded. She could not help but reveal a surprised expression. This kid is actually so bold. In the morning of Sigma City, it was close to dusk in West Cloud City. After the students of the West Cloud Academy finished their day's lessons, they all came to the Academy's cafeteria and began to enjoy the beautiful dinner. There were also a few huge virtual screens hanging in the large dining hall. Ordinarily, these virtual screens would broadcast political or entertainment news at different times, allowing the students to understand some of the current events that happened in the Federation while eating. Under normal circumstances, not many students would pay attention to what was broadcast on these virtual screens, because even if they wanted to see something, they would mostly resolve it through their personal terminals. Therefore, most of the time, these virtual screens were only decorations. However, today, almost all the students stopped eating and looked up at the virtual screen. All the virtual screens were broadcasting the same program. It was the news program of the Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel. At this moment, the face that appeared on the program was the familiar face of almost all the students in West Cloud Academy. Chu Nan. This ordinary student who was previously unknown in West Cloud Academy had suddenly become famous because of a West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. Other citizens of the Federation might forget him after nearly 4 months, but the students of the West Cloud Academy would never forget him. Even though Chu Nan had already taken leave from West Cloud Academy and returned home, his profile was still hanging in the honor room of the West Cloud Academy's martial arts branch, clearly marking the results he had obtained in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. However, now, when they saw Chu Nan appear on the Martial Arts World Channel and heard the statement he personally made in the homemade recording, all the students, including those who were not from the martial arts branch, and all the teachers present were shocked. Was Chu Nan crazy? It was afternoon on the North Gazing Planet. A young disciple in his early 20s rushed into the martial arts room of the Mu sect while panting. He pushed open the door and attracted the gazes of the group of third-generation disciples in the martial arts room who were focused on listening to the class. It also made Xingyuan Lin, who was talking about the Tao of internal breath circulation, stop his class and turn around. Teacher, something happened, this disciple panted as he came to Xingyuan Lin. Xingyuan Lin frowned, saying, calm down and adjust your breathing. Don't panic. What happened to make your reaction so great? This disciple was called Wang Si, and he was one of Xingyuan Lin's personal disciples. He was considered to be relatively outstanding in the third generation of the Mu sect, and because he was usually obedient, he was deeply loved by Xingyuan Lin. Seeing him like this, Xingyuan Lin was a little unhappy. Hearing his teacher's instructions, Wang Si took a deep breath. His internal breath circulated in his body for a few weeks and quickly calmed down. Xingyuan Lin nodded. Tell me, what's the matter? Yes, Wang Si opened his mouth. He could not explain this matter in a short period of time. He opened his personal terminal and hurriedly displayed the recording on the virtual screen of the public terminal in the martial arts room. Chu Nan's face appeared on the virtual screen. I hereby declare. The disciples watched for a while before their faces actually revealed furious expressions. This is what Grandmaster gave him. How can he deal with it so casually? That's right. What right does he have to do this? He's too bold. Teacher, he's clearly not taking our Mu sect seriously. Please give the order immediately. I'll go to the Purple Cloud Planet and teach him a lesson. The disciples all looked indignant. On the other hand, Xingyuan Lin looked at Chu Nan on the virtual screen with a calm expression and even a faint smile. Hearing the disciples' shouts, he retracted his gaze and swept his gaze across the disciples. What? You think he's not qualified to do this? Wang Si grunted and said, "Of course. This is something Grandmaster gave him. What qualifications does he have to do this? He's simply not taking Grandmaster seriously. It's simply a slap on our face." The other disciples echoed, "No, you're wrong." Xing Yuanlin smiled and shook his head. Since teacher gave it to him, it's his. It's his business how he wants to deal with it. No one else has the right to criticize him. The disciples were stunned. "Teacher, you mean? I've already made it very clear." Xing Yuanlin waved his hand. "Continue the lecture." "Wang Si, you interrupted the lecture for no reason. Go face the wall for 3 days as a punishment." The disciples were stunned again. Not only was his teacher not angry because of Chu Nan's actions, he even punished senior brother Wang. Why? However, although Xing Yuanlin's expression was calm, the disciples did not dare to ask again. Wang Si could only lower his head in confusion. He nodded and left dejectedly. Xing Yuanlin turned around and glanced at Chu Nan, who was frozen on the virtual screen. He sighed in his mind. "Teacher, you have done something wrong this time." Although the banquet was filled with beauties and famous people, and the decorations were abnormally gorgeous, no matter how one looked at it, it was a place that only the top could come from. Any participant would feel honored. However, Dongfang was very impatient. He had never liked such an occasion since he was young, and he did not like it now either. If not for the fact that he had already decided to accept the arrangements at home, he would not have appeared here. In his opinion, it was much better to stay at home and play martial soul than waste time here. Although Rose and Luo Lan's appearance could not compare to the many celebrity-level beauties present, chatting with them and talking nonsense was much better than facing these women's hypocritical solicitations. When he thought of Rose and Luo Lan, Dongfang naturally thought of Chu Nan. Previously, Chu Nan had asked him to bid farewell to Rose and Luo Lan in the game, but he had forgotten. These few days, he had been busy with all kinds of things. He did not even have the time to go to martial soul, let alone contact Rose and Luo Lan. In the end, this matter had actually been dragged on. Speaking of which, what's Chu Nan doing? He did as he thought. Dongfang opened his personal terminal and planned to send a message to Chu Nan. While greeting him, he could also ask about his current situation. If the people sent over still could not properly protect Chu Nan and his family, Dongfang planned to send more people. As soon as he opened his personal terminal, a keyword notification popped up. Dongfang was stunned. Previously, after the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, in order to collect reports related to Chu Nan and choose some for him to see, Dongfang specially set up a news notification with Chu Nan as a keyword. However, this setting had not appeared for a long time because Chu Nan had been lying in the hospital for a few months. Why did he suddenly jump out today? Dongfang opened this news in confusion and saw Chu Nan's familiar face. He frowned and clicked on the news. After a while, an unbridled laughter sounded in the banquet hall, instantly attracting the gazes of all the guests around. The guests looked in the direction of the laughter and were puzzled. What was wrong with this young master of the Dong family? Haha, this kid is really lucky to have thought of this method. Well done. Dongfang completely ignored the others' gazes and laughed wildly. Chapter 160. On October 3, year 2785, a piece of news spread throughout the Federation and attracted the attention of almost everyone. After an entire 4 years, Chu Nan, who had previously stood out in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and obtained the attention of countless people in the Federation and had even played a huge role in the basic martial skill promotion act pushed by the Federation Council, had once again appeared in public through the Federation's Information Martial Arts World channel. This time, Chu Nan's appearance brought about an explosive personal statement. In this personal statement, Chu Nan expressed that after a long period of thought, he finally made a decision. This decision shocked everyone. Chu Nan decided to publicize the B-rank martial technique that Supremacy Mu Yutong had given him, the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique. When they first saw this news, no one believed it. The reason was very simple. This was a B-rank martial technique. Not to mention the members of the Earth Federation, a B-rank martial technique was already considered a top-notch martial technique. Even in the entire Milky Way, a martial technique that could be evaluated as a B-rank could be considered priceless. It would make countless martial artists go crazy. However, Chu Nan actually wanted to announce it. He must be crazy. The reason why he was able to obtain this B-rank martial technique was completely because of his outstanding performance in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. That was why he had obtained the reward that Supremacy Mu Yutong had promised in advance. In order to win, he had even fought against Marok in the semifinals until he was heavily injured and nearly lost his life. He actually planned to announce the reward he had obtained from Supremacy Mu Yutong after paying such a huge price. What the heck? Moreover, according to the latest information, Chu Nan had only recovered after lying in the hospital for more than 3 months after the battle with Marok. It meant that up until now, he only had less than a month to recover his martial arts cultivation. In other words, he only had a month at most to practice this Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique rewarded by Supremacy Mu Yutong. Could he master this leg technique in such a short period of time? Even if his talent was really high enough to completely master this B-rank martial technique in less than a month, now that he had publicized this martial technique, wouldn't it give all martial artists the chance to learn and practice grasping it? Then wouldn't the advantage he had obtained with this martial technique be completely gone? What was the point of risking his life to obtain this reward? In his personal statement, Chu Nan did not reveal much information. He only expressed that he would imitate Senior Su Suanshan and announce the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique to the Milky Way network. However, what was slightly different from Senior Su Suanshan was that although he had announced it on the Milky Way network, he had still set up a browsing authority. Only people who had passed the citizenship certification of the Earth Federation could watch. Of course, everyone knew that this was nonsense. Even if Chu Nan's original intention was good and he did not wish for the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique to be circulated to countries other than the Earth Federation, as long as he casually found a member of the Earth Federation to see it through the authority certification, it would be extremely easy to transfer it to other countries. Chu Nan's actions were simply nonsense. It was unnecessary. However, since Chu Nan did this, it more or less proved that he was indeed as his personal statement said. If he could help more Federation martial artists improve their martial techniques by publicizing this martial technique, it would be a very meaningful thing. Putting aside those who were too suspicious, most people praised Chu Nan. Previously, Chu Nan had already desperately defended the honor of the Earth Federation in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. Moreover, because of his existence, the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act had successfully been promoted and many people had benefited. Now, he had even selflessly offered a powerful B-rank martial technique. It was really touching. However, this also raised a question for many people. This B-rank martial technique was rewarded to Chu Nan by Supremacy Mu Yutong. Was it really fine for him to announce it to the Milky Way network? The day after Chu Nan released his personal statement through the Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel, another personal interview was released. The person he was interviewing was Mu Yutong's eldest disciple, Xing Yuanlin. In this interview, the reporter from the Martial Arts World Channel asked Xing Yuanlin his opinion on Chu Nan's public announcement of the Wind God's leg technique and whether Supremacy Mu Yutong would be dissatisfied with Chu Nan announcing the B-rank martial technique he had rewarded. Xing Yuanlin expressed that since his teacher had already given the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique to Chu Nan as a reward, it was his personal freedom to deal with this martial technique. Others had no right to interfere, so his teacher would not be dissatisfied. Instead, he praised Chu Nan's generous actions. At the same time, Xing Yuanlin also used his personal terminal to log into the Milky Way network in public during the interview. He found the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique that Chu Nan had publicly announced and confirmed that it was indeed the real copy. There was no lie. Regardless of whether Xing Yuanlin was speaking the truth, he had publicly accepted this interview and clearly expressed that Mu Yutong would not pursue the matter in the interview. This represented Mu Yutong and his disciples' attitude towards this matter. This surprised many people. Originally, everyone thought that Supremacy Mu Yutong would definitely think highly of the promised reward for the martial artists of the Federation if he was so generous in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. However, they did not expect that Chu Nan would not fuss about it after publicizing the martial technique he had rewarded. In the eyes of many people, Chu Nan's actions were equivalent to disrespecting Supremacy Mu Yutong. However, on second thought, perhaps this was Mu Yutong's private instructions to Chu Nan. Or perhaps Chu Nan had used some method to obtain his approval. Otherwise, why would he dare to do this? When they returned to the question of why Chu Nan did this, a huge question arose in their hearts. If Chu Nan did not publicize the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique, he would master such a powerful B-rank martial technique more than most martial artists. His strength would naturally be much stronger than martial artists of the same level. However, now that he had publicly revealed the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique, the strength advantage that it had brought him had disappeared. It was impossible for him to obtain any benefits from this. So why did he do this? 3 days after Chu Nan made his personal statement, a special program was launched by the Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel. The main content of the program was the personal statement released by Chu Nan. At the same time, it also extended to the other 3 adult group martial artists who had participated in the first West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and successfully entered the top 8 and obtained the martial technique reward promised by Supremacy Mu Yutong. In the program, a shocking fact was revealed. After the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, before the program was broadcast, the 3 adult group martial artists who had obtained the reward of Supremacy Mu Yutong had suffered a total of 21 terrorist attacks. One of them was currently heavily injured and hospitalized, and the other 2 had their lives greatly affected. The reason why they suffered so many terrorist attacks was because of the martial technique rewards they obtained. At the same time, according to the information obtained through a private channel by the Martial Arts World Channel, Chu Nan, the only young martial artist under the age of 20 who had entered the top 8, had encountered the same terrifying attack. In the attack, his sister was even kidnapped and nearly died twice in a row. His family was also in danger. For the safety of his family, Chu Nan was forced to announce the B-rank martial technique rewarded by Supremacy Mu Yutong. As soon as the program was broadcast, the entire Earth Federation was in an uproar. Originally, in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, when Supremacy Mu Yutong publicly announced that he wanted to give special martial techniques to the Earth Federation martial artists who had entered the top 8 as a reward, everyone was overjoyed. They felt that Supremacy Mu Yutong had displayed his generosity. The Earth Federation martial artists who had successfully entered the top 8 had also obtained a very good reward. It was a very admirable thing. However, they did not expect that because of Supremacy Mu Yutong's reward, it would actually cause these martial artists to encounter immense danger. In fact, he even forced Chu Nan to publicize the reward he had obtained. If it was said that many people had doubts about Chu Nan's public announcement of the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique, after the program was broadcast, their doubts immediately disappeared and were replaced with deep sympathy for him. This extremely talented young martial artist could not cultivate to a higher level due to a lack of support. Now, he actually encountered such a thing, so it naturally made people feel even more sympathetic. Towards those fellows who attacked him, everyone was naturally furious. There were even people who blamed Supremacy Mu Yutong because of this. If not for him publicly expressing his intention to give such a special reward, how would the three martial artists of the adult group and Chu Nan encounter such a thing? Of course, this argument was immediately refuted. When Supremacy Mu Yutong made this promise back then, it was clearly an encouragement to the participating Federation martial artists. It also displayed his determination to push the development of the Federation's martial arts. How could he have expected this to happen in the future? Therefore, regarding this matter, it immediately caused a heated discussion in the Earth Federation, causing countless ordinary citizens of the Federation to cast their gazes into the martial arts world again. However, all of this was no longer related to Chu Nan. Chapter 161. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Early in the morning, Chu Nan's parents left home according to the usual practice and went to the farm to work. However, he and Chu Zioxi did not help as usual and stayed at home. After his parents left, Costa and Mu Luo, who had been hiding with the security team elsewhere in the farm to secretly protect Chu Nan's parents, appeared at his home. Chu Nan, since we haven't discovered any abnormalities in the past month, according to the agreement, we'll be leaving today. Of course, if you still feel worried, we'll continue to stay here to protect you. What do you think? Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. There's no need. No one has attacked us for a month, proving that those guys think I've lost the value to let them attack. My family and I are truly safe now. I don't need to trouble you and Uncle Mu Luo to protect me. In fact, when Chu Nan decided to announce the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique a month ago, Costa had already determined that no one would attack Chu Nan and his family after this because it was meaningless. However, just in case, they did not choose to retreat immediately after Chu Nan publicly made a personal announcement. Instead, they made an agreement with him to implement another month of protection. Now that a month had passed, regardless of whether it was Chu Nan or his family, they had not encountered any attacks or danger in this month. It was enough to prove that Chu Nan's decision had taken effect and allowed him and his family to return to a calm life. Yes, the higher-ups have actually told us that after confirming your safety, we can retreat. Costa nodded and glanced at Chu Nan before suddenly asking, don't you regret it? Regret? Regret what? Regret announcing the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique. This is a B-rank martial technique. You're actually willing to announce it and let others learn it. If I can exchange it for the safety of my family, I will also choose a B-rank martial technique, even an S-rank martial technique. Chu Nan turned to look at Chu Zioxi beside him and his tone did not waver. Costa spread out his hands. What's there to not understand? Martial techniques are something that you know, but other martial artists don't, so you have the advantage. Now that you've publicized the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique, even if other martial artists might not be able to master it, at least they know the secret of this martial technique. It can completely offset it with the advantage brought by this martial technique. Isn't it a huge loss? That's not necessarily true. Chu Nan smiled and suddenly moved, kicking Costa. The speed of this kick was abnormally fast, and it actually brought about an afterimage. Moreover, when the foot was in the air, it had already brought about countless changes. It actually made the third-stage void break martial artist, Costa, reveal a trace of caution. He swayed his body, but in the end, he could not completely dodge Chu Nan's kick and could only raise his hand to forcefully block it. Bang! With the huge difference in strength between the two of them, even if Chu Nan's kick completely kicked Costa, it was naturally impossible for it to pose a threat to him. However, Chu Nan bent his leg and instantly changed it before kicking Costa again. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Chu Nan had already kicked Costa more than 10 times. He had actually forced him to continuously defend and could not even counterattack. Bang! Chu Nan kicked again and was blocked by Costa. He retracted his leg and turned around. He did not continue to attack and instead smiled. Costa looked at Chu Nan in surprise. You've actually already grasped the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique to this extent? It's only been less than 2 months. Even if it's the same martial technique, the degree of mastery of different martial artists is also different, and the power used is even more different. Therefore, senior, why do you think I've lost the advantage brought about by this martial technique? Moreover, the true strength of a martial artist is not just relying on a martial technique. Costa let out a wistful sigh. Chu Nan, your martial arts talent is really shocking. If you can break through the cosmic heaven's gate, I believe you will become an extremely powerful martial artist in the future. There are no ifs. I will definitely break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Chu Nan replied confidently. Costa laughed. All right, I admire your confidence. If you can really break through the cosmic heaven's gate one day, I believe everyone will be shocked. Mu Luo, who had been silent by the side, suddenly spoke. When you break through the cosmic heaven's gate, you'll be qualified to challenge me. Chu Nan was stunned. He thought for a moment and understood that this was Mu Luo's response to him challenging him in the locked car after the banquet ended more than a month ago. He could not help but laugh. All right, Uncle Mu Luo, wait for my challenge. After chatting with Chu Nan for a while, Costa did the paperwork for his work. It represented the end of the month-long private security service that the two of them and their security team had implemented on Chu Nan's family. Chu Zioxi was still a little unwilling to see them leave. In the past month, Mu Luo had been closely protecting Chu Zioxi. Although he had always been very silent and always maintained a deadpan face, being protected by such a powerful third-stage void break realm expert made Chu Zioxi feel especially at ease. Now that he had left, although it did not make Chu Zioxi feel unsafe, she felt that something was missing. Hey, Zioxi, look at you. Don't tell me you've fallen for Uncle Mu Luo. Seeing Chu Zioxi's dazed expression, Chu Nan teased. Chu Zioxi was stunned and spat at Chu Nan. Brother, are you joking? I'm ignoring you. I'm going to practice my fist. Chu Zioxi waved her hand and turned around to leave the room. She went to the empty space outside the house and started punching seriously. Looking at her serious expression, Chu Nan touched his chin and thought. In the beginning, he thought that Chu Zioxi was just saying that she wanted to practice martial arts. However, he did not expect that in the past month, Chu Zioxi had been seriously cultivating the basic fist technique that Chu Nan had taught her every day and had never slacked off. After more than a month of continuous exercise, Chu Zioxi's physical condition had clearly improved. Even her figure had become slightly slimmer and stronger than before. Chu Nan originally only planned to casually teach her some basic fist techniques to let her understand that martial arts was not as simple as it sounded. He wanted her to give up after she could not endure it. However, he did not expect Chu Zioxi to be so determined to practice martial arts this time. She actually persisted. In that case, he could really consider teaching her the first level of the 9 revolutions technique and truly introduce her to the door of martial arts. However, before that, Chu Nan had another goal to achieve. That was to charge into the internal breath realm and become a true internal breath martial artist. Chapter 162. The greatest difference between an overlord body realm martial artist and an internal breath realm martial artist was that an internal breath realm martial artist could mobilize his internal breath to his entire body at will and easily unleash a huge power with his external cultivation moves. Under normal circumstances, his strength would naturally far surpass an overlord body realm martial artist. Although overlord body martial artists could also mobilize their internal breath, they either cultivated a special internal breath cultivation method and could casually mobilize their internal breath at the overlord body realm or relied on the special external martial technique, the Hong Clan's long fist, like Chu Nan, to complement their powerful data ability and perfectly fuse the trajectory of their internal breath and fist technique to achieve the effect of fusing their internal breath into their moves. However, no matter what, it was impossible for overlord body martial artists to mobilize their internal breath as they pleased like internal breath martial artists, allowing every move to complement their internal breath. Not even Chu Nan could do it. The reason was very simple. Because the meridians of an internal breath realm martial artist were all opened, they could naturally mobilize their internal breath to any part of their body. This allowed every move and style to be fused into their internal breath. On the other hand, the cultivation methods of overlord body realm martial artists were different. The levels tempered by the body were different, and the meridians opened were also different. However, even a 5th stage overlord body martial artist could not open all the meridians in his body. This was because being able to do this meant that he had already become an internal breath realm martial artist. What Chu Nan needed to do now was to completely open up all the meridians in his body and raise himself to the level of an internal breath martial artist. After breaking through to the 4th level of the 9 revolutions technique, Chu Nan had opened up 7 more main meridians and 26 secondary meridians than when he was cultivating the 3rd level. According to the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Anshin back then, when Chu Nan tempered the newly opened 7 main meridians and 26 secondary meridians to the extent that his internal breath could circulate freely, he could open more meridians and attempt to break through to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. If it was in the past, Chu Nan would have followed the instructions of the cultivation method indicated by the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. He would then open up the 11 primary meridians and 39 secondary meridians marked by the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. Then, he would slowly refine them and reach the realm of the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, shown by internal breath circulating throughout the body as he pleased. He would become an internal breath martial artist like everyone else. However, Chu Nan had other thoughts now. According to the cultivation method indicated on the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, if Chu Nan opened 11 main meridians and 39 secondary meridians, coupled with the meridians that he had already opened, it was enough to let these meridians affect nearly every part of his body and allow his internal breath to circulate normally and affect every inch of his muscles. However, after an accurate comparison, Chu Nan discovered that even if he completely opened these 11 primary meridians and 39 secondary meridians, the meridians opened in his body only accounted for 68.3% of the meridians in his entire body. Just the main meridians alone had a total of 6 that had not been opened. There were as many as 32 secondary meridians that had not been opened. It could not be said to have truly opened all the meridians in the entire body. In fact, Chu Nan knew very well that this was normal. The meridians in the human body were extremely complicated. If one wanted to really open every meridian, there was actually not much meaning. This was because even if many meridians were opened, the effect was usually similar to the meridians beside them. It could not increase or help much at all. Instead, it might cause a problem for a martial artist when circulating their internal breath. Therefore, the internal breath cultivation methods that were passed down now would actually only choose to open a portion of the meridians and let the internal breath circulate through these meridians through a certain method, obtaining varying degrees of improvement. As long as he could mobilize his internal breath to every part of his body, it could be said that his meridians had been opened. Different cultivation methods had different effects. This was the true difference between different internal breath cultivation methods. Of course, the higher the cultivation method, the deeper the research on the meridians, the more meridians needed to be opened. When one cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to the 5th level, they had to open up 68.3% of their meridians. In Chu Nan's opinion, this was already very outstanding. Although he had not grasped more internal breath cultivation methods and could not compare, the results of his data collection and analysis showed that if his internal breath circulated in these meridians marked by the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, it could indeed obtain a nearly perfect increase. Just this point alone proved that the 9 revolutions technique was indeed worthy of being the powerful internal breath cultivation method that allowed senior Su Suanshan to dominate the Milky Way back then. It was far from the trash cultivation method that many martial artists thought of later on. The reason why it could not become popular on a large scale was completely because when senior Su Suanshan left this cultivation method on the Milky Way network back then, he had only left behind a cultivation method according to his own situation. However, he had not modified it from the perspective of the public, or rather, reduced the difficulty of cultivation. In short, he did not have any experience teaching disciples. This made the introduction of the 9 revolutions technique extremely difficult. Chu Nan had cultivated for 13 years but had only reached the second level. It was extremely difficult to take another step. If not for the fact that Chu Nan had later obtained a powerful data ability that allowed him to clearly know the increase in the circulation of his internal breath in his meridians and make the corresponding modifications, he might not have been able to break through to the third level even if he cultivated for another 13 years. However, now, through the continuous destruction of his meridians and repairing such a cruel and inhumane method, Chu Nan had already tempered the 7 major meridians and 26 secondary meridians that had been opened after breaking through the 4th level to a certain extent. Therefore, breaking through to the 5th level was already very easy for him. The difficult thing was how to truly open up all the meridians in his body and modify a cultivation method that was more suitable for him on the foundation of the 9 revolutions technique. Chu Nan did not consider how to cultivate his internal breath in the future. The first problem he needed to resolve was how to open the remaining meridians. After a moment of thought, he decided to first open the 11 major meridians and 39 secondary meridians that needed to be opened by the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. With the experience of breaking through the 4th level and opening his meridians, this job was not difficult for Chu Nan. The last time he broke through to the 4th level, for safety's sake, he only used his internal breath to slowly test his meridians. With his previous experience, Chu Nan simply mobilized a wave of internal breath from his dantian and instantly divided it into 11 more thin and weak internal breaths. They flowed through the different meridians in his body and flowed to the main meridians that needed to be opened. To ordinary martial artists, it might be possible to mobilize 2 or 3 different internal breaths and circulate them in their bodies at the same time, but it was impossible to mobilize 11 internal breaths at the same time. This was because even if a normal human could multitask, it was impossible for them to deal with 11 different actions at the same time. Naturally, it was impossible for them to perfectly control the 11 strands of internal breath. If he was not careful, he would lose control of his internal breath and suffer a cultivation deviation. However, because Chu Nan had the support of an extremely powerful data ability that was equivalent to artificial intelligence, it was simple for him to deal with 11 strands at the same time. 11 strands of internal breath rushed into the 11 main meridians that needed to be opened at the same time. Chu Nan quickly obtained extremely detailed and precise data from the reaction of these meridians. Then, he retracted these 11 internal breaths and pulled out an internal breath from his dantian, splitting it into 11 internal breaths of varying strength. According to the feedback data Chu Nan had gathered, he controlled the 11 internal breaths to enter the 11 corresponding main meridians again. Hiss! As soon as the 11 internal breaths entered the 11 main meridians, Chu Nan immediately could not help but gasp. He was almost jolted away by the strange feeling of soreness, numbness, and itchiness that appeared at the same time in his entire body as if there were needles continuously stabbing his body. Although he had experience, he had only slowly opened up one meridian after another previously. Now, 11 main meridians were working at the same time, and Chu Nan completely underestimated the terrifying feeling brought about by such an accumulation. Fortunately, his mind had long been tempered to be extremely tough under the damage of the previous few meridians. Even if it was extremely uncomfortable, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. It was even to the extent that he was still able to extremely accurately control the 11 internal breaths and complete the initial opening of the 11 major meridians. It felt like a few months had passed, but in fact, in just a few seconds, the 11 internal breaths had already completely cleared these 11 major meridians. According to the description in the Cultivation Method Manual, the 11 main meridians that needed to be opened up to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique would normally require at least 3 months to begin the initial circulation. However, Chu Nan only used less than 10 seconds. Chapter 163. After succeeding in his first attempt, Chu Nan's confidence immediately increased. He divided his internal breath into 11 parts and entered the 11 primary meridians. After repeating it a few times, Chu Nan quickly tested the precise frequency needed to correspond to the high-frequency vibration internal breath in the 11 primary meridians. Then, he controlled these 11 meridians to adjust the corresponding frequency. The difficulty of doing this was undoubtedly higher than before, but after trying twice, Chu Nan still accurately did it. The internal breath that controlled the 11 different vibration frequencies surged into the 11 main meridians. The meridians that had been damaged due to the impact of the internal breath that happened to exceed the strength of the critical point quickly recovered. After his meridians had more or less recovered, Chu Nan mobilized 11 more internal breaths that were slightly stronger than the initial opening of his meridians and surged into the 11 meridians. He continuously attacked the upper limit of his meridians' endurance, causing their toughness to clearly increase when they were damaged and recovered. This was something Chu Nan had done countless times in the past and he was already very familiar with it. Moreover, with the experience of breaking through the 4th level of the 9 revolutions technique to open his meridians, the current Chu Nan could perfectly control the strength of his internal breath that was attacking the newly opened meridians, allowing it to exceed the limit of his meridians. It would cause his meridians to be damaged, but it would not be too serious. It would even cause him to vomit blood. Of course, pain was inevitable. Under the impact of his internal breath that exceeded the upper limit, Chu Nan endured the pain and his entire body trembled lightly. His 11 new main meridians were damaged time and time again, but they quickly recovered with the help of the high-frequency vibration internal breath. The impact was very fast. The entire process did not take more than 10 seconds. The repair was much slower. Even with the most suitable frequency of high-frequency vibration internal breath to stimulate the activity of the meridians and cells, it would take at least 10 minutes for the damaged meridians to completely recover. It should be said that Chu Nan had been waiting for his meridians to recover most of the time. This missed the Data Rehabilitation Center of West Cloud Academy. With the help of the Data Rehabilitation Center's treatment equipment, his recovery speed would be faster than now, and it could help him save time. However, he also knew that with the help of the treatment equipment, the increase in toughness after his meridians recovered would be affected and decrease slightly. Chu Nan did not know the principle behind this, but he had already done this experiment when he was at West Cloud Academy and could not come to this conclusion through the data. Therefore, to be serious, this nostalgia was not very meaningful. To be honest, the greatest help to him in the Data Rehabilitation Center was to have more insurance. If anything happened to his cultivation, he could immediately be treated. After all, his cultivation method was actually quite risky. If not for the ability to extremely accurately control the data in his body, Chu Nan would not dare to try it himself. After the process of impacting and repairing 5 times in a row, the toughness of the new 11 major meridians had clearly improved greatly. According to the data gathered, these 11 meridians could even endure the circulation of the second revolution internal breath. Chu Nan tried to mobilize his internal breath from his dantian and quickly completed the second revolution. Then, he circulated it in these 11 meridians and discovered that his calculations were correct. The toughness of these 11 meridians had indeed increased greatly in less than an hour and was enough to support the circulation of his second revolution internal breath. I should have done this a long time ago. Chu Nan happily turned his gaze to the other 39 secondary meridians that needed to be opened on the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. He gently took a deep breath and focused his mind again. Internal breath surged out from his dantian. This internal breath was first divided into 11 portions and entered the 11 major meridians that had just been opened. Then, it was divided into 39 much weaker internal breaths in a row and entered the 39 secondary meridians that were connected to these 11 major meridians. Just as Chu Nan had done earlier, he had tried to open his meridians through multiple channels at the same time. However, compared to before, it was undoubtedly much more difficult to control a total of 39 internal breaths corresponding to 39 different secondary meridians. Fortunately, Chu Nan's current data ability was extremely powerful, so it was not difficult for him to deal with 39 lines at the same time. After failing a few times and adjusting himself, Chu Nan quickly adapted and grasped the method. Under Chu Nan's precise control, the 39 strands of internal breath continuously attacked the 39 secondary meridians. Soon, he tested the optimal strength to open them. What happened next was much simpler. 39 different waves of internal breath with different strengths surged into the 39 secondary meridians at the same time. Chu Nan instantly felt a pain that was even denser and more frequent than before, but the strength was slightly weaker. Chu Nan's expression did not change this time as he focused all his attention on accurately controlling his internal breath. This time, it was slightly slower than when he opened the 11 main meridians previously. Although it was easier to open the secondary meridians than the main meridians, because the secondary meridians were more fragile than the main meridians, when using Chu Nan's completely rough method to open them, he had to be even more careful. Otherwise, it was very easy to greatly exceed the upper limit of these secondary meridians and cause the damage to be too serious. Chu Nan carefully controlled 39 internal breaths at the same time and let them slowly flow through these 39 secondary meridians. Success! There was no surprise. In less than half a minute, all 39 secondary meridians were opened at the same time. Chu Nan did not give himself any time to be proud or happy. He immediately controlled 39 internal breaths to enter the 39 secondary meridians. After spending nearly 10 minutes and trying more than 100 times, he tested the frequency of internal breath vibration that was most suitable for the repair of these 39 secondary meridians. Then, he repeated the work he had repeated before. The 39 secondary meridians attacked and repaired. Another hour passed. Chu Nan circulated his second revolution internal breath and circulated it through the 39 secondary meridians. He did not feel any obstruction and did not discover any signs that his meridians were unable to endure it. He was overjoyed. These 39 secondary meridians could even endure the normal circulation of the second revolution internal breath, proving that he had truly successfully opened the meridians needed to open up the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. In other words, he was only a step away from cultivating the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. The 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique that Chu Nan had already clearly remembered flashed through his mind. He took a deep breath and an internal breath rose from his dantian. It quickly circulated in his body according to a trajectory that was different from before. Not only did it flow through the meridians that had been tempered and perfected long ago, it also circulated in the 11 new main meridians and 39 secondary meridians before returning to his dantian. Feeling that this internal breath had increased by 0.878368% compared to when it left his dantian, Chu Nan could not help but smile. The increase in the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique was indeed even more exaggerated than the 4th level. The increase in internal breath brought about by cultivating a cycle of cultivation was nearly 3 times. However, this was not the most important thing. When his internal breath flowed through all the open meridians at the same time, Chu Nan felt as if his entire body was affected by his internal breath. Every inch of his muscles seemed to have been stimulated by his internal breath and were filled with strength. The circulation of his internal breath was much smoother and natural than before. As long as Chu Nan wanted it to flow anywhere, it would obediently circulate. Chu Nan stood up and composed himself before kicking out. Bang! A strong wind sounded, accompanied by an intense air explosion. With a thought, his internal breath naturally surged into his right leg and increased the strength of this kick to a total of 973.736191 kilograms. Chu Nan swung his arm and casually waved his palm. Slap! Another strong wind sounded. This time, it was accompanied by a crisp air explosion that seemed to have been flattened. Chu Nan did not care about any moves complementing the circulation of his internal breath in this palm strike. However, when he recalled that he needed his internal breath to circulate on his palm, the internal breath in his dantian surged and easily circulated over, causing the extremely casual palm strike to be as high as 784.718681 kilograms. Bang! 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 Slap! 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 Chu Nan used his hands and feet, and in a moment, he had already raised more than 10 feet and slapped out more than 10 times. Every kick and kick easily caused his internal breath to surge with shocking strength. Haha! Feeling his internal breath circulating easily throughout his body and moving as he pleased, Chu Nan could not help but feel happy and laugh in surprise. From now on, he had already become a true internal breath realm martial artist. Chapter 164. Brother, you're smiling so happily. Did something good happen? Chu Xiaoxi's voice suddenly sounded. She had ended her basic practice today and returned to the house. Chu Nan stopped laughing, but he could not hide the smile on his face at all. He chuckled proudly at Chu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, I've already become an internal breath expert. Am I powerful? Really? Chu Xiaoxi immediately rushed over with a pleasantly surprised expression and held Chu Nan's arm. That's great. Brother, you can teach me the 9 revolutions technique, right? Chu Nan was stunned before he reacted. When he agreed to teach Chu Xiaoxi martial arts, she originally wanted to start cultivating the 9 revolutions technique like Chu Nan. Chu Nan did not agree at that time. Instead, he said that his current strength was insufficient and could not impart Chu Xiaoxi's internal breath cultivation method. He only had the qualifications to do so after he broke through to the internal breath realm. One reason was that Chu Nan did not have confidence in Chu Xiaoxi's ability to persist in the boring and arduous martial arts practice. Secondly, it was the truth. Chu Nan was only an overlord body realm martial artist, and his understanding of internal breath was far from enough. How could he be qualified to teach Chu Xiaoxi her internal breath cultivation method? Moreover, it was easy to learn the 9 revolutions technique in the beginning, but it was extremely difficult to truly master it. If Chu Xiaoxi cultivated according to Chu Nan's original situation, it would be very difficult to improve, so it was meaningless to learn like that. However, more than a month had passed now. Not only had Chu Xiaoxi exceeded Chu Nan's expectations and persisted in cultivating, her improvement was even quite obvious. She had practiced the basic fist techniques and even the few moves of the Hong Clan's long fist that Chu Nan had given her well. It could be seen how determined she was. Moreover, Chu Nan had already opened up the meridians needed to open up to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique without any suspense. He had also successfully cultivated the 5th level and became a true internal breath martial artist. After becoming an internal breath martial artist, Chu Nan's control and understanding of internal breath were much stronger than when he was at the overlord body realm. He was confident that he could help Chu Xiaoxi not take the wrong path. When he thought of this, Chu Nan nodded at Chu Xiaoxi. Alright, from today onwards, I'll teach you the 9 revolutions technique. Chu Xiaoxi immediately jumped up in excitement and pulled Chu Nan to sit on the ground. Come, brother, quickly teach me. Should I meditate first? Meditation is only part of it. It's not important. What's important is to learn to sense the existence of internal breath. Chu Nan shook his head and gestured for Chu Xiaoxi to sit in front of him. Then, he recalled the various basic knowledge about internal breath that he had found through the Milky Way network before he started practicing martial arts. Coupled with his current understanding, he explained it to Chu Xiaoxi in detail. Contrary to Chu Nan's expectations, although Chu Xiaoxi was not interested in martial arts at all and could be said to know nothing about martial arts, her comprehension ability was extremely shocking. Chu Nan had only explained it slightly, but she could actually completely understand it and even draw inferences. In less than half an hour, Chu Xiaoxi had actually successfully taken the first step in all martial artists' cultivation, sensing the internal breath. When he heard Chu Xiaoxi describe that she felt a very weak warm current flowing through her body like a worm, Chu Nan was rather speechless. Back then, he had spent 3 days doing this, but Chu Xiaoxi only used less than half an hour. Even if Chu Xiaoxi had Chu Nan explaining and guiding her in detail now and he did not have anyone to guide him back then, the huge difference was still enough to show that her martial arts talent was probably extremely good. Or perhaps, it was just that his martial arts talent was too poor? Chu Nan hurriedly shook his head and threw this thought out of his mind. He would not admit that his martial arts talent was too poor. At most, he did not have a master to guide him when he was young. Very good. Xiaoxi, since you can sense the existence of internal breath, it proves that you already have the foundation to cultivate internal breath cultivation methods. Come, I'll teach you the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. Chu Nan opened his personal terminal. As he displayed the first level of the 9 revolutions technique that Su Suanshen had left on the Milky Way network, he opened the various comprehensive information he had gathered regarding the first level of the 9 revolutions technique and explained it to Chu Xiaoxi in detail with his own understanding. An hour later, Chu Nan and Chu Xiaoxi pressed their hands together and felt the weak but unquestionable internal breath impact from her palm. They were speechless again. Was Chu Xiaoxi's talent really that high? In less than an hour, she had already successfully cultivated the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. Xiaoxi, I suddenly regret it. Chu Nan suddenly sighed. Regret what? Chu Xiaoxi asked in surprise. I regret not forcefully pulling you along to cultivate when I was cultivating. If you had insisted on cultivating since you were young, you would probably be much stronger than me now. Really? Chu Xiaoxi widened her eyes. Brother, do you think I'm very talented? Really? Chu Nan smiled bitterly. I'm not sure if your talent is really very high, but I'm certain that it's definitely higher than mine. Chu Xiaoxi immediately laughed proudly. That's great. Brother, after I cultivate for a few years and surpass you, I won't need you to protect me anymore. Instead, I'll protect you. Chu Nan smiled and shook his head before sighing in his mind. From the looks of it, in terms of talent, Chu Xiaoxi's talent was higher than his. If she could start practicing martial arts when she was young and obtain perfect martial arts guidance, Chu Nan was certain that her achievements were definitely much higher than his own at the same age. She even had the hope of becoming an internal breath martial artist at the age of 16. However, it was too late to start practicing martial arts now. There were only 2 to 3 years left before the adult body that Ringal had pointed out completely matured. Moreover, girls developed their bodies earlier than boys. If they matured early, she might have even less time left. In only 2 to 3 years, or even less, how could Chu Xiaoxi turn from an ordinary person who knew nothing about martial arts to an internal breath martial artist? If he could not do this, Chu Xiaoxi would be like him in the future. Because of the flaws in her body, it would be very difficult for her to break through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a true expert. Brother? What's wrong? What's with this expression? Quickly continue teaching me. Chu Xiaoxi cultivated for a while more. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that Chu Nan was looking at her with a sigh and could not help but ask in surprise. No, there was still time, there was still a chance. Chu Nan looked at Chu Xiaoxi's excited face that was filled with anticipation and took a deep breath before saying seriously, Xiaoxi, I have a method that can allow you to cultivate better and advance faster, but what? A way to make me stronger faster. Why can't I use it? Tell me quickly. Chu Xiaoxi immediately urged. However, it might hurt a little. Chapter 165. Perhaps it was because of the afternoon of the workday, there were only 3 people in the floating shuttle that led to Sigma City, including Chu Nan. Chu Nan occupied an entire row of seats alone. He tilted his head and looked at the large field that had become empty because he had just finished harvesting. His eyes were unfocused, and it was obvious that he was thinking of other things. I wonder if Xiaoxi is scolding me now. When he recalled how Chu Xiaoxi frowned from the pain but had a stubborn expression and forcefully endured the pain without shouting, Chu Nan could not help but shake his head. The method he thought of was very simple. He wanted to use his previous experience of opening her meridians to help Chu Xiaoxi open all the meridians in her body in advance so that she could directly cultivate according to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique from the beginning. This way, the speed at which her internal breath increased would undoubtedly be very fast, far stronger than ordinary martial artists. Other than Chu Nan, no other martial artist could forcefully open their meridians. This was because it was impossible for other martial artists to have such a powerful data ability like Chu Nan and be able to extremely accurately control the internal breath that entered Chu Xiaoxi's body to maintain a specific strength. Not only could it be strong enough to open up her meridians, it could also not be strong enough to severely damage her meridians. At the same time, Chu Nan could also accurately grasp the situation of the meridians in her body according to the trace of internal breath that entered Chu Xiaoxi's meridians. He could react at any time to ensure that there were no problems. Most importantly, it was impossible for other martial artists to have the ability to precisely control their internal breath to be in a high-frequency vibration state like Chu Nan and rely on this extremely special internal breath to quickly repair Chu Xiaoxi's slightly damaged meridians after forcefully opening them. To put it simply, Chu Nan had only used the method to break through the 4th and 5th levels of the 9 revolutions technique on Chu Xiaoxi. This method was actually very bold and dangerous. If not for his powerful data ability, Chu Nan would definitely not use it on Chu Xiaoxi. Of course, the reason why he would rather let Chu Xiaoxi endure the pain was still because Chu Nan still had hope. Chu Xiaoxi was only 16 years old now. It was very difficult to further refine her body until she was completely mature and stable. There was still a year or 2 or longer to go before she could be optimistic. If the starting point of her cultivation was high enough and her internal breath increased quickly enough, coupled with the purple cloud 8 desolate's body tempering technique, there might be a chance for her to charge into the strength of an internal breath realm martial artist in a short period of time. This way, she had the possibility of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future and becoming a powerful martial artist. Therefore, although he felt very pained when he saw Chu Xiaoxi frowning and looking pained, Chu Nan still hardened his will and did not stop what he was doing. Chu Xiaoxi's determination was clearly extremely great this time. Even if she clearly felt pain, she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Of course, this was only the first time. Chu Nan did not dare to open dozens of meridians in a row like he did to himself. Instead, he only helped to open one of Chu Xiaoxi's main meridians and let her adapt to this situation before slowly guiding her to open all the meridians in her body in the future. If Dad and Mom see Xiaoxi vomiting blood from my slap, they will be shocked to death. Chu Nan imagined this scene and smiled lightly. At this moment, a communication request sounded from his personal terminal. Chu Nan lowered his head and discovered that it was from Dongfang, so he immediately picked up. Hey, Chu Nan, where are you? It seems like you are on a bus? Dongfang glanced at Chu Nan and shouted in surprise. Yes, I need to go to the city. I have something on. Why? Why did you suddenly send me a message? I just want to ask about the situation on your side. Costa and Mu Luo have retreated. Is there any problem on your side? When he saw the concern on Dongfang's chubby face, Chu Nan smiled. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. In the past month, our family was very safe. No one came to find us at all. I am very relieved. Speaking of which, I am a little regretful now. Why did I not think of this the first time when I obtained this thing? If I had, Zioxy would not have been so shocked. She might have even lost her life. If she had not been so agitated, Zioxy would not have thought of practicing martial arts, right? Your relationship with her has improved because of this. This is a good thing. That is right, but if we can stop her from being frightened and encountering danger, it is fine even if our relationship continues to be bad. Alright, let us not talk about this. Actually, even if you do not find me, I want to find you. About Costa and Mu Luo, how much did you spend? Let me know in my heart so that I can pay you back as much as I can in the future. How much? Dongfang frowned. Chu Nan, I have said before that us brothers. How much? Chu Nan directly interrupted Dongfang. Dongfang rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. Alright, I know your temper. I really do not know how much it is. I have to wait for Costa and the others to return to the company and make a report before the exact number can be calculated. However, let me remind you that this money is not a small number. Of course I understand. Chu Nan nodded. Not to mention inviting the 2 third-stage void break martial artists, just the security team under them will cost a lot of money. Dongfang, I will also make it clear to you. It is impossible for me to tell mom and dad about this, but I definitely cannot take out so much money now. I can only put it in my account, and I will try my best to return it to you in the future. Alright, it is fine as long as you remember. Dongfang waved his hand indifferently. Speaking of money, were you not worried about the tuition and living expenses after entering Star Cloud Academy? In addition, it is already November on Earth. The spring recruitment of Star Cloud Academy will begin in 3 months. Are you ready? Chu Nan revealed a confident smile and did not answer. Instead, he raised his hand and circulated his internal breath, and a fiery red light flashed on his palm. Dongfang was immediately shocked. Damn, kid, you can actually unleash your internal breath? When did you become an internal breath realm martial artist? Today. Chu Nan laughed, or more accurately, less than 2 hours ago. Damn, you were only at the initial stage Overlord body realm less than half a year ago, but you have actually become an internal breath realm martial artist now. If you still cannot fucking break through that damned cosmic heaven's gate in the future, that is really unreasonable. After the two of them chatted for a while, Dongfang moved his hand and Chu Nan received the notification of a document being sent. This is some human data analysis reports related to initial stage internal breath realm martial artists that I have helped you find recently. See if there are any that can be used. Speaking of which, you are already an initial stage internal breath realm martial artist now. Is it not better to read your own human data analysis report? I just want to compare myself to these guys and see what the reason is that makes the 2-star grade martial artists think that I will not be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. If I can find these differences, I might have a chance to break through in the future. That is true. However, how do you compare it? By yourself. About that, it is related to the place I am going to now. Chapter 166. Half an hour later, Chu Nan stopped and raised his head to look at the strange-looking building that was clearly different from the surrounding buildings. He grinned. The Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce is really similar everywhere. The continent in front of him was one of the branches of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce on the Purple Cloud planet. Although this branch office was only a very low-level organization in the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, it was still a colossus on the Purple Cloud planet. At the very least, in Chu Nan's impression, even the headquarters of the McDowell Group did not look as eye-catching as the building in front of him. Although he was suspected of his identity as expected, when Chu Nan revealed his identity as a 1-star VIP of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce through his personal terminal, he was immediately invited to enter respectfully. The person who received him was the head of this branch, Carlyle. Oh, my dear Chu Nan, when I saw you at the McDowell Group's banquet a month ago, I didn't know that you were actually a 1-star VIP of our Chamber of Commerce. It was really too rude for me not to come up and greet you. Carlyle expressed his apology with an exaggerated expression. You were also at that banquet? Chu Nan was stunned. He did not pay attention to anyone else at the banquet at that time. The only people he had an impression of were the father and son, Shui Changhao and Shui Zhengming. Yes. I was invited to that banquet and also noticed the small conflict between you and the Shui father and son. Carlyle smiled. At that time, I completely did not expect that not only were you a young hero of the Earth Federation, you were actually one of the top star guests in our Chamber of Commerce. Ha, you're too polite. Chu Nan waved his hand and smiled as he revealed his intention. I know about this research project and it's also involved on the Purple Cloud planet. However, since it's handled by Director Yu Tingfeng, it's more convenient to let him handle it. Carlyle reached out and operated his personal terminal. Soon, Yu Tingfeng's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Of course, this was not Yu Tingfeng who had suddenly teleported over from West Cloud Planet more than 200 light-years away, but a super-spatial instantaneous holographic projection. Apart from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, few countries in the entire Milky Way had the technology to break through hundreds or thousands of light-years to achieve real-time synchronization projection. Heh, Chu Nan, it's really good to see you again. After Yu Tingfeng's holographic projection greeted Carlyle, he immediately turned around and smiled at Chu Nan. You didn't have the intention to come here more than a month after you returned to the Purple Cloud Planet. I thought you had given up. There are 50,000 Federation coins every time I come. How can I give up? Chu Nan smiled. As for why I didn't come earlier, I believe you know the reason. Yes, I know. Chu Nan's public announcement of the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique a month ago had caused an uproar in the Earth Federation. How could Yu Tingfeng not know? Then, how have you been in the past month? This meant that he was concerned. Chu Nan smiled and spread out his hands. Look, I'm here now. Yu Tingfeng immediately smiled. In that case, it's settled. Congratulations. After saying that, Yu Tingfeng turned to Carlyle and said seriously, Carlyle, I believe you already know that the proposal I submitted to the branch headquarters has been approved. Carlyle nodded. Yes, I know. I also know that this proposal has been specially approved by Lord Rubes. The priority level in the branch is very high now. Carlyle turned to look at Chu Nan with a trace of doubt in his eyes. However, he did not say anything and nodded at Yu Tingfeng. I'm already prepared. That's good. Chu Nan, go with Carlyle. Under normal circumstances, the experiment process should only take you about 2 hours. There's not much you need to do. Chu Nan glanced at Yu Tingfeng's hologram. Aren't you coming? Carlyle will be in charge over there. I won't interfere. Don't worry, he'll take care of it. Chu Nan shrugged and expressed that it did not matter. In any case, he was only here for 50,000 Federation coins and the high-tech facilities that could be provided here. Nothing else mattered. Under Carlyle's lead, Chu Nan arrived at an underground floor of this building like he did on West Cloud Planet and entered a place that had a huge space with countless equipment and looked like a laboratory. According to Director Yu Tingfeng's suggestion, the individual research aimed at you is mainly focused on the observation of your body's changes. Because this is the first time you're participating in the experiment here, we hope that you can cultivate an internal cultivation method under our observation. After Chu Nan lay on the experiment table, Carlyle explained. Internal breath cultivation method? Chu Nan was a little strange. I've already cultivated the 9 revolutions technique. Do I still need to cultivate other things? We need to observe the data difference produced by you cultivating different internal breath cultivation methods. Please cooperate. Carlyle did not explain further. Is that so? All right then. Chu Nan nodded and said, then, can you give me a copy of the relevant data report after this? Carlyle frowned slightly. According to the rules, the experimental data is a secret of the Chamber of Commerce and can't be leaked. However, I'm the test subject. It can't be considered leaked. Carlyle thought for a moment and replied, in view of the fact that you're a VIP of the Chamber of Commerce and are also the experiment's participant, I'll submit this request of yours. As for whether you'll obtain approval, I can't give you an accurate answer now. All right. Chu Nan agreed. Then what's the internal breath cultivation method that you want me to cultivate? It shouldn't be a too profound cultivation method, right? You can't expect me to successfully cultivate a profound internal breath cultivation method in 2 hours. That's right. Carlyle smiled and said, because this is your first experiment, we've prepared a few simple and low-level internal breath cultivation methods for you. A few? Yes, because we want to collect different data, we hope you can cultivate more different internal breath cultivation methods. If it's a simple and low-level internal breath cultivation method, it should be fine. Chu Nan shrugged. Come. Soon, a virtual screen appeared in front of Chu Nan. On it was information about an internal breath cultivation method that was not even labeled. Chu Nan read it and discovered that this internal cultivation method was indeed very simple. The entire chapter only involved the circulation of internal breath in a mere 111 major meridians and 23 secondary meridians. Not to mention comparing it to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique that Chu Nan was cultivating, the difference was obvious even when compared to the 1st level. Of course, this was not unexpected. If the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce casually took out a powerful internal breath cultivation method for him, he would be surprised. With Chu Nan's powerful understanding and precise control of his internal breath, coupled with his extremely powerful data ability, he immediately grasped this cultivation method after reading it again. With a thought, a wisp of internal breath rose from his dantian and quickly completed the first cycle of cultivation of this cultivation method. Chapter 167. Chu Nan has completed the first stage of the A027 internal breath cultivation method. Chu Nan has completed the first stage of the A031 internal breath cultivation method. Chu Nan has completed the first stage of the A051 internal breath cultivation method. Chu Nan has completed. Hearing the feedback report that his subordinate sounded every few minutes, Carlyle raised his head and glanced at Chu Nan, who was lying on the experiment table in the distance with all the equipment connected. His eyes revealed unconcealable surprise. Although what was handed to Chu Nan were only relatively low-level and simple internal breath cultivation methods, it was unbelievable that he could cultivate so many in such a short period of time without any delay or obstruction. One had to know that no matter how low-level and simple these internal breath cultivation methods were, their requirements and styles were different, and even their requirements for a martial artist were different. If he wanted to easily cultivate them, he had to know every difference like the back of his hand and be able to make the corresponding changes. Such a quality had never appeared among the other martial artists who had participated in the same experiment in the Chamber of Commerce before. Even a powerful fourth-stage void break martial artist could not do it. However, Chu Nan casually did it. Is this guy's talent really that powerful? Carlyle looked at Chu Nan and could not help but feel a trace of pity. After knowing that Chu Nan was coming to participate in this experiment, he had done some corresponding investigations on him and learned that he had once been judged by 2-star grade martial artists to be almost impossible to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. This puzzled him. Why was Yu Tingfeng so concerned about such an ordinary martial artist with no future? Even Lord Rubes paid special attention to him? Now that he had personally seen Chu Nan's shocking performance in this experiment, Carlyle immediately understood. An extremely rare and special experiment subject like Chu Nan was what the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce needed the most. As for whether he could break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, this was part of the overall experiment plan. Carlyle retracted his gaze from Chu Nan and turned to look at the virtual screen in front of him. This displayed Chu Nan's current instant human data analysis report. Any change in data on his body would be clearly reflected on it. According to the immediate data change diagram, after Chu Nan entered the trial, the various data in his body were very stable. Apart from the occasional slight change in the strength of his blood vessels and the accelerated blood flow in a small area, there were rarely any changes in the other data. These slight changes were actually showing the effect of the internal breath cultivation method that Chu Nan was cultivating on his body. Collecting these data was one of the goals of this experiment. The Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce had done the same experiment on many other martial artists. By collecting the change data produced by different internal breath cultivation methods on different martial artists, he could analyze the true meaning of these internal breath cultivation methods to a martial artist. The final goal was to determine through these experiments what the mechanism and characteristics of this internal breath, which was very ordinary to martial artists but was also very mysterious to ordinary people to date, were. In short, the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's experiment plan was to perform a scientific analysis of internal breath. In the path of martial arts, among the 3 great galaxies, the Declan Empire was undoubtedly the strongest. The Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance was second, and the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce was the weakest. There were even more than 1,000 star-grade martial artists in the Declan Empire. Up until now, the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce only had 23 affiliated star-grade martial artists. Not only was their number far inferior to the Declan Empire and the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance, their quality was also far inferior. In the previous few conflicts, although the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce relied on their powerful scientific technology to face the other 2 factions and was not at any disadvantage, in the main battlefield, they had repeatedly suffered greatly in the aspect of star-grade martial artists. Therefore, the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce placed a lot of importance on martial arts research now. It was trying to catch up to the Declan Empire and the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance in terms of martial arts. Director, there's a situation. A subordinate suddenly cried out softly, pulling Carlyle's thoughts back. What's going on? There's an obvious abnormality in a blood vessel in Chu Nan's body. According to the data, it is possible that. Possible. It might break. Carlyle opened his mouth and nearly cursed. What the heck? Chu Nan was currently being monitored by countless advanced equipment. How could a blood vessel break in his body for no reason? The subordinate looked at Carlyle's ugly expression and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Director, what do we do now? Carlyle stared at the virtual screen in front of him with a dark expression, clearly seeing that one of the data had suddenly changed drastically in a short period of time. The immediate data change diagram displayed on the same screen makes this especially obvious. Among the originally stable data lines, a cliff suddenly fell. It was abnormally obvious in the other stable data lines. Carlyle stared at the immediate data change diagram for a moment and waved at his subordinate. Don't worry about it for now. Let's wait and see. The subordinate was a little puzzled. There was already such an obvious change in Chu Nan's body. One of his blood vessels was almost broken, but he did not care? However, Carlyle did not speak, and his subordinate could only obediently remain silent. Carlyle raised his head and glanced at Chu Nan, who was on the experiment table in the distance. Some data reports and analysis regarding Chu Nan that he had received from Yu Tingfeng in the beginning surfaced in his mind. The reason why Chu Nan had even alarmed Lord Rubes was because of an extremely abnormal change in human data on West Cloud Planet. Then, was he going to show such a special situation in front of him now? Looking at the internal cultivation method displayed on the virtual screen, Chu Nan was a little hesitant. This internal cultivation method was similar to the internal breath cultivation methods she had given him previously. It was obvious at a glance that they were very simple and low-level internal cultivation methods. It was not difficult to cultivate. However, when Chu Nan seriously analyzed it, he discovered a very serious problem. Although the internal breath cultivation methods that she had given him previously required different trajectories in the circulation of internal breath, they were all circulating in his already opened meridians. At most, he only needed to mobilize more than 10 main meridians and more than 20 secondary meridians. Although this internal cultivation method was also simple, it was fundamentally different from the previous internal breath cultivation methods. Among the 13 main meridians that this internal cultivation method required for the circulation of internal breath, one was actually not opened by Chu Nan yet. This discovery surprised Chu Nan. He had originally thought that after cultivating to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, even if he did not open all the meridians in his body in the true sense, it would not be much different. In any case, his internal breath could already circulate throughout his entire body through these open meridians and affect every part of his body. It was normal for 1 or 2 meridians to not be opened. After all, he did not know which cultivation method would have such an abnormal requirement. However, the cultivation method placed in front of him now unexpectedly required him to open a main meridian that Chu Nan had never opened. Therefore, Chu Nan hesitated. If he cultivated according to this internal cultivation method, he had to open up this main meridian first. However, the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique he was cultivating did not need to open this main meridian at all. Wasn't it unnecessary and completely wasteful to open this meridian to cultivate this internal cultivation method? Chu Nan originally wanted to give up and tell Carlyle to change his cultivation method, but on second thought, it was not troublesome to open another meridian, so he decided not to say it. After looking at the internal cultivation method displayed on the virtual screen again, with a thought, a trace of internal breath surged out from his dantian and flowed into the main meridian that needed him to open. His meridian, which had never experienced the impact of a powerful internal breath, was instantly filled with holes and was almost broken. Chapter 168. Feeling the tearing pain in his meridians, Chu Nan's mood did not fluctuate at all. As for panic, it was completely impossible. He was already familiar with this situation and was nearly numb. His internal breath opened up his entire meridian like a hot knife through butter and damaged it everywhere. Chu Nan calmly mobilized a trace of his internal breath and adjusted it to a high-frequency vibration state before entering this main meridian again. Under the influence of the internal breath that was vibrating at a suitable frequency, the cell activity became extremely abundant and quickly improved at an astonishing speed. Including Carlyle, the staff of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce outside the laboratory were all stunned. Looking at the immediate data change diagram on the virtual screen, everyone's mouths were wide open in disbelief. In the instant data change diagram, the data line that had been rapidly falling like a cliff and representing the situation of a certain blood vessel of Chu Nan was currently rising at an extremely obvious speed. Although it was far from being as sudden as falling, the sudden rupture of the blood vessel could be explained by various unexpected circumstances. The data change that represented the rapid recovery of this blood vessel in front of him was really against common sense. "You didn't treat him just now, right?" Carlyle could not help but ask. The few subordinates beside him shook their heads with stunned expressions. "No, you didn't give the order. We don't take matters into our own hands." Hearing his answer, Carlyle could not help but look up at Chu Nan on the distant experiment table, the surprise in his eyes even greater than before. This Chu Nan clearly mainly cultivated the 9 revolutions technique, but he had never heard of it having the effect of quickly healing the body. As for the internal breath cultivation methods they had given Chu Nan to cultivate earlier, they were all low-level and simple. It was impossible for them to have such special effects. Then, what method did Chu Nan use to quickly recover his nearly ruptured blood vessel? Cut off the data changes in Chu Nan's body during this period of time and record them separately. Carlyle thought for a moment, waved his hand, and ordered. His subordinates immediately got busy. Carlyle glanced at Chu Nan again and turned his gaze to the immediate data change diagram. After staring at it for nearly 10 minutes, the data line that had special changes in Chu Nan had already returned to its previous level. It meant that his blood vessel had basically recovered to its original state and was even slightly stronger. Seeing this, a strange thought could not help but appear in Carlyle's mind. This kid has such a magical fast recovery method. If he fights with others, won't he definitely win? At this moment, the data line that attracted the attention of Carlyle and the others suddenly fell. Damn! This time, Carlyle finally could not help but curse. What was Chu Nan doing? Chu Nan did not do anything. He only followed the pattern when he opened other meridians and destroyed, destroyed, and repaired this main meridian. This process was very painful, but Chu Nan was already used to it. Under the control of his almost cold and precise internal breath, this main meridian had experienced the process of being destroyed and repaired 5 times. It finally reached a level that satisfied Chu Nan. Then, he looked at the internal cultivation method displayed on the virtual screen in front of him. With a thought, an internal breath surged out of his dantian and flowed through the meridian that had just been opened, and soon he completed a cycle of cultivation. Chu Nan has completed the first stage of the A081 internal breath cultivation method. As the data line representing the situation of Chu Nan's blood vessel went up and down 5 times, the hearts of Carlyle and the staff beside him also went up and down 5 times. It was only when this notification sounded that everyone woke up from a dream. Seeing that the data line had finally stabilized and was no longer falling like a cliff, everyone could not help but sigh in relief. "Did you record the data changes during that period of time?" Carlyle asked. "I've already recorded another one. It's completely saved." Hearing his subordinate's affirmative answer, Carlyle nodded in satisfaction. He thought for a moment and continued, "Find a basic internal breath cultivation method similar to A081 from the database and give it to him." "Yes." Seeing the relevant data of an internal breath cultivation method appear on the virtual screen, Chu Nan did not think too much and directly started to seriously read it. After he finished reading it, he discovered that this internal cultivation method was actually the same as the internal cultivation method just now. Among the meridians that required the circulation of internal breath, there was also a main meridian that he had not passed through previously. What's going on? If they had said this earlier, I might as well have opened all the main meridians in advance. Chu Nan frowned and thought of the 50,000 Federation coins. He could only sigh helplessly in his heart and obediently mobilize his internal breath to charge into the main meridian that needed to be opened additionally. 5 more times passed. Carlyle and his staff stared at the immediate data change diagram and watched another data line go up and down like before. Their mood was much calmer than before. After the data stabilized, Carlyle said in a deep voice, "It's obvious that this is not a coincidence. Chu Nan has clearly grasped a special method that can allow his blood vessels to recover quickly, and it's very likely related to his internal breath. We have to study this deeply and arrange a similar internal breath cultivation method for him. We have to have more. Director, Chu Nan has come down. A subordinate suddenly interrupted Carlyle. Carlyle was stunned. He turned around and saw that Chu Nan had already left the experiment table and was talking to the staff beside him. A moment later, the staff around the test table sent a message. Director, Chu Nan said that the 2 hours are up. The experiment today ends here. He's leaving. Leaving? We've only gotten some clues. How can he leave? Carlyle was immediately anxious. He rushed out of the data control center and strode to the experiment table. Chu Nan, I know you have an agreement with Director Yutong Fong that each experiment will only last for 2 hours, but can you stay for a while longer today? Our research is at a critical stage. I hope you can cooperate. I'm sorry. Chu Nan shook his head and pointed at the personal terminal on his wrist. I've already made a dinner appointment with someone tonight. It's about time now, so I can't delay it. Is it a very important appointment? Carlyle asked with anticipation. Very important. Chu Nan nodded. Seeing the decisiveness on Chu Nan's face, Carlyle could not help but frown. All right then. Chu Nan, there's not enough time today. Can you come tomorrow? Chu Nan looked at him in surprise. Previously, when Yutong Fong told him to participate in this experiment, he was not so anxious. Could it be that Carlyle and his subordinates had discovered something in the experiment just now? Thinking back, Chu Nan roughly knew what Carlyle cared about. It's hard to say. I can only say that I'll try my best to come over in the future. Chu Nan smiled. Carlyle hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying with a serious expression, Chu Nan, if you can come tomorrow, I can promise to add 10% more on the foundation of the 50,000 Federation coins I paid you previously. Chapter 169. An hour later, Chu Nan jumped down from the bus. After following the direction indicated on his personal terminal for a while, a huge manor hidden behind a small forest appeared in front of him. So big. Although he was already mentally prepared, Chu Nan was still shocked when he saw how exaggerated the manor was. Looking down at the local products he brought from his home, Chu Nan could not help but frown. I have only brought such a small gift. Isn't it a little too shabby? On second thought, Chu Nan was relieved. Since he was able to participate in the banquet of the McDowell Group more than a month ago and even booked a small hall alone, why would he care about the gifts he brought? After figuring this out, Chu Nan let go of his doubts and walked towards the manor's door. The door was closed, but after Chu Nan verified his identity through his personal terminal, the door immediately opened and an old but energetic laugh sounded. Haha, Chu Nan, you are finally here. Come in quickly. Trina and I are waiting for you. Trina? Chu Nan was stunned. Old Master Zio, didn't you say that you only invited me? This old voice was the old man Chu Nan had seen at the McDowell Group's banquet more than a month ago. At that time, Zio had revealed to Chu Nan that the commander of the Federation Army, Marshal Kimikov, had faced a situation similar to Chu Nan's, but he had ultimately successfully broken through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate and even became a powerful star-grade martial artist in the end. Therefore, his experience should be helpful to Chu Nan. At the same time, Zio also expressed that he and Marshal Kimikov were old comrades and friends. Because he admired Chu Nan, he was willing to recommend him to Marshal Kimikov and let him help Chu Nan find a way to break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate. At that time, Chu Nan was very excited about this. He felt that even if he did not necessarily obtain any help from Marshal Kimikov, it was good to see him. However, he did not expect that Zio would not contact Chu Nan for a month. Just as Chu Nan thought that Zio was joking with him or had forgotten about this, 4 days ago, Zio suddenly contacted him and told him a piece of good news that excited him greatly. Marshal Kimikov had actually agreed to Zio's request for him to help Chu Nan. According to his agreement with Zio, Chu Nan had come to his house today. Firstly, he was invited as a guest, and secondly, he wanted to meet Marshal Kimikov under Zio's witness. It is true that you were the only one invited. As for Trina, you will know when you come in. Hearing Zio's answer, Chu Nan was a little speechless. This old man was really childish. He was already at the door, but he still wanted to keep him in suspense. Walking through the door, an automated robot with a round head and a full body of pink looked very cute and adorable. It was filled with the air of a girl in a fairy tale. Young Master Chu Nan, please follow me. A pleasant and soft girl spat out from the automatic robot and led Chu Nan into the manor. Chu Nan was even more speechless. If Zio had chosen this robot herself, he really did not know what to say. The manor was indeed very large. Under the lead of the automatic robot, Chu Nan walked for 5 minutes before arriving at a building that was not tall and looked to be only 1 floor in size. As soon as Chu Nan saw the building door, Zio led a girl who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old out. When he saw Chu Nan, Zio laughed. Chu Nan, you are too late. Shouldn't you be punished to drink more wine later? Drinking? Chu Nan was shocked. He instantly recalled that in the previous meeting and conversation, Zio had bragged many times that he had an unparalleled alcohol tolerance in the military camp and was able to drink more than 10 of his comrades, including Marshal Kimikov, without falling. Although Chu Nan felt that he was bragging, he was certain that he liked to drink and had a good alcohol tolerance. Old Master Zio, I have never had alcohol before. Chu Nan had a bitter expression. Tisk, what kind of man would you be if you hadn't drunk alcohol? Aren't you already 18 years old? You can drink now. Drink with me for a while, or don't blame me for not letting you see Kimikov. Zio waved his hand without a care. Chu Nan was immediately dumbfounded. This Zio was really speechless. In order to make him drink with him, he actually used this condition to threaten Chu Nan. As for saying that he would be punished for being late, he had strictly rejected Carlyle's temptation just now and firmly did not stay in the Noctem Chamber of Commerce any longer. He rushed over as soon as possible. According to Zio's current situation, if he really could not resist the temptation and came a little later, he would likely be dead drunk tonight. Dad! The woman beside Zio shouted softly, the doctor has long warned you to drink less. How can you not listen? After saying that, she turned to Chu Nan and revealed an apologetic smile. I am sorry, father is like this. He especially likes to get people to drink with him. Don't mind him. Don't mind what? Zio raised his voice. Chu Nan is an 18-year-old adult. What is wrong with drinking a little? A doctor? If what the doctor says works, no one in this world will die. He frowned and shook his head with a helpless expression. Chu Nan could only smile dryly. He had only met Zio once after all. Even if he admired him greatly, it was not convenient for him to say some things. Grandpa. Just as the two of them were helpless against the old man, the girl who had been curiously sizing Chu Nan up suddenly spoke. If you drink again, I won't like you anymore. Ah. Zio blinked and was stunned. He turned to look at the girl and said with a bitter expression, about that, Trina, you also know that Grandpa's greatest hobby is drinking. If you completely don't let me drink, I might as well be dead. However, Zio said that he and Trina are waiting for me. Chu Nan looked at Trina, but she just happened to glare at him. Then, she turned to look at him and met his gaze. Trina immediately smiled sweetly at Chu Nan, squatted down slightly, and bowed to him. Hello, brother Chu Nan. My name is Trina. I am very happy to see you. Chapter 170. I'm also very happy to see you, Chu Nan replied in a daze. Ha, Trina, I said that as long as you continue to stay here, you will definitely have the chance to see Chu Nan, right? How is it? You've finally seen him in person today. What do you think? Zio suddenly pointed at Chu Nan and laughed. Trina's large eyes spun around and she sized up Chu Nan before revealing an even sweeter smile. Grandpa, you're right. Brother Chu Nan is not domineering at all like in the video. Instead, he looks very gentle and makes people very willing to get close to him. Domineering? Chu Nan scratched his head. Why did this girl feel that he was filled with domineeringness? Also, was this a good or bad evaluation? Before Zio and Chu Nan could react, Trina turned to Zio and said with a serious expression, Grandpa, you said a month ago that I deliberately saw brother Chu Nan, but you made me wait for a month before seeing him. I know that you actually want Mom and I to accompany you more. That's why you did this on purpose, right? Chu Nan widened his eyes in surprise. This girl was at most a little over 10 years old, but why did her words sound so mature? She looked like she could read people's minds? She did not look like a girl her age. Zio and the woman beside him were not surprised. Hearing Trina's words, Zio smiled proudly. That's right. If not for that, you would have definitely shouted that you wanted to go home a long time ago. No, Grandpa. Mom and I came specially to accompany you this time. Even if you don't do anything, I will stay here until the academy starts. Trina shook her head and suddenly revealed a cunning smile. However, since you're willing to do this, I'm very willing to cooperate with you. In any case, I can always see brother Chu Nan, right? Chu Nan looked at Trina in shock. This girl was simply a little demon. Zio and his daughter, Madonna, seemed to have long been used to Trina's performance. Zio was only stunned for a moment before she laughed heartily. Alright, Trina. Grandpa likes you to be smart. Madonna smiled and shook her head. Alright, Dad, Trina, we can't keep our guests standing at the door, can we? Oh, right. Zio patted his head and waved at Chu Nan as if he had just woken up from a dream. Come, Chu Nan, quickly come in. Only then did Chu Nan follow in. Trina deliberately fell behind and walked beside Chu Nan. After sizing Chu Nan up without holding back, she suddenly asked, Brother Chu Nan, it must have been very painful when you fought with Merok, right? Chu Nan was stunned. Pain. It did hurt. Why do you ask this question? Since it hurts so much, why did you still do that? Confusion appeared on Trina's small face. Even if you win, you don't have the ability to participate in the finals. In the end, you can only obtain the first runner-up. The reward you obtain is actually almost the same as being defeated by Merok. Why did you have to take such a huge risk? Many people say that you nearly died in your situation at that time. Many people had asked Chu Nan this question, but this was the first time a girl who was only 11 or 12 years old had asked him this. Why do you think I did that? Chu Nan asked with a smile. I don't think, it's for the so-called honor of the Federation, right? Trina shook her head lightly. As for the remaining reasons, the runner-up can obtain a reward of 100,000 Federation coins. The third or fourth place only has 50,000 Federation coins. You couldn't be risking your life for just 50,000 Federation coins, right? Heh, Trina, I'll tell you seriously. 50,000 Federation coins might not be much in the eyes of a child from a large family like you, but it's very important to many ordinary people. They might even risk their lives for it, Chu Nan said seriously. You too? Trina looked at Chu Nan curiously. No, I won't go that far. Chu Nan shook his head. Then why? Trina asked. The reason why I risked my life was initially because of a certain someone's promise to me. If I can win the championship, he will give me a reward that's very important to me. Chu Nan recalled the promise Mu Yutong had made through Xing Yuanlin and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Now that the situation had changed, he did not have any resentment towards Mu Yutong. But you can only enter the finals after the war with Merok. It's impossible for you to win the championship. Trina's small face was still filled with confusion. Clearly, this question had troubled her for a long time. Seeing Trina's seriousness, Chu Nan stopped and thought for a moment. He squatted down and looked her in the eye before asking seriously, "Do you really want to know the answer?" Trina nodded. "Yes. Alright, I'll tell you the true answer." Chu Nan smiled. "In the beginning, I participated in the competition for the reward and the promised champion reward. However, when I encountered Marok in the semifinals, I was already certain that it was almost impossible for me to defeat him. Even if I barely won, I might even lose my life. It's impossible for me to continue participating in the finals." Trina widened her eyes and looked at Chu Nan without blinking as she waited for his next answer. "I calculated these situations very clearly in my mind. I knew that even if I desperately won that battle, it would not be beneficial to me. However, when I saw Marok's arrogant appearance, I decided that no matter what, I had to defeat him. The reason is very simple. There's only one reason. It's not for any Federation coins, nor is it for any reward. Neither does it think about defending the honor of the Federation. I just don't like him." "You're unhappy with him?" Trina opened her mouth in surprise. Clearly, the answer Chu Nan gave was completely beyond her expectations. "Yes, I just don't like him." Chu Nan shrugged. "Then, after sending him flying with the last punch, I watched him land below the stage and lose that competition. Although my entire body is in pain, I feel very good and I feel that I've never felt so good." Trina still looked stunned. Clearly, Chu Nan's words made her almost unable to understand. Seeing her like this, Chu Nan smiled and patted her shoulder before standing up. "The importance of being calm is something that you will understand when you grow up." Seeing Chu Nan walk over, Zio, who had already sat down in the living room, and his daughter, Madonna, smiled at him. "Look, this is why I like this kid." Madonna shook her head and glanced worriedly at Trina, who was still at the entrance to the door. Although Trina was intelligent and understood much more than ordinary girls her age, what Chu Nan said to her was clearly not something a girl her age could understand. He did not know what Trina would ultimately understand. He had to explain it to her after Chu Nan left. "Alright, kid, come, sit down. Let's first settle the serious matter you came for this time so that you don't have anything on your mind. Otherwise, you won't feel good drinking with me later." Zio waved his hand and gestured for him to sit beside him. Then, he opened his personal terminal and chose the name on the contact list in front of Chu Nan. Chu Nan glanced at it and immediately sat up with a serious expression. This was because that name was none other than Kimikov. Chapter 171. Not long after, the call was picked up. A man with short brown hair and a square face who looked dignified without being angry appeared on the virtual screen. He looked to be middle-aged and was at least 20 to 30 years younger than Zio. When he saw this face, Chu Nan could not help but stand up. "Greetings, Lord Marshal." This person was one of the 11 remaining star-grade martial artists of the Earth Federation, one of the 3 giants of the Federation, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army, Marshal Kimikov. Zio looked at the slightly nervous Chu Nan in amusement and laughed. He raised his hand and waved at Marshal Kimikov on the virtual screen. "Ha, Kimikov, I haven't seen you in a long time. You seem to be doing well." Beside him, Trina leaned over and revealed a sweet smile. "Hello, Grandpa Kimikov. I'm Trina. Do you still remember me?" On the virtual screen, Marshal Kimikov nodded first. His expression did not change, but he sneered. "I'm doing pretty well, but you don't look good. I heard you've been drinking too much recently and are about to die." After saying that, he turned to look at Trina, and the expression on his face instantly turned into a warm smile. "Heh, Trina, of course I remember you. The last time I saw you, you were only a kid who had just learned to walk. When you come to Earth to play, let me see you again." "Alright, Grandpa Kimikov, it's settled then." "Yes." Marshal Kimikov smiled and agreed. Then, he nodded at Chu Nan and turned to the only person standing. "You're Chu Nan, right? I know you." Chu Nan was stunned. You know me?" Then, he reacted. "Oh, did old Master Zio mention me to you?" "Old Master?" Marshal Kimikov glanced at Zio and chuckled. Then, he looked at Chu Nan again and shook his head seriously. "No, I already knew about you before Zio mentioned you to me." "Because of the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition?" "No, earlier than that." "Even earlier?" Chu Nan was puzzled. He had only been slightly famous in the Federation because of the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. Previously, he had always been an unknown ordinary martial artist. He was inconspicuous in a crowd. On the other hand, Marshal Kimikov was the top figure in the Federation. How did he know him? To be precise, it was not long ago. It was only a few days earlier. Seeing the confusion on Chu Nan's face, Marshal Kimikov explained, 3 days before the official start of the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, I had a conversation with Mu Yutong. He mentioned you in that conversation. Chu Nan was even more surprised. The conversation between the 2 top figures of the Federation, Mu Yutong and Marshal Kimikov, was so important that Mu Yutong actually specially mentioned him. It could be seen how deep the impression Chu Nan had left on him was. It was no wonder that he specially sent his eldest disciple to make that promise to him. However, when he thought of the future development, Chu Nan could only smile bitterly in his heart. Perhaps he felt that he would be limited by the cosmic heaven's gate in the end and would be unable to become a powerful martial artist in the future, so he did not have much value in the eyes of a star-grade martial artist like Mu Yutong, which was why he was not given more opportunities. When he thought of this, Chu Nan's mood immediately calmed down when he looked at Marshal Kimikov. In the end, in the eyes of these top figures, he was only a negligible nobody. It was obvious that Marshal Kimikov was willing to speak to him because of old Master Zio. As for whether he was willing to spend the effort to help him, if he was willing, that was naturally good. If not, there was no need to ask for too much. He smiled at Marshal Kimikov and asked, I wonder how Supremacy Mu Yutong mentioned me? Chu Nan's psychological change only lasted for a moment. His expression only flickered twice. However, after saying that, Marshal Kimikov kept staring at Chu Nan's face seriously and took in the change in his expression. At this moment, when he heard him ask about Mu Yutong's evaluation of him, Marshal Kimikov narrowed his eyes slightly and his expression became a little strange. At that time, he sighed to me. If he had met you 10 years earlier, he would have been confident in nurturing the next star-grade martial artist for the Federation. But it's obvious that I'm already 10 years late, right? Chu Nan shrugged. Hearing this, Trina suddenly raised her head to look at Chu Nan. There was actually a melancholy on her clearly childish face that could not be understood at her age. She suddenly turned around and said to Marshal Kimikov, "Grandpa Kimikov, you must help brother Chu Nan." "Okay." Marshal Kimikov and Chu Nan looked at Trina in surprise. The marshal was only ordinary surprised, but Chu Nan could not understand at all. This was clearly the first time he had seen Trina, and it was even the first time he had heard this name. Why did Zio say that Trina was also looking forward to his arrival and had specially spoken to him just now? Now, she was even pleading for him in front of everyone? Could she be his fan like the Anjuan who had come to West Cloud City's hospital to visit him? Immediately after, he still felt a trace of anxiety. The reason why he came here today was to contact Marshal Kimikov in advance and obtain his help. Although Chu Nan had already made up his mind and felt that it was normal for Marshal Kimikov to not help him, he still hoped to obtain special guidance from this top figure. "I'll definitely help those who are worth it." Marshal Kimikov did not directly answer Trina. Instead, he turned to look at Chu Nan and asked with a serious expression, "Chu Nan, do you want to break through the cosmic heaven's gate?" Chu Nan nodded without hesitation. "Of course." "Then, do you think Mu Yutong and Norman made the correct judgment of you?" "This." Chu Nan pondered for a moment and shook his head before nodding. "I'm very unwilling to believe the judgment of these two star-grade martial artists. However, I know very well that what they say is definitely very correct." "Then do you still want to break through the cosmic heaven's gate?" Marshal Kimikov asked again. "Of course. Why not?" Chu Nan looked straight into Marshal Kimikov's eyes and replied with abnormal certainty, "Even if the two star-grade martial artists think it's impossible for me to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, I'll still give it a try. Moreover, they only said that it's almost impossible, which means that I still have a chance to break through. In that case, why should I give up?" "Very good." Marshal Kimikov nodded. "If you give up on yourself, no one can help you. However, since you haven't given up, you can come see me when you come to Earth." With that said, he turned around and nodded at Zio and the other two before closing the communication. Chu Nan blankly looked at the darkened virtual screen for a while before lightly patting Trina's shoulder in confusion. "Trina, come, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming?" Trina looked up at Chu Nan and pursed her lips to reveal a sinister smile. Then, she stretched out her hand and pinched his arm. Ouch! The person who cried out in pain was not Chu Nan, but Trina who pinched him. This was because Chu Nan's body had already tempered to an extremely tough level. Ordinary cold weapons could not cause any damage, let alone a girl like Trina. With this force, she was shocked into pain by the recoil from Chu Nan's muscles. Seeing Trina frown and blow at her small hand with all her might, and then looking at Chu Nan's flustered apology, Madonna could not help but chuckle softly. However, Zio laughed without any reservations. Chapter 172. Late at night. Only the sounds of small animals could be heard on the farm, causing the surroundings to be extremely silent. Like every night for more than a month, Chu Nan did not sleep immediately. Instead, he sat on the bed and calmly cultivated the 9 revolutions technique. After breaking through the 5th level and completing the basic meridians, the feeling when he cultivated the 9 revolutions technique was completely different from before. Before this, when Chu Nan was cultivating the 9 revolutions technique to increase his internal breath, he could only feel his internal breath circulating in a small portion of his meridians. Then, his body, which was affected by this small portion, became extremely weak. However, now, after circulating his internal breath in the meridians that were opened according to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, he would feel every part of his body being affected by his internal breath, and his entire body would be strengthened. This change was not obvious in the nearly perfect body part that he had tempered previously, but it was very obvious in the body parts that had not been tempered enough previously. After his internal breath flowed, Chu Nan could even sense a strange feeling of soreness and swelling in many parts of his body. This feeling was familiar but also unfamiliar. What was familiar was that when he first came into contact with the 9 revolutions technique to cultivate, when he successfully completed the circulation of 1 cycle of internal breath for the first time, he had this strange feeling. What was strange was that this feeling had been happening for 13 years. Chu Nan knew very well that the reason why he felt this again was because his body had been tempered very badly before this. There were many places where even his muscles had not been completely tempered. The reason why this situation occurred was precisely because he had not been able to break through to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique previously, causing his internal breath to be unable to truly circulate throughout his body. Now that he was cultivating the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, his internal breath could affect his entire body. Those places that had not been tempered before could be further tempered, and they would gradually be consistent with the other parts that had been tempered before. Strictly speaking, although Chu Nan could already circulate his internal breath throughout his entire body and casually use it, and even unleash his internal breath, he could be considered a qualified internal breath martial artist. However, only after his body was tempered and perfected could he truly complete the transformation from an overlord body realm martial artist to an internal breath realm martial artist. Feeling the soreness and swelling in his body, Chu Nan continued to maintain the smooth circulation of his internal breath as a question arose in his mind. Be it the two star-grade martial artists or Ringal, they both felt that it was very difficult for them to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. The reason was that he was already an adult and his body was basically fixed. There were some places that he had not been able to refine and perfect before that could not be truly tempered. Therefore, when he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate, he would encounter an insurmountable obstacle that he could not break through. However, where were these places that could not be tempered and perfect? After circulating his internal breath for another cycle, Chu Nan stopped cultivating. He thought for a moment and shook his head, knowing that no one was waiting to give him an answer. The physical condition of every martial artist was different, and the internal breath cultivation method they cultivated was also different. Even if they cultivated the same internal breath cultivation method, the exact situation when they cultivated was still different. Then, the exact situation of the body refinement of every martial artist was naturally worlds apart. Ringal could only tell Chu Nan that his body might be defective, but he could not tell him what the flaw was. After all, this was Chu Nan's body and no one could understand it so clearly. When he thought of this, Chu Nan stopped his cultivation and opened his personal terminal to pull out a large pile of human data analysis reports. Not only was Chu Nan involved in these reports, but there were also many other martial artists at the initial stage internal breath realm. All of them were the data that Yu Tingfeng and Dongfang had gathered for him. After Chu Nan obtained these data, he used them to compare in detail. He originally hoped that these detailed data comparisons would find out where his physical flaws were, but after using his powerful data ability to carefully compare all the data analysis reports, he discovered that he was doing nothing. The number analysis report of every initial stage internal breath realm martial artist was different. The only pattern he could find was probably equilibrium. The so-called equilibrium referred to the fact that every aspect of the body's data was in a fixed range without any obvious deviations. Although some initial stage internal breath martial artists clearly had stronger muscles and some bloodlines were tougher, they did not show it too exaggeratedly, and no initial stage internal breath martial artist was especially disadvantaged in a certain aspect. Compared to them, Chu Nan's human data analysis report was clearly much worse. Chu Nan still could not understand the reason for the problem. There were actually too many problems. From his own human data analysis report, be it muscles, blood vessels, or the most important bones in his body, there were several or even dozens of places that were clearly different from the value of his entire body. This meant that if Chu Nan wanted to reach the equilibrium standard of those initial stage internal breath realm martial artists, he had to make up for all these flaws. This was clearly because Chu Nan's previous cultivation was not strong enough and he was unable to break through to the internal breath realm before his adult body completely took shape, causing his body tempering to be incomplete. If he wanted to make up for these flaws, it was clearly impossible to cultivate normally according to the normal method. Chu Nan did not know how to start previously, but after breaking through the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique today and sensing the change that cultivating the 5th level brought to his body, an idea arose. The flaw in his body was because he had not been able to break through to the internal breath realm previously and was unable to successfully circulate his internal breath throughout his entire body to temper his entire body. Now that he had broken through to the internal breath realm, his internal breath could still produce a certain tempering effect on his body, proving that it was still effective until now. In that case, as long as he strengthened this effect, would there be hope of completing the refinement before his body was truly fixed and there was no possibility of tempering it anymore? As for how to do this, Chu Nan placed his gaze on the remaining meridians in his body that had yet to be opened. The 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique had only opened 68.3% of the main meridians and secondary meridians, but it could already let internal breath affect every part of the body. Then, if he opened the other meridians, wouldn't there be a hope of better letting internal breath affect the entire body and refine any part? When he participated in the experiment at the Noctem Chamber of Commerce this afternoon, he cultivated many other internal breath cultivation methods according to the requirements of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Among them, there was a cultivation method that forced him to open a major meridian that he had never opened before. The internal cultivation method was a low-level and simple cultivation method, so the effect was naturally inferior to the 9 revolutions technique. However, when Chu Nan cultivated it, he clearly felt that the effect on his body was slightly different from cultivating the 9 revolutions technique. Just opening one more main meridian could produce this effect. If he opened all of them, could he find more effects? With these two thoughts combined, Chu Nan composed himself. He did as he thought. With sufficient experience of rough opening his meridians many times, Chu Nan did not have any psychological barriers when it came to opening his meridians. With a thought, an internal breath surged out from his dantian and divided into 21 weaker internal breaths that surged into the 21 main meridians that had yet to be completely opened. An hour later, these 21 main meridians were completely opened. Moreover, in the special refinement method that belonged to Chu Nan, they had a toughness that was enough to endure the circulation of his second revolution internal breath. Chu Nan did not stop and focused his gaze on the remaining 93 meridians that had not been completely opened. He also noticed those at the end of the fine meridians that were much smaller and more fragile than the main and secondary meridians. Chapter 173. On Earth. In the middle north part of Asia, on the outskirts of an inconspicuous town in the former Russian Federation, a manor was covered in a layer of golden yellow because of the sunset. Seeing the huge virtual screen in front of him fall into darkness, Marshal Kimikov turned to look at the bright red sunset outside the window. After looking at it for a moment, he closed his eyes, raised his hand, and pinched his eyebrows. It was not because of exhaustion. As an extremely powerful star-grade martial artist, he did not feel exhausted just because he had held a 2-hour meeting. One had to know that he had once set an extremely powerful record of working for 5 consecutive days and 5 nights without any rest. It was purely because every time the joint conference of the Federation's military headquarters was held, there would always be endless arguments and even more arguments ahead. It made him, the commander-in-chief of the highest-ranking military in the Federation, feel vexed every time because he had to balance the relationships in all aspects and consider the balance of benefits. If possible, he was actually very unwilling to be the commander of the Federation army. To Marshal Kimikov, who loved to show his value on the battlefield, sitting behind and playing with those damned and shameful politics was the thing he hated the most. In comparison, he would rather be a general at the front line who commanded the troops. It was even much better for him to be a small soldier who charged into the battle. However, he could not. He was the only star-grade martial artist in the Federation Army and the only star-grade martial artist who was willing to stay in the army for a long time. Among the Federation Army who revered martial arts and achievements, no one was more qualified to be the commander-in-chief of the Federation Army than him. For the sake of the overall situation and the honor of the entire Federation Army, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only be forced to sit in this position and waste time in these meaningless meetings every day. Of course, to be fair, the meeting that had lasted for 2 hours could not be considered a complete waste of time. The main topic discussed in the meeting was an important matter that might determine the development of the Federation Army in the next few decades. There could not be any mistakes. Ever since the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act was promoted, there was a trend for martial arts everywhere in the Federation. Many children and young people who were not interested in martial arts in the past threw themselves into the ranks of martial artists. This commotion naturally affected the Federation Army. According to the estimations of the staff officers in the conference room, among the young people who joined the Federation Army in the next few years, the proportion of martial artists would grow higher and higher, and their levels would also grow higher and higher. This would clearly affect the overall combat strength of the Federation Army, so the military had to make the corresponding change in strategy. The suggestion given by the policy planning meeting room was to greatly popularize one or a few fixed cultivation methods and martial techniques in the Federation Army. Coupled with the overall tactical literacy of the Federation soldiers, they could unleash even stronger combat strength in battle at the same time. This proposal itself was not bad, but in the specific process, it would shake the control of the soldiers in the various factions in the Federation Army. Naturally, it caused countless rebounds, causing the representatives from the various tribes to argue for 2 hours without confirming it. Marshal Kimikov was fed up with this situation. In his opinion, as long as he could increase the combat strength of the Federation Army, that was good. Those vermin of the Federation Army who only cared about their own interests should be chased out. However, he could not do it. Even if he had been the commander-in-chief of the Federation for nearly 10 years and had already become a star-grade martial artist for more than 15 years, he was a super figure who stood at the top of the Earth Federation in the eyes of everyone. However, there were some things that he still could not do. Just as he would take more care of the military officers of the Federation's original Russian descent, the generals and officers of the other factions in the army would clearly obtain more benefits for the subordinates of their faction. This was very normal. In the end, although the Earth Federation had joined the large family of the Milky Way 760 years ago because it had been discovered by the civilian fleet of the Deccan Empire, and then faced powerful external pressure to unite into an Earth Federation in a short period of time, the conflict between the various factions from within was far from over. How troublesome! Marshal Kimikov took a deep breath and calmed himself. He had sat in this position for nearly 10 years but had yet to get used to this situation of mutual deception and power struggles. This proved that he was indeed not a material suitable for this position. Almost instinctively, he hated those guys who liked to play tricks. This was the same for Mu Yutong. It was precisely because he knew that Mu Yutong had played those small tricks on Chu Nan and used him like a tool that Marshal Kimikov pitied this kid and was willing to help him. Of course, one of the main reasons was because Zio was willing to lower his head and ask him to help Chu Nan. When he recalled Zio's display of weakness to him, Marshal Kimikov could not help but smile. It's not easy to make that old guy, Zio, lower his head to me. In his opinion, the happiest days were the days when he fought with Zio in the military camp. Although he faced the danger of dying on the battlefield every day, his days were especially fulfilling. The relationship between his comrades was also abnormally harmonious, much better than facing those annoying fellows every day. When he thought of his life in the military camp, Marshal Kimikov thought of his life in the military camp where he cultivated desperately and tried to improve himself in order to survive. Then, a mocking smile appeared on his face. That kid wants me to help him break through the cosmic heaven's gate? But can he endure the pain I've experienced? Chu Nan's body suddenly trembled and blood seeped out of all his exposed skin. In an instant, he turned into a bloody person. Damn, I've overestimated them. The they Chu Nan spoke of was not some strange thing, but the last few fine meridians in his body. After spending 3 hours opening up the remaining 21 major meridians and 93 secondary meridians that had yet to be opened, Chu Nan's next action was to open all the remaining fine meridians. This was a crazy action. Compared to the thick and main meridians that affected the main activity of the human body, as well as the slightly weaker secondary meridians that controlled all the details of the human body, the much smaller fine meridians were almost impossible to see with the naked eye if one cut open the body. If a major meridian was severed and could not be treated in time, ordinary people might even die directly. If a secondary meridian was severed, the physical activity of the corresponding part of the human body would be greatly limited. However, if a fine meridian broke, in fact, most of the time, other than causing some pain, it would at most make a very small portion of the body feel abnormal. the effect on the entire body was minimal and could almost be ignored. To martial artists, being able to open up enough major meridians and secondary meridians was enough for their internal breath to affect every part of their body through the flow of these meridians. Then, they could rely on this to completely refine and increase their bodies, reaching the final perfect overlord body and using this to charge into an even stronger level. Therefore, in comparison, the fine meridians were almost completely ignored by all martial artists. Wanting to open all of them? Was he crazy? Chapter 174. Firstly, even if he opened the fine meridians and let his internal breath circulate in them, he would not be able to obtain an obvious increase in strength because the fine meridians were weak. If he had the time, he might as well let his internal breath circulate in the other meridians for a cycle. Secondly, even if he was really so free that he wanted to open the fine meridians, there were millions of them in the body of an ordinary person. If he wanted to open them one by one, it was an extremely terrifying amount of work. He would not be able to complete it until death. Since there were not enough benefits and a terrifying amount of time was required, naturally no martial artist would waste their time on this. Just like the 9 revolutions technique, all the internal breath cultivation methods that Chu Nan knew were actually similar to the 9 revolutions technique. They chose a method that could affect the trajectory of internal breath in the entire body and open up the various major meridians and secondary meridians needed to open up the trajectory of this internal breath. From there, they could achieve the effect of tempering the body and increasing the strength of the internal breath. According to the difference in the internal breath cultivation method, the cultivation effects of every martial artist were different in their meridians. However, no matter what, no internal cultivation method would try to open up all the main and secondary meridians. No martial artist would do this because it was completely pointless. Opening up the last bit of fine meridians was something that could not be imagined, unless this martial artist was really crazy. Of course, Chu Nan was not crazy. The greatest problem that other martial artists encountered was that opening their meridians and refining them into shape required a large amount of time to cultivate. Therefore, they had to choose the internal breath cultivation method and cultivation method that was most suitable for them and could allow them to increase their cultivation speed the fastest. However, Chu Nan's current situation made it impossible for him to increase his strength according to the normal method. Otherwise, he would not have the time to complete the overlord body tempering before his body was completely fixed. It would be almost impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. Most importantly, Chu Nan had the powerful data ability of an AI. With this ability, the time needed to open and refine a meridian was far less than ordinary martial artists. He could even rely on his powerful data ability to perform multiple procedures at the same time and open dozens of meridians in a row. Therefore, after clearing the remaining main and secondary meridians, Chu Nan did not hesitate to target the fine meridians. However, he had miscalculated. Chu Nan originally thought that the fine meridians were countless times smaller than the main and secondary meridians, so the strength of the internal breath needed to open them would definitely be much lower. Therefore, he simply divided a trace of internal breath into 100 strands in a row and surged into 100 different fine meridians in his body, planning to open them all at once. However, he did not expect that he had still overestimated these fine meridians. When he divided into 100 strands of internal breath that were clearly ridiculously weak and surged into these fine meridians, they instantly crushed these weak meridians, causing his entire body to bleed and turn into a bloody person in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the effect of the fine meridians on his body was too weak. Coupled with the fact that he had chosen the fine meridians to be distributed in different parts of his body for safety reasons, it would not have a chain effect. Apart from the pain that felt like needles in his entire body, there was nothing serious. Chu Nan could not be bothered to clean the blood vessels on his body. He focused his mind and considered for a moment. From his dantian, there was an abnormally weak trace of internal breath. Then, he carefully probed the tip of a meridian that was connected to the secondary meridians. This time, he controlled this weak internal breath to test the entrance of the fine meridian. A needle-like pain arose again, allowing Chu Nan to confirm that this trace of internal breath was still too powerful for this fine meridian. Then, he pulled out an even weaker trace of internal breath from his dantian. After experimenting like this for more than 10 times, Chu Nan adjusted his internal breath to at least 10 times weaker than before and finally successfully rushed into the fine meridian. He did not cause any abnormalities and only felt an extremely weak swelling feeling from his meridians. This feeling was the feeling of his meridians being opened. Chu Nan was already very familiar with it. After carefully controlling this extremely weak internal breath to pass through this fine meridian, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. The facts had proven that the fine meridians were the same as the main and secondary meridians. They could also be opened, but because they were too weak, they needed to be more careful. Next, Chu Nan tested a few other fine meridians and successfully tested the difference between the fine meridians. The strength of the internal breath suitable to open them was the greatest and could even be dozens of times inferior. This discovery made Chu Nan feel a little troubled. There were millions of terrifying meridians in his body. If he were to test them one by one, it would really be impossible to complete them until he died of old age. Therefore, in the end, we can't use normal methods. Chu Nan sighed and calmed himself down. He focused his mind and pulled out a strand of internal breath from his dantian. It was instantly divided into 200 extremely weak internal breaths that flowed into 200 different fine meridians. Due to the previous test experience, there were only a mere 13 fine meridians that he could not endure this time. The rest were all successfully passed by his internal breath. There were even some meridians at the end that were relatively stronger. After the internal breath flowed, there was no reaction at all. Chu Nan focused again and pulled out another strand of internal breath from his dantian. It was instantly divided into an even more exaggerated 400 internal breaths. Among them, 200 strands of internal breath flowed into the 200 fine meridians that had been tested previously. 13 strands of internal breath were adjusted to a high-frequency vibration state by it and began to repair the damaged fine meridians. The other 187 strands of internal breath had different strengths and entered the corresponding 187 fine meridians, allowing them to suffer slight damage but not too much. Through the data he had gathered previously, he determined the precise data needed to open his meridians. Then, he adjusted the appropriate internal breath to impact his meridians. This was the standard method for Chu Nan to open his meridians. As for the other 200 internal breaths, they rushed into the other 200 fine meridians and repeated the process in them. Therefore, as he carried out data testing, he repaired and unblocked it while continuously tempering the fine meridians that he had opened up. Towards the end, Chu Nan actually separated and maintained 1,000 strands of internal breath flowing continuously in his body. At the same time, he worked to open and destroy the 1,000 fine meridians. With so many different strengths and even different vibration frequency internal breaths flowing through his meridians at the same time, it was impossible for any martial artist to control them. However, Chu Nan could accurately control them and also play a corresponding role in the 1,000 fine meridians. This was the power that was equivalent to the data ability of the AI system. Chapter 175. On Earth 172 light-years away, it was early in the morning in the northeast of North America. Elvie drank the last mouthful of fresh milk and gently put down the knife and fork in her hand. She also smoothed the table and stood up gently. She smiled at the middle-aged couple sitting opposite her and said, "Uncle Berville, Aunt Molly, I'm done eating." The middle-aged man smiled at Elvie and nodded lightly. The middle-aged woman only glanced at her coldly and did not say anything. Elvie was long used to this situation. She bowed slightly to the two of them and left the dining room. Before the door of the dining room behind her closed, Elvie heard enthusiastic conversation coming from inside. It was the complete opposite of the silent atmosphere that was as dead as her breakfast. Elvie glanced back at Uncle Berville and Aunt Molly, who were talking and laughing in the dining room. Her two delicate eyebrows frowned slightly, then slowed. She had already stayed at her aunt's house for nearly 3 months, but her aunt's family's attitude towards her still did not change. Could she really improve the stiff relationship between her aunt and her family by staying here, as her father hoped? When she first arrived here, Elvie had also worked hard. For example, she tried her best to approach her aunt and take the initiative to greet her uncle. Occasionally, she would buy some small gifts to make them happy. However, all her actions did not have any effect. Her uncle still treated her like an ordinary guest, but her aunt remained cold as if she did not see her biological niece at all. After a long time, seeing that her efforts were useless, Elvie did not want to waste any more time. Her goal in coming to Earth was to enter Star Cloud Academy to prepare, not to come and improve the relationship between the two families. Although her father hoped so, the reason why the relationship between the two families became stiff was because of deeper reasons. It was far from something that a young girl like her could improve. If she ignored these questions and only treated this place as an ordinary residence, it was very good. Although her aunt's family was cold and even indifferent to Elvie, they had never treated her badly in life. Everything they prepared for her was the best, and they would almost satisfy any request she made. Of course, she would basically not make any requests. Therefore, after putting down her wasted effort, it was not too difficult for Elvie to continue living here. If only she could kick this annoying guy out again. "Hey, dear cousin Elvie, good morning. Did you just finish breakfast? Are you free today? How about you go out with me? I'll take you to a fun place." One of them was only slightly taller than Elvie. He was thin and weak, and his face was sharp. He looked a little similar to Aunt Molly. A teenager who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old appeared from the corner. When he saw Elvie, he immediately smiled warmly and greeted her. Elvie glanced at him expressionlessly and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Roddick. I have to revise today and don't have time to go out." This youth called Roddick was the son of Uncle Berville's brother, who was also his nephew. Just like Elvie, he had also come to Earth to enter Star Cloud Academy and live here. Strictly speaking, he and Elvie were not related by blood, but after he saw her for the first time, he took the initiative to be close to her and even called her cousin especially enthusiastically. It should be said that he was the only person in the family who expressed enthusiasm for Elvie. However, Elvie did not like it at all. This guy had a glib tongue and walked proudly on the road, causing Elvie to dislike him very much. One had to know that she was used to seeing her father, brother, and the masculine demeanor of the surrounding people. Naturally, she could not stand a sloppy guy like Roddick. "You don't have time to go out and play." Roddick thought for a moment and did not mind Elvie's cold rejection. He continued to approach and said with a smile, "Then, it's fine if you don't go out. The thing I ordered a few days ago just happened to arrive today. I think you'll definitely be interested. Do you want to go to my room to take a look?" Elvie glanced at him angrily, thinking that this guy was really ridiculously thick-skinned. She had already rejected him countless times these few days, but he could still pester her like this. Now, he actually dared to invite her to his room. What was this guy thinking? This time, Elvie did not even have the mood to patronize him. She walked straight past him. Cousin Elvie, you haven't heard what I mean." Roddick shouted from behind. "Let me tell you, it's the game access terminal of Martial Soul. This game is very fun. You'll definitely like it." Elvie stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Roddick in surprise. "What did you say? You bought an access terminal for Martial Soul?" Seeing that Elvie actually stopped and turned around, Roddick was immediately excited. He hurriedly nodded and said, yes. It's already in my room. Come, dear cousin Elvie, come to my room and play. I guarantee you'll like it. Elvie ignored his other words and asked, You've already placed it in the room? Didn't Uncle Burville and Aunt Molly scold you? Roddick shrugged indifferently. Why would they scold me? I didn't do anything bad. I was just playing a game. Elvie was stunned for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up and she smiled at Roddick. Roddick, thank you for reminding me. Goodbye. After saying that, Elvie waved at Roddick and turned around. However, she did not walk into the room. Instead, she changed direction and walked out of the house. Oh, God, she actually smiled at me. Roddick was enchanted by Elvie's charming smile for a long time until he saw that she had actually left the house. He could not help but be stunned. Didn't she say that she wanted to return to revise? Then, he reacted and hurriedly chased after her. He saw that Elvie had already entered a private floating shuttle specially prepared for her by Burville. A moment later, she rushed into the sky under Roddick's gaze and instantly disappeared. 20 minutes later, Elvie appeared in the shop of the largest terminal entity in New York City 50 kilometers away from the private estate of Burville. She pointed to one of the Marshall Soul Game Access terminals. Send it to the Violet Manor outside the city. Miss, when do you need to send it over? Now. Chapter 176. Countless weak threads of internal breath flowed through the countless meridians in his body that were also fine, even much thinner than fine threads. Although every internal breath was as thin as a gossamer thread and could almost be ignored by most martial artists, their strength was slightly different. Moreover, each breath had a different frequency of vibration. Some were extremely high, but some were very slow. These tiny internal breaths flowed back and forth in the huge meridian system, but no two strands had ever touched each other. They were perfectly separated at all times. If the meridians were compared to roads, and these internal breaths were compared to cars that ran on roads like the meridians, then this was like the current situation. On the transportation network formed by thousands of roads, there were thousands of cars flying around at the highest speed. The scene looked extremely chaotic, but it was actually extremely orderly and no accidents would happen. He could divide the internal breath in his body into more than 2,000 strands at the same time and could even accurately control the strength, frequency, and even directional trajectory of every internal breath. Apart from Chu Nan, who had the powerful data ability of an AI, no other martial artist could do this. Feeling that he had already increased the limit of his control to 2,000 strands of weak internal breath, he opened up another 1,000 fine meridians. At the same time, he repaired the 1,000 fine meridians that he had opened previously. Soon, he tempered these 1,000 fine meridians until they were strong enough to endure the second revolution internal breath. Chu Nan's mind did not move and he continued to maintain them. After repeating this process again, Chu Nan suddenly retracted all his internal breath and divided a trace of internal breath to circulate through all the meridians in his body at full speed. It took nearly 5 minutes before this trace of internal breath completely ran through all the main meridians, secondary meridians, and fine meridians and returned to the dantian. During this process, this trace of internal breath did not encounter any obstruction in every meridian. It flowed smoothly without obstruction, and it was extremely smooth, even in any of the fine meridians. This also meant that after half a month of hard work, Chu Nan had finally completely opened all the meridians in his body. Every single meridian was unlocked. He did not even let go of the tiniest fine meridians. It was truly completely opened. Chu Nan slowly opened his eyes and could not help but laugh. Haha, no matter how crazy my thoughts are, there's nothing impossible. That's right, if he wanted to completely open up every meridian in his entire body in the truest sense, not even the tiniest fine meridians would be missed. This was undoubtedly a very crazy idea. However, Chu Nan really did it. At first, even he felt that this was a crazy idea. It might be possible to realize it, but it was extremely difficult. After all, the total number of fine meridians in an ordinary person's body had reached a terrifying million. It was simply impossible to open every single one. However, with Chu Nan's powerful data ability, he could only control 100 or 200 internal breaths at the same time to work on those fine meridians. Later on, this number increased to 1,000 or 2,000, causing the number of fine meridians he could open to reach tens of thousands every day. Coupled with the fact that Chu Nan was almost always focused on this matter every day, he only used half a month to complete such an extremely crazy task. When he recalled that his internal breath had been circulating through all the meridians in his body without any obstruction, Chu Nan felt especially happy. After thinking for a moment, with a thought, the internal breath in his dantian surged wildly. It left his dantian and was instantly divided into 68 strands that flowed into all the 68 major meridians that had been opened. Then, it was divided into more than 300 strands that flowed into all the secondary meridians that had been opened. Next, these 300 plus internal breaths continuously spread out, finally turning into more than 1,000,000 extremely small internal breaths that entered each of the even thinner fine meridians. The feeling of his internal breath filling his entire body made Chu Nan feel as if his entire body had expanded by half the original size. His entire body was filled with strength, as if all his muscles and cells were filled with power. Under the effect of the internal breath, countless extremely small parts of his body even felt sore and swollen. Clearly, he was enduring the refinement and improvement of his internal breath. This discovery made Chu Nan very happy. The decision to open up all the meridians in his body was undoubtedly very correct. When internal breath could truly fill every meridian, the tempering of the internal breath towards the body would naturally be even more comprehensive, without any mistakes, and it would be even faster. If he could have reached this level 5 years ago, no, 3 years ago, he was certain that there would definitely not be any problems with his current body refinement. When he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, there would definitely not be an almost impossible problem that Ringal had pointed out. It's not too late now. Chu Nan took a deep breath and controlled his internal breath to circulate according to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. As expected, he discovered that the meridians used were much fewer than the meridians opened in his entire body. As for the million fine meridians, he did not use a single one. Is there a cultivation method in the sect that can use all the meridians in your body, including even the fine meridians? Chu Nan could not help but wonder before he shook his head and rejected it. There was definitely no such internal breath cultivation method. It was not that no martial artist had thought of this, but that it was impossible for a martial artist to do it. Then I'll try it myself. Chu Nan recalled that when he broke through the 2nd level of the 9 revolutions technique to the 3rd level, he had completely relied on his powerful data ability to experiment bit by bit. In the end, he discovered the most suitable method to circulate his internal breath and broke through. However, it was obvious that this was an extremely huge and terrifying project. When he broke through the 2nd level of the 9 revolutions technique, the meridians circulating in Chu Nan's internal breath were only 23 main meridians and 64 secondary meridians. Even so, the amount of work to test them one by one was huge, but with his data ability, he could still easily complete them. However, if he wanted to test all the open meridians in his body now, it was fine if it was only a mere 68 major meridians and more than 300 secondary meridians. But with more than a million fine meridians, this was impossible. Just as Chu Nan was thinking about how to resolve this problem, a reminder sounded from the personal terminal on his wrist. Star Cloud Academy has officially released the latest announcement. The public enrollment date of the new Star Cloud Academy is set to begin on the 7th of January next year on Earth. The specific content of the test will be announced later. The official reminder of Star Cloud Academy is that students who want to register for Star Cloud Academy, please register before the 31st of December on Earth and accept the initial evaluation. Chu Nan instantly put down all his distracting thoughts and opened his personal terminal to seriously read this official statement. Chapter 177. A week later. Looking at the surging crowd in front of him and then at the huge building cluster hanging at the entrance, Chu Nan had a strange expression. A week ago, when he learned that Star Cloud Academy had confirmed the opening of the next public recruitment ceremony, he immediately chose to register at the official address of Star Cloud Academy through the Milky Way network. The next day, Star Cloud Academy officially announced the recruitment details of the various branches. Among them, the requirements of the martial arts branch for the students who applied were not complicated. As long as one had a certain martial arts foundation, they could register and participate in the test. However, the so-called having a certain martial arts foundation had detailed requirements. According to the rules of Star Cloud Academy this year, the examiners who applied for Star Cloud Academy had to participate in the initial evaluation test. Only after passing it would they be qualified to participate in the official entrance test of Star Cloud Academy. As for this initial assessment, it was not handled by Star Cloud Academy itself. Instead, it was jointly organized by Star Cloud Academy and the Earth Federation's Martial Artist Union to open a total of 93 assessment points in the 19 inhabited planets of the Earth Federation. All the students who applied for Star Cloud Academy could choose a nearby assessment point to participate in the initial assessment. Chu Nan checked through the Milky Way network and discovered that the nearest assessment point was actually the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. When he recalled how Uncle Muluo had told him that the Shui family was the one presiding over the opening of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, and that Shui Zhengming would often appear here, how could Chu Nan's expression not be strange? Previously, at the McDowell Group's banquet, Shui Changhao and Shui Zhengming's father and son had a bad attitude towards Chu Nan and were filled with hostility. In the end, Chu Nan had to run to the Shui family's territory to participate in an important test. It really made Chu Nan sigh that things were unpredictable. Although Chu Nan had the intention to spar with Shui Zhengming again when Uncle Muluo told him that Shui Zhengming often appeared here and hoped to obtain more understanding of the external martial technique through the observation of the flowing cloud indefinite palm, that was under normal circumstances. The initial assessment that Chu Nan needed to participate in had decided that he could take another step forward to participate in the formal entrance examination of Star Cloud Academy. It was very important to him. If anything happened, he would have to wait another year. Chu Nan was already 18 years old this year. According to Ringao, he was already an adult and his body was almost completely grown. There was not much time left for him. Brother, why do you have such an expression? Chu Xiaoxi's voice woke Chu Nan from his thoughts. Chu Nan shook his head and threw away his distracting thoughts. Even if the Shui family was filled with hostility and disliked him, they should not have attacked him in public and obstructed him from passing the test. Moreover, Star Cloud Academy would definitely have detailed requirements for the test. As long as Chu Nan reached these requirements, he did not have to worry. Nothing. Let's go in. Sigh. Chu Xiaoxi replied clearly and rushed towards the distant door with an excited expression. Seeing her jumping around happily, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. This girl had only practiced martial arts for less than 2 months and had only cultivated the 9 revolutions technique for half a month. When she heard that Chu Nan planned to apply for Star Cloud Academy and head to Sigma City to participate in the initial evaluation, she insisted on following. She said that she wanted to try and pass the test and enter Star Cloud Academy with Chu Nan. What a joke. Chu Nan shook his head and followed. Ha, brother, hurry up. If you walk so slowly, you won't be able to catch up. Chu Xiaoxi's crisp and pleasant shout immediately attracted the gazes of the surrounding people. Although the weather was turning cold and Chu Xiaoxi was not wearing as cold as she had been a few months ago, she was beautiful and had a tall figure. Coupled with the fact that she was only 16 years old and filled with youthful vitality, she naturally attracted everyone's attention. Looking in the direction where Chu Xiaoxi waved her hand, the expressions of the surrounding people changed when they saw Chu Nan. Hey, that guy seems to be Chu Nan. It's really him. Is this guy also here to register for Star Cloud Academy? Isn't he unable to break through the cosmic heaven's gate? That's right. Could it be that he doesn't plan to give up? Didn't he even announce the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique? That's right. I thought he did not plan to cultivate anymore. I didn't expect that he would actually want to apply to Star Cloud Academy now. I didn't expect him to have such a beautiful sister. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding people, Chu Nan smiled helplessly. Although in the minds of ordinary people, the current him was no longer as famous as when he participated in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and not many people knew about him, he was still quite famous among the martial artists of the Earth Federation, especially among the young martial artists. The people gathered outside the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall were almost all young martial artists who were prepared to register to participate in the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch examination. Therefore, it was naturally not strange to recognize him. However, since these people recognized Chu Nan, they naturally knew some of the most famous things about him, including the evaluation of the 2-star grade martial artists and the fact that he had announced the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique on the Milky Way network half a month ago. After anyone learned of this, they would feel that Chu Nan had definitely given up on the path of martial arts. Therefore, it was normal for them to be surprised that he would appear at the examination venue. Chu Nan was already used to such strange gazes from others. However, Chu Xiaoxi's gaze flickered as she looked at the surrounding situation and was very puzzled. Brother, why do they think you won't come? It's very simple. Chu Nan shrugged. They all think that it's impossible for me to become a powerful martial artist in the future. Then, why waste your effort? Just give up and be an ordinary person. Tisk, they're all idiots. Chu Xiaoxi curled her lips in disdain. Brother, you'll definitely be the strongest martial artist in the future. Ignore them. Seeing the naive expression on Chu Xiaoxi's face, Chu Nan laughed. Don't worry, I ignored them in the first place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come, right? Although Chu Nan did not want to pay attention to the surrounding people, it did not mean that no one paid attention to him. A tall figure walked out of the crowd and stood in front of the two of them. You're Chu Nan. Chu Nan raised his head slightly and looked at this guy who was probably nearly 2 meters tall and extremely burly. He stood there like a small mountain and narrowed his eyes. I am. Why? Although this person was terrifyingly strong, there was a trace of childishness on his face. From the looks of it, he was probably not even 18 years old. Hearing Chu Nan's question, he stretched out a thick finger and pointed at him. In the test later, I want to defeat you in front of everyone. Chu Nan sighed helplessly. Are you guys all bored? I'm here to participate in the test, not to accept the challenge. What? You don't dare. Chu Nan looked at him and smiled. Do you think you can defeat Merok? That person's expression changed slightly. I'm only at the initial stage internal breath realm now. I'm afraid I can't defeat him. Then you dare to challenge me? Chu Nan glared at him as if he was looking at an idiot before turning around to look at his surroundings and raising his voice. I know that many people want to become famous by defeating me, but let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't even have the confidence to defeat that guy, Merok, don't waste your time coming to find me. After saying that, Chu Nan pulled Chu Xiaoxi, who was still in a daze, and walked around the burly man. Chapter 178. He had just taken 2 steps when a figure suddenly blocked Chu Nan and the woman. Chu Nan, did you say that to me just now? Xue Zhengming coldly looked at him. If you think so, then so be it. Chu Nan looked at him with a smile. Uncle Muluo said that Xue Zhengming would often appear in the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, so he would definitely come to join the fun on such a special day. Now, he had indeed appeared. Hearing Chu Nan's answer, Xue Zhengming, who was already dissatisfied, was even angrier. However, he knew very well that it was definitely not suitable to fight Chu Nan under such circumstances. Moreover, the venue of this Star Cloud Academy's initial evaluation was the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, which was the territory of his Xue family. If he were to get into an argument with Chu Nan at the entrance, the ones who would lose face and suffer a negative evaluation would definitely be the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall and the Xue family behind it. After figuring this out, Xue Zhengming forcefully suppressed his anger and only glared at Chu Nan. You're also here to participate in the test. That's right. Chu Nan nodded and seriously observed Xue Zhengming's expression. However, other than the obvious anger, he could not see much. Then I look forward to your performance later. Xue Zhengming coldly threw this sentence and turned to leave. Chu Nan was a little surprised. This guy had dared to challenge him in front of so many guests at the McDowell Group's banquet back then. It could be seen that he was not a guy who knew how to endure. He did not expect that he would hold it in now. It could be seen that he was not that stupid after all. I hope I can still find a chance to fight him later. Chu Nan sighed in disappointment and turned to look at his surroundings. He discovered that the others were looking at him even more strangely, so he shrugged and pulled Chu Xiaoxi into the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. Although Star Cloud Academy had handed the initial approval assessment to the Federation's Martial Artist Council and the martial arts organizations everywhere, the exact content of the test was as Chu Nan had expected and was confirmed by Star Cloud Academy itself. Although it was only the initial assessment, as the number 1 academy in the Federation, the difficulty of the assessment was still extremely high. Generally speaking, the entrance test of the various martial arts academies in the Federation was only a simple test aimed at martial artists and did not require much. The initial test of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch already required the martial artist to have a certain amount of internal breath and body refinement foundation. This was the greatest difference between Star Cloud Academy and ordinary martial arts academies like West Cloud Academy. West Cloud Academy's martial arts academy even recruited ordinary people who did not know martial arts. Therefore, although Chu Nan was weak back then, he still easily entered. However, the goal of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch was completely different. It hoped to nurture martial artists who had powerful strength after graduation, so the starting point was naturally different. According to the requirements of the first trial, the students who applied had to at least have the strength of the initial stage Overlord Body Realm. The novice realm did not even have the qualifications to register. Regarding this, Chu Nan naturally had no problem. Although Chu Xiaoxi had only started cultivating the 9 revolutions technique for less than a month, because she had Chu Nan's extremely detailed guidance from the beginning and had specially helped her open up a portion of her meridians, the starting point of her cultivation was far higher than Chu Nan's back then and her improvement was fast. Now, she basically had the strength of an initial stage Overlord Body Realm, but she had also passed the first step of the test. Brother, tell me, if I pass the test, won't I have to go to Earth with you? Chu Xiaoxi, who had passed the first step, had an excited expression as she spoke to Chu Nan with anticipation. Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. It's not that simple. After all, you've only studied for less than 2 months. If you can enter Star Cloud Academy like this, won't they have wasted their lives? Chu Xiaoxi looked at the large group of young martial artists who had also come to participate in the test and chuckled. Brother, why do I feel that if you enter, they'll be even angrier? Oh, what do you mean? I'm so powerful, so isn't it normal for me to pass? Chu Nan boasted. Because they all feel that it's impossible for you to become very strong in the future, so it's useless to enter. It's purely a waste of a spot. If you really pass the test, they'll have to lose a spot to snatch it. Wouldn't they be furious? Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Now that you mention it, that seems to make sense. He turned to look at his surroundings and discovered that there were indeed many young martial artists participating in the test staring at him. According to the information announced by Star Cloud Academy, this martial arts branch would publicly recruit 300 to 350 students. The total number of people who passed the initial assessment was 10,000, and only 500 would be assigned to the Purple Cloud Planet. The Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, which was assigned to one of the 5 test sites on the Purple Cloud Planet, only had a mere 100 spots. Now, as far as the eye could see, the young martial artists who had come to participate in the initial test were densely packed, and it squeezed the extremely vast Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall until it was almost impossible to pass through. Roughly estimating, there were at least a few thousand people. With so many people fighting for only 100 spots, the competition pressure could be imagined. However, this has nothing to do with me. It's a fair test, so everyone can rely on their own ability. Chu Nan shrugged and participated in the next test without a care. The test given by Star Cloud Academy was divided into 4 steps. The first step was to test the strength, speed, reaction, and other aspects that were related to the degree of tempering of the body. The second step was to test the foundation of internal breath. The third step was to specify some moves of a few external martial techniques. It required the young martial artists participating in the test to learn and master them in a short period of time. They were to test the comprehension and learning ability of the external martial techniques in succession. The fourth step was the last and most important step. It was the examination candidates' understanding of their internal breath. They would be asked to use their internal breath to achieve some special requirements. For example, there was a glass cup in front of Chu Nan and a glass ball in the cup. It required him to use his internal breath to shatter the glass ball without touching it with his hand, but he could not damage the glass cup. This test required the examiners to have extremely precise control of their internal breath. To these young martial artists who were mostly still at the Overlord Body Realm, the difficulty was undoubtedly extremely high. Before Chu Nan, 5 examiners had already been defeated in this assessment. When Chu Nan walked forward, everyone's gaze focused on him. This guy had been so arrogant outside just now. Did he really have the ability? Feeling the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd, Chu Nan's expression was calm. When he heard the examiner announce the start of the test, he stretched out his hand to pick up the glass and willed. Crack! The glass ball in the cup instantly shattered into pieces and scattered at the bottom. He had passed the test. Chapter 179. Chu Nan's surroundings instantly became silent. Including the examiner, everyone looked at the glass cup in Chu Nan's hand in shock. Before Chu Nan, many candidates had passed this test. However, up until now, no one had passed through so easily and quickly like Chu Nan. He looked as if he had casually picked up the glass cup. He did not pay attention to it, but the glass ball shattered just like that. Everyone's gazes focused on the glass cup and discovered that there were no cracks on the surface. The glass ball in it had shattered completely and turned into residue. The comparison was extremely obvious. This situation undoubtedly displayed that Chu Nan's control of his internal breath had reached an extremely precise level. It had even clearly surpassed the standard needed for this test. This guy was indeed quite capable since he could defeat Marok. Many people could not help but have this thought. The examiner's expression became even stranger. He took the glass cup from Chu Nan's hand and looked at it for a long time before announcing that he had passed the test. Chu Nan glanced at him deeply and stood up to leave. According to the questions of the initial assessment announced by Star Cloud Academy, Chu Nan had actually passed all of them. Logically speaking, he had already obtained the qualifications to participate in the public test of Star Cloud Academy. However, because there was a quota limit for the initial assessment of Star Cloud Academy, this did not mean that one would definitely obtain this quota after passing all 4 tests. It still had to be determined according to the situation of the test location. If there were not enough candidates who had passed all 4 tests, then this was the rule. However, if the examines who passed all 4 tests exceeded this spot, they had to undergo the review selection. This review test was decided by each test point according to their own situation. According to the news announced by the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, after the results of the 4 tests were out, they would determine which method to use for the review according to the number of examines who had passed the test. Therefore, exam candidates like Chu Nan who had already passed all 4 tests did not leave immediately. Instead, they stayed here to wait for the results and see if a review test would appear and what method it would be. Apart from that, although most of the examines who had been eliminated previously left as soon as possible, many people still had the intention of watching the commotion. Therefore, the morning passed. Although a large number of people had already left because of failure at the beginning, the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was still crowded. When it was time to eat lunch, because the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was located in the northern suburbs of Sigma City, there was no place to eat nearby. People like Chu Nan who took the public shuttle could only be forced to squeeze in the canteen of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall to eat. Humph! This Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall must have done it on purpose. Chu Zioxi threw the tray on the empty seat that she had waited for with great difficulty with a resentful and dissatisfied expression, nearly throwing out the soup in the tray. They deliberately did not announce the method of the review in advance just to make us buy food in this canteen. It's so bad and so expensive. Too shameless. Chu Nan immediately laughed. Zioxi, you haven't even eaten. Why do you say it tastes bad? Of course it tastes bad. Look, these dishes look so ugly. It would be strange if they were delicious. Chu Zioxi pointed at the plate and shouted rudely. About that, Chu Nan looked at the pitiful dishes on the plate that made people feel that they were tragic. He felt that it was indeed impossible to have much appetite because of them and could only nod in agreement. However, the reason why Chu Zioxi was so angry was clearly not only because of these tragic dishes, but mainly because she had been eliminated in the test just now. To Chu Nan's surprise, Chu Zioxi had actually passed the first 3 steps of the test in a row. Her results were surprising. However, in the 4th step of the test, which required an extremely high accumulation of internal breath control, she was still disqualified in the end, causing her to not even have the qualifications to enter the review list. This made Chu Zioxi very dissatisfied. She originally knew that she had only practiced martial arts for more than a month, so it was obvious that she could not qualify to enter Star Cloud Academy. Therefore, she only had the intention to join in the fun and did not think of passing. However, she had clearly passed the first 3 tests, but she was disqualified in the last one. It really made her feel very unwilling. Actually, Zioxi, you don't have to be so anxious. If you can't pass this year, come back next year. I feel that with your talent, a year is enough to make you much stronger than now. After you pass the test next year, you can go to Star Cloud Academy with me. Chu Nan smiled and comforted her. Chu Zioxi was about to speak when she was suddenly interrupted by a sneer. Heh, what a brag. You speak as if you can definitely enter Star Cloud Academy. Chu Nan, do you really think you're invincible just because you defeated that tiny Marok? The two of them turned around in surprise and saw a young man who was burly but not overly bulky. He was neither tall nor short and his entire body looked very well proportioned. However, his head looked very awkward and uncoordinated because it was a little sharp. There were more than 10 young martial artists following behind him, looking like a group. Invincible. Chu Nan glanced at him and shrugged. I've never thought of it this way. Even if it's a star-grade martial artist, no one really thinks they're invincible, right? Cut the crap. The sharp-headed man stretched out a finger and pointed at Chu Nan bluntly. Chu Nan, it's clearly impossible for you to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, so why did you come to participate in this test? Chu Nan looked at him in amusement and shook his head. Sorry, I don't understand your logic. Is there a connection between your 2 sentences? Don't act stupid here. Do you think everyone doesn't understand? It's just that they don't say anything. The sharp-headed man sneered. Everyone knows that you won't be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. You can't even become a void break martial artist. In that case, why don't you obediently become an ordinary person? Now, not only are you unwilling to be honest, you even came here to waste Star Cloud Academy's precious spot. It's simply shameful. Oh. Chu Nan put down the cutlery in his hand and looked at him seriously. Firstly, the 2 star-grade martial artists only said that it's almost impossible for me to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. They did not say that it's completely impossible. Nonsense. The sharp-headed man sneered again. Chu Nan ignored him and continued. Secondly, even if I really can't break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future and become a void break martial artist, what has it got to do with me participating in the test? What's shameful about that? If I say you're shameful, then you're shameful. You're not convinced. The sharp-headed man raised his head with an arrogant expression. Seeing his expression, Chu Nan suddenly laughed. All right, stop beating around the bush. Tell me, what do you want? The sharp-headed man stretched out his finger and pointed at Chu Nan again. Fight me. If you lose, leave this test. You're not allowed to apply to Star Cloud Academy in the future. What if you lose? Chu Nan smiled and asked. Since it's a bet, of course it has to be fair. If I lose, I'll be like you. Yes, that's quite fair. However, I just said that if you don't have the confidence to defeat Marok, it's best not to challenge me. Do you have it? The pointy-headed man flipped his finger that was pointing at Chu Nan and pointed at himself with a proud expression. Brax, a 4th stage internal breath martial artist. Do you think I have the confidence to defeat Marok? Very good. Chu Nan smiled and stood up. Then what are you waiting for? Come. Chapter 180. It was originally the break time for lunch, but an open-air martial arts arena in the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was filled with people. Only the center of the arena was empty, and all the empty spaces beside it were filled with people. Even the nearby trees and walls were filled with people, not leaving any blind spots to watch. Everyone looked at the two people in the venue with excitement, their eyes filled with anticipation. Chu Nan versus the fourth stage internal breath martial artist, Brax. Everyone present was a young martial artist and member of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall who had come to participate in this test. Everyone knew that Chu Nan had defeated Marok, a third-stage internal breath martial artist from the Kingdom of Kexley, in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition more than 4 months ago. However, although Chu Nan obtained victory in that competition in the end, it was an extremely difficult and dangerous victory. He even nearly lost his life because of it. It proved that his true strength was at most slightly higher than Marok and might even be inferior. The reason why he could win was only because Marok had underestimated his opponent and Chu Nan had erupted with a powerful combat strength that exceeded everyone's expectations. Then, more than 4 months ago, it was abnormally difficult for Chu Nan to defeat a third-stage internal breath martial artist like Marok. Now that more than 4 months had passed since the competition, even if Chu Nan had improved in this period of time, could he defeat a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist like Brax? No one thought highly of Chu Nan, but since he still chose to accept the challenge in bed after clearly revealing his identity as a fourth-stage internal breath realm martial artist in Brax, it proved that he was definitely confident in himself. Where did his confidence come from? Heh, Chu Nan, you should actually thank me. Brax placed one hand on his waist and pointed at Chu Nan with the other. If I defeat you here, you don't have to come to Earth for nothing and embarrass yourself in front of so many people. Moreover, no matter what, you're the guy who stood out in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and fought for our Purple Cloud Planet. If you run to Earth and are casually beaten by other martial artists, won't you embarrass the martial artists on our Purple Cloud Planet? Chu Nan looked at him speechlessly. The few words this guy had said just now seemed to be without logic, causing people to want to laugh. Unexpectedly, when he spoke now, it was another bunch of nonsense that was without any logic and nonsense. This guy must have not learned his elementary language well. Chu Nan shook his head and could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He clenched his fists and looked at Brax with a trace of excitement and anticipation. It had been nearly 2 months since he truly fought with anyone, and his hands were already itchy. In the past month or so, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had even broken through to the internal breath realm in one go. He was definitely much stronger than when he was discharged from the hospital in West Cloud City. In the martial arts competition, it was extremely difficult for him to defeat Marok. When he returned to the Purple Cloud Planet, he could already kill the transformed man with the strength of a fourth-stage internal breath realm and successfully save Chu Zioxi. As for now, he was certain that if he faced the transformed man again, he would definitely not be as miserable as before and could win with ease. As for whether he could really do it, he would verify it from this Brax who also had the strength of a fourth-stage internal breath realm. Brax wasted another few words. Just as he seemed to want to continue, Chu Nan suddenly raised his arm and threw a punch. Bang! Surging internal breath flowed smoothly from his dantian into Chu Nan's right fist. The first move of the Hong Clan's long fist, sitting horse rush fist, instantly brought out a terrifying force as high as 1,276.718726 kilograms. Coupled with the extremely fast fist speed, it directly shattered the air in front of Chu Nan and emitted a huge air explosion. This suddenness shocked Brax and everyone around him. The surrounding crowd stopped their whispers and looked at Chu Nan in surprise. Just from the sound of this punch, it could be heard that the force behind it was extremely terrifying. It definitely far surpassed the standards of ordinary Overlord body realm martial artists. However, Chu Nan had clearly been judged to be between the third stage to the fourth stage Overlord body 4 months ago. How could this punch possess such terrifying power? However, on second thought, since Chu Nan was able to send a third-stage internal breath realm martial artist like Marok flying and faint with a punch in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, and even made him lie in the hospital for a long time after that, it could be seen that the power of his fist was extraordinary. Clearly, it was far from what ordinary Overlord body realm martial artists could compare to. Brax also looked at Chu Nan in surprise. Of course, he had seen Chu Nan's competition in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and knew that his true strength was far from what ordinary Overlord body could measure. However, the competitions he had seen previously were all through videos and could not directly let him experience how strong Chu Nan was. Now, when he saw that Chu Nan's seemingly casual punch actually had such a momentum, it immediately made him understand that Chu Nan's true strength was indeed shocking. It was definitely not a fluke that he defeated Marok back then. Stop talking nonsense. Chu Nan shook his head at him. As a martial artist, you shouldn't use your mouth but your fists. Therefore, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan suddenly rushed forward and threw a punch at Brax. Seeing Chu Nan's punch, the surrounding crowd was surprised. Brax was also slightly stunned before he sneered. Chu Nan's punch looked abnormally casual. Not only was it casual and weak, but it was also filled with flaws at a glance. He was simply like an ordinary person who was a beginner and did not know any martial techniques. You actually dare to underestimate me. Of course, Brax did not think that Chu Nan really did not know martial arts and only thought that he was deliberately humiliating him. He was slightly angry in his mind and a ball of bright red light emerged from his entire body. He kicked his feet and similarly threw a punch at Chu Nan. Due to his intention to establish his dominance, he had already used his full strength in the first punch in an attempt to finish Chu Nan in one strike. Moreover, not only was this punch powerful and heavy, the internal breath on the fist was also thick. It had even used the fist technique that he was most proud of. The force of the fist was exquisite. Not only was the wind loud when it was thrown, it even carried the illusion of fists. At first glance, it seemed like a punch would envelop Chu Nan's entire body, and the momentum was especially shocking. Compared to Chu Nan's layman-like punch, it made his punch seem unstoppable. The surrounding crowd could not help but frown slightly. Just as they exchanged blows, there was such a huge difference between the two sides. Could it be that Chu Nan really only had an undeserved reputation and that Merok's true strength was not worth mentioning? However, in the next moment, Chu Nan's body suddenly sank. His left foot stepped on the ground and he twisted his waist. His right arm only shrunk before it was struck along his twisted waist. This punch instantly completely changed the fist force that was as loose as an outsider's. Not only was his movement technique tight, his posture was serious, and there was no way to see any flaws, but his fist even emitted a faint white light. Clearly, it was already filled with a powerful internal breath. This change in move was extremely fast and the timing he chose was extremely accurate. Brax only had time to react passively. He retracted his arm and the fist he threw collided with Chu Nan's fist. Boom. Chapter 181. A huge muffled sound sounded from the place where their fists collided. A visible air vibration was emitted along with the sound, triggering a huge air wave. It blew up the dust in the martial arts arena and enveloped the two of them. After the dust dissipated, the surrounding audience discovered that Brax was still standing in the center of the arena with a trace of caution. Chu Nan had retreated to a corner of the arena and was looking down at his right hand with a thoughtful expression. The audience looked around, their faces revealing undisguised shock. When Brax said that he had the strength of a fourth-stage internal breath expert, many people still did not believe it. This was because although Brax looked much older than Chu Nan, he was only in his early 20s and was not much older. Possessing the strength of a fourth-stage internal breath realm at his age was extremely rare, and there were not many on the entire Purple Cloud planet. However, just from his punch just now, it had already sufficiently displayed that he already had the ability to completely release his internal breath. He had definitely reached the level of a high-level internal breath martial artist. It was really possible that he was already a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist, far surpassing most of the young martial artists present who had signed up to participate in the test. However, this vast majority did not include Chu Nan. Although Chu Nan had already proven his strength in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, no one had expected that he could actually face a punch from a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist like Brax. It looked like he was only at a slight disadvantage and was not losing at all. Did this Chu Nan's strength really increase so ridiculously in such a short period of time? From being able to only take a full beating when facing a third-stage internal breath martial artist like Merok, had he become strong enough to face a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist now? If this was true, it was too unbelievable. Chu Nan ignored the various thoughts of the surrounding people. He looked at his right hand and pondered silently. He had indeed not put much effort in the first punch that he had launched just now. He had only casually thrown a punch. Apart from not wanting to listen to Brax's nonsense and use this punch to trigger a battle, he had deliberately not used any martial technique to punch like this. When this punch was thrown, he instantly felt that he had indeed changed very clearly from before. Such a casual punch had nothing to do with the Hong Clan's long fist, and its posture was far from perfect. However, he could easily mobilize his internal breath to attach to it, causing the force of this punch to be as high as 1,277.716127 kilograms. This had already greatly surpassed the special fist technique that he had used in the past. After complementing it with his powerful data ability, he could only use the most perfect posture to mobilize the strength he could unleash after his internal breath. It was obvious that after opening all the meridians in his body, his internal breath could circulate throughout his body according to his will. The greatest effect on him was that he no longer needed to be fixed to a few moves and postures like before to unleash the greatest power. The current him could easily mobilize his strongest internal breath with a raise of his hand. He was much stronger than before. However, this also made Chu Nan discover his problem. He had really grasped too few external martial techniques at the moment. Although the Hong Clan's long fist was extremely special and could help him mobilize his internal breath to assist before he became an internal breath martial artist, this fist technique itself lacked variations and was completely not exquisite. It could be used to fight others head-on, but it was simply impossible to rely on his moves to obtain an advantage. Before this, the reason why Chu Nan could gain the advantage against every enemy in the external martial arts competition was because he had an extremely powerful data ability that could instantly determine every detail of his opponent's body and respond. However, this response was undoubtedly too passive. When Chu Nan wanted to take the initiative to rely on his moves to obtain an advantage, the difficulty was extremely high. Just like earlier, Chu Nan had deliberately not used the Hong Clan's long fist because he wanted to test the experience he had learned from Shui Zhengming and see if he could obtain a major breakthrough in external martial techniques. However, when he threw a punch, he immediately knew that there was a huge problem with this punch. It was completely disorderly, and then he was indeed struck by Brax's powerful counterattack. Fortunately, Chu Nan had comprehended the principle of if the momentum is not halted, the strength can't be exhausted from Shui Zhengming. When he threw his punch, he had already held back a portion of his strength. When he saw that Brax's fist was difficult to block, he instantly changed his move and used the sitting horse stab fist to block it. If not for the fact that his internal breath had fused into his entire body and he could easily mobilize it with his mind, because he was caught off guard earlier, he would definitely not have had the time to mobilize his internal breath. Then, after being struck by Brax's shocking 2 tons of punch, even if he did not vomit blood and die on the spot, he would have broken his arms and legs and directly lost his combat strength. A fourth-stage internal breath martial artist was indeed different from a third-stage internal breath martial artist. Although Chu Nan was completely passive when facing Merok, he at least had the strength to resist. However, if the Chu Nan at that time encountered the current Brax, he would definitely not have the strength to resist and would be instantly killed. This Brax was clearly much stronger than the transformed man who also claimed to have the strength of a 4th stage internal breath realm. Fortunately, I haven't been idle these few days. Otherwise, I would really have nowhere to cry if I was beaten home by this guy before the first assessment passed. Chu Nan smiled and took a deep breath. He stopped thinking, took a large step forward, and threw another punch. Seeing Chu Nan's punch, Brax and the surrounding crowd frowned. Chu Nan's punch was much stronger than the first one. It had more or less become decent, but it still looked extremely rough and was not much stronger than an entry-level martial artist. The surrounding crowd could not help but feel puzzled. Chu Nan had clearly used a decent fist technique in the martial arts competition earlier. The punch that he had changed his move earlier was also shocking, powerful, and had a calm bearing. Why did he have to use such a rough fist technique that was no different from a layman when he took the initiative to attack? Brax was also puzzled, but he was still fighting Chu Nan in the arena and did not have the time to think too much. He only sneered and threw a punch back without holding back. Seeing that his punch was aimed at the huge gap left by Chu Nan's fist technique and was about to hit him, Chu Nan changed his move in time and threw another punch at Brax's fist. Boom! A muffled explosion that was much louder than before spread throughout the entire arena, shaking the ears of the audience until they buzzed. The weaker martial artists, such as Chu Zioxi, could not help but cover their ears. Then, everyone was surprised to discover that Chu Nan only took a step back this time. He stabilized his body and threw another punch at Brax. This punch looked a little more decent than the previous two punches, but it was still not organized. Brax threw a punch back, but Chu Nan changed his move again and blocked the punch without showing any weakness. Boom, 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 boom. Explosive sounds continuously sounded from their fists that collided, fully showing how intense the battle between Chu Nan and Brax was. However, the surrounding crowd became more and more puzzled the more they looked. The doubts in their minds accumulated deeper and deeper. What was Chu Nan doing? Chapter 182. He is practicing his punches. In the middle of the huge flowing cloud martial arts hall was an area that outsiders were forbidden from entering. It was the core region of the flowing cloud martial arts hall. In this core area, there was a wide data monitoring center. Hundreds of virtual screens were currently displaying the various situations that were happening everywhere in the martial arts hall in real time. One of the virtual screens displayed the situation of Chu Nan and Brax's battle. Shui Changhao stared at the virtual screen and saw Chu Nan, who first threw a punch. It was so chaotic that he looked like an amateur. Then, he threw another punch which was proper and almost flawless. His expression was extremely strange. Practice? Shui Zhengming looked at Shui Changhao in surprise and immediately turned to look at the scene of the two of them fighting on the virtual screen. Dad, you mean to say that Chu Nan is practicing his new fist technique on Brax? No, I am afraid it is not a new fist technique, but Shui Changhao frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and asked Shui Zhengming, do you still remember what I told you the first time I exchanged the flowing cloud indefinite palm? Shui Zhengming was stunned. He did not expect his father to mention this at this moment. He recalled for a moment and asked uncertainly, what do you mean? I once told you that if you want to truly master the flowing cloud indefinite palm, the most important thing is to master the intent within. Only by being able to let the palm flow like a flowing cloud and make the enemy unable to grasp your palm force and deal with it can you truly master this palm technique. What does that have to do with Chu Nan? Shui Zhengming was even more puzzled. Shui Changhao turned to look at Shui Zhengming and could not help but sigh. This son, who had such poor martial arts talent, would probably not be able to become a true expert in the future. If he wanted to rely on him to inherit the flowing cloud martial arts hall, there was probably no hope. He only hoped that he could quickly grow up and obediently get married and have children. If his future grandson was talented enough, there was still hope. Feeling Shui Changhao's strange gaze, Shui Zhengming felt uncomfortable. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Tell me, what does what you said have to do with Chu Nan? He is using fist techniques, not palm techniques. Idiot. Shui Changhao could not help but shout softly and pointed at Chu Nan on the virtual screen. I have already made it clear to you. The most important thing about the flowing cloud indefinite palm is the intent behind it, not the palm technique itself. Open your eyes and see clearly. Although the fist technique Chu Nan is using now seems to be chaotic and disorderly, it has already revealed some of the concepts of the flowing cloud indefinite palm. Impossible. Shui Zhengming looked at Chu Nan, who was punching on the virtual screen, in shock. He saw that his punch was still casual. Although it was clearly much better than the previous few punches, where was the intent of flowing clouds? When he saw Shui Zhengming's puzzled expression, Shui Changhao could not help but sigh deeply. He turned to look at Chu Nan on the virtual screen and frowned slightly as he pondered. It was no wonder that Chu Nan was valued by Supremacy Mu Yutong and called him extremely talented in martial arts. From the looks of it, this praise was not exaggerated at all. However, after fighting with Shui Zhengming for a short period of time at the McDowell Group's banquet more than a month ago, he actually comprehended the core intent of the flowing cloud indefinite palm, and he could even fuse it into his fist technique. Although from the current situation, Chu Nan's grasp was still very unfamiliar and could not even be called a fist technique, in this short battle with Brax, he was clearly growing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In the beginning, Shui Changhao did not see what Chu Nan was doing, but after going out and curiously paying attention for a while, he discovered that it was getting more and more obvious. Up until now, the seemingly chaotic punches of Chu Nan on the virtual screen had gradually connected. Every punch revealed an obvious concept of flowing cloud is indefinite. They saw Chu Nan's punch fly out and even his body remain lightly swaying, as if he could punch out from any angle at any time. It forced Brax's body to stop and treat it cautiously. Xue Changhao took a deep breath and made a decision. Zhengming, tell Pengju and the others to stop all those petty actions against Chu Nan. Ah. Xue Zhengming turned to look at Xue Changhao in surprise with an uneasy expression. Dad, what? What are you talking about? Xue Changhao sneered. Do you think your petty actions can deceive me? Cut the crap. Go quickly. Being exposed by Xue Changhao, Xue Zhengming did not feel awkward at all. He chuckled and asked strangely, Dad, haven't you always disliked Chu Nan? That is why we wanted to do this to make you happy. Why? I like him now, Xue Changhao said expressionlessly. Ah. Xue Zhengming looked at Xue Changhao in a daze, not understanding what he meant. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and go. Xue Changhao shouted sternly. Oh. Xue Zhengming could only hurriedly respond and leave with a mind full of questions. Looking at Xue Zhengming's hurriedly departing figure, Xue Changhao sighed again and turned to look at Chu Nan, who was fighting with Brax on the virtual screen. Previously, because of the push of the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act, the Xue family was forced to take out a precious B-rank martial technique under the pressure of the Purple Cloud Federation's government. The Xue family could not do anything to the Federation government, so Xue Changhao could only vent his anger on Chu Nan, the key figure who pushed the promotion of the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act. Therefore, he was filled with hostility. However, after seeing Chu Nan's shocking performance, he immediately changed his mind. With the powerful talent that Chu Nan had displayed, as long as he had the chance to break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate in the future, Xue Changhao was certain that he would definitely become an extremely powerful true expert in the future. In that case, why should he be hostile to Chu Nan because of something that had nothing to do with him? Everyone was a martial artist from the Purple Cloud Planet, so it was much easier to befriend Chu Nan than to be his enemy. If they could build a good relationship now and Chu Nan became a true expert in the future, it would only be beneficial to the Xue family. As for whether Chu Nan could overturn the judgment of the 2 star-grade martial artists and break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate to become a truly powerful expert in the future, Xue Changhao used to think that it was impossible, but now that he had personally seen Chu Nan's shocking performance and felt his outstanding and even terrifying talent, he felt that it was not completely impossible. Chapter 183. Boom. Chu Nan and Brax punched each other again. Their bodies swayed slightly and they took a step back at the same time. Then, they pushed back at the same time and widened the distance again. This time, in a head-on collision, the two of them were actually evenly matched. The surrounding audience were extremely puzzled. In the beginning, Chu Nan was clearly sent flying by Brax's punch. Clearly, regardless of the strength of his body or internal breath, he was much inferior to him. This was normal. After all, the standard Chu Nan had displayed in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition for more than 4 months was only at the level of a 3rd stage or 4th stage overlord body martial artist. It was already shocking enough that he could break through to the internal breath realm in a short 4 months, so how could he break through to the point where he could face a 4th stage internal breath realm martial artist head-on? However, as Chu Nan and Brax continued to fight, he seemed to have become stronger bit by bit in the battle. In the beginning, he was still at an obvious disadvantage in the battle. Now, under such a straightforward confrontation that was completely without any tricks and completely competing in strength, Chu Nan was actually not at any disadvantage. This was too magical. Brax waved his hand and felt a trace of soreness on his fist. His gaze was filled with surprise as he looked at Chu Nan. As the battle continued, the internal breath contained in this guy's fist was actually strengthening nonstop, causing the strength erupting from his fist to be heavier than before. In the beginning, Brax did not take Chu Nan seriously. If Chu Nan wanted to face him head-on, he could not ask for more. However, at this moment, Brax was surprised to discover that the internal breath contained in Chu Nan's fist was actually not weaker than his. When the two of them faced each other, he actually could not gain the slightest advantage. Damn, thank goodness this guy's fist technique is lousy. Otherwise, I might not have been able to defeat him. Just as this thought appeared in Brax's mind, he was immediately shocked. Chu Nan's surprising performance had actually begun to shake his confidence. No, I have to quickly deal with this guy. Otherwise, won't I lose this bet? Brax narrowed his eyes and hesitated to use the ultimate move he had been hiding. He originally wanted to use this ultimate move at the most crucial moment, but it seemed that he could not defeat Chu Nan with ordinary moves. If he could not defeat Chu Nan, he would have to leave the test according to the bet. That was something he could not accept. Damn, I'm actually forced to this extent by this kid. Brax cursed inwardly and made his decision. However, Brax did not know that Chu Nan was actually secretly rejoicing. Of course, he was thankful not for the battle with Brax, but for the battle nearly 2 months ago. At that time, Chu Zioxi was kidnapped by that transformed man. In order to save her, Chu Nan fought a life and death battle with the transformed man. In the end, he risked his meridians being severely damaged and forcefully made his internal breath reach the 5th revolution in those meridians that had just been opened and had yet to undergo complete tempering. Only then did he punch the transformed man to death. At that time, Chu Nan did not think too much. However, after fighting with Brax, he discovered how dangerous his victory was. Although the strength of that transformed man was slightly inferior to this Brax in front of him, he indeed had the standard of a 4th stage internal breath realm martial artist. On the other hand, the punch Chu Nan threw back then had only barely completed the 5th revolution internal breath in his newly opened meridians. The punch he threw at Brax earlier used the same 5th revolution internal breath method as the punch back then. This was because the corresponding meridians had already been tempered and perfected in the past few days, so the internal breath that erupted was clearly stronger than before. However, even so, Brax still easily received it without any difficulty. From this, it could be deduced that the reason why the transformed man was killed by Chu Nan's punch was completely because he had taken him by surprise and underestimated his opponent. If the transformed man had treated Chu Nan as an evenly matched opponent at that time, it was impossible for him to win. His and Chu Zioxi's fate could be imagined. When he thought of this, Chu Nan turned around and looked at Chu Zioxi, who was at the side. He discovered that she was looking at the center of the venue with an excited expression. When she saw Chu Nan's gaze sweep over, she even waved her arm at him and cheered. This crisp cheer immediately attracted the attention of countless spectators. When they saw that the cheers were from such a young and beautiful beauty, everyone looked at Chu Nan as if they wanted to kill him. This guy actually brought such a beautiful girl with him. Hey, be serious. Seeing that Chu Nan was still in the mood to turn around and look at the side of the stage with a young and beautiful girl cheering for him, Brax was even angrier. He roared and his feet moved, shooting towards Chu Nan like an arrow. Chu Nan quickly turned around and focused. In the battle just now, he was indeed experimenting. He had tested some of the insights related to external martial arts that he had obtained from Xue Zhengming. Therefore, other than the chaotic fist technique, the internal breath he used had also changed from weak to strong. He knew that his punch was on par with Brax's. Although he had obtained some deeper understanding and improvement in battle through this method, it was clearly far from enough. Now that he saw Brax's shocking momentum, he stopped thinking about continuing to experiment with him and focused on it. Halfway through, Brax suddenly flashed and actually disappeared from everyone's sight. A soft exclamation sounded from the surrounding crowd. Chu Nan's eyes focused and he quickly focused his attention on his ears. Then, his right leg instantly flowed into his right leg. He kicked his feet and his body forcefully shifted to the right. Imperial wind steps. Then, he retreated with his left leg and tapped his left foot behind him. His internal breath surged, and he kicked again. His body instantly changed from retreating to rushing forward, and he threw a punch. The second stance and first move of the Hong Clan's long fist, retreating horse rush fist. Boom. At first glance, Chu Nan's punch seemed to have struck the empty air, but after he threw his punch with all his might, Brax's figure suddenly appeared. He was slapping his palm, but it happened to hit Chu Nan's punch. Brax was shocked. He did not expect Chu Nan to be able to dodge his attack and even counterattack in time. The force of his palm was naturally insufficient, and he was sent flying by Chu Nan's punch. Seeing that Brax was in midair, Chu Nan's footsteps moved. He originally wanted to pursue him, but a thought flashed through his mind and he stopped. The movement technique that Brax had used just now was extremely strange, and it had simply completely broken through the limitations of space. If not for his powerful data ability, he would have been unable to dodge at all if he had not sensed the even weaker airflow change in his ears. Apart from participating in the initial evaluation of Star Cloud Academy, Chu Nan's other goal in coming here was to see other young martial artists who were about the same age and strength as him and obtain more comprehension from them. Now that he saw Brax actually use such a strange movement technique, he was naturally unwilling to easily miss it. Brax landed on his feet and took 2 more steps back before steadying himself. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chu Nan before shaking his head. Suddenly, his figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chu Nan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the place where Brax disappeared. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the other corner of the arena. With his previous experience, Chu Nan had already determined Brax's location from the voice he heard and the airflow he sensed, as well as his extremely fast and fleeting change. Heh, I see. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled into a smile of understanding. He twisted his body slightly and threw a punch into the air on his left. Boom. Chapter 184. Brax's figure appeared again and he slapped out, but he was struck by Chu Nan's punch again. This time, he was still shocked. However, because of his previous experience, he was more or less mentally prepared. He was not sent flying by Chu Nan's punch like before. Instead, he took a step back and disappeared again. Chu Nan smiled and casually threw a punch to the right. Brax instantly appeared in everyone's eyes again. However, this time, he was unable to calmly punch Chu Nan like the previous 2 times. As soon as he appeared, he dodged to the side in an extremely sorry state and barely dodged Chu Nan's punch. Chu Nan did not pursue him and only smiled as he watched him kick his feet and retreat far away. Only then did he look at him in confusion. What? Continue. Seeing that he was standing still, Chu Nan even waved at him. Brax was originally wondering why Chu Nan could accurately grasp his whereabouts. Now that he saw Chu Nan's actions, he was immediately furious. With a muffled groan, his internal breath frantically circulated and his figure disappeared again. However, in the next moment, Chu Nan threw a punch and forced Brax out of his disappearing state again. In fact, because he could not dodge in time, he was forced to retract his attack and choose to block passively with his arm across his chest. In the end, this matter happened in a hurry, but Chu Nan was already prepared. He exerted enough strength and threw a punch, sending Brax's body flying. Fortunately, Brax was a 4th stage internal breath martial artist after all. Under such circumstances, he still relied on his internal breath to adjust in time to quickly recover and steadily land. After stepping on the ground, Brax looked at Chu Nan, who was still standing in the distance and did not pursue him. His expression and heart sank. If Chu Nan had pursued him earlier, he definitely did not have much ability to counterattack and would definitely be at an absolute disadvantage. He might even be defeated like this. However, Chu Nan gave up a good opportunity and gave him the chance to restart. When he recalled that he was still confident that he could easily defeat Chu Nan, but now, he heaved a sigh of relief because Chu Nan had deliberately given up on a good opportunity. A deep sense of humiliation could not help but surge from his heart. However, as the time he fought Chu Nan increased, his confidence in defeating him continuously decreased. There was not much left. Moreover, compared to defeating Chu Nan, he was puzzled by an even more important question. The phantom illusion movement technique he used was a family secret technique that had once been evaluated as a top-notch A-rank martial technique. In his previous battles with other martial artists, as long as he used this ultimate move, he could definitely easily obtain the upper hand or even directly win against opponents of the same level. Even if he faced opponents of a higher level than him, he could rely on this to obtain some advantage and even have the chance to win. However, why was his phantom illusion movement technique not useful when facing Chu Nan? He was certain that this was the first time Chu Nan had seen this movement technique, and he definitely did not have any experience fighting enemies. However, Chu Nan wanted to know how to deal with it. Every time, he could easily determine his location and even counterattack abnormally accurately. This was too unbelievable. Impossible. This kid is definitely guessing. Or maybe my movement just now was wrong. Brax took a deep breath and calmed his fluctuating mood because of Chu Nan's shocking performance. The scene of him fighting with Chu Nan earlier flashed through his mind as his internal breath surged and his figure disappeared again. Bang! Chu Nan threw a punch and focused on Brax again. Brax twisted and disappeared again. Bang! Chu Nan took a step to the side and avoided the punch that Brax suddenly threw when he appeared behind him. Then, he casually slapped out, but the palm shadows were unpredictable. Brax could not dodge in time and could not even retract his defense. In the end, Chu Nan's palm penetrated his defense and struck his chest. Phew! Brax spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly floated back more than 10 meters. He tapped his feet and his figure disappeared again. Chu Nan suddenly turned around and took 2 steps forward. He stepped on the ground with his left foot and raised his right leg. He twisted his waist and kicked out like a gust of wind. It was the wind god's forest crossing leg technique. Thump! This horizontal kick seemed to have kicked the air, but it suddenly emitted a huge muffled sound. It happened to hit the left side of the waist of the suddenly revealed Brax, sending him flying like a tattered bag. Brax flew more than 10 meters away before landing on the ground. After rolling more than 10 times, he barely stopped. Chu Nan slowly retracted his right leg and stood up again. He looked at Brax, who was slowly getting up in the distance, and shook his head with a disappointed expression. At first, when he saw Brax use such a special movement technique, Chu Nan was still a little excited and expectant. He thought that he had encountered another cultivation method that could allow him to experience more comprehension. However, he did not expect that Brax's grasp of this cultivation method was too shallow. It was the same from the beginning to the end and completely lacked variations. It allowed Chu Nan to easily grasp the key to it, causing him to be restricted everywhere. In fact, if he was not so obsessed with this movement technique, with the true strength of a 4th stage internal breath martial artist that he had just displayed, although Chu Nan was confident of winning, it was impossible for him to appear so miserable in these few exchanges. Hey, is that your only move? Chu Nan asked Brax loudly. If not, I don't think there's a need to continue this competition. The surrounding people looked at Chu Nan in shock. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? However, on second thought, even if Chu Nan was a little more arrogant, it did not seem wrong. The strength displayed by Brax had already far exceeded almost everyone's expectations. The strange movement technique he used later made them feel that they were unable to deal with him and were unable to match him. However, Chu Nan only seemed to be struggling at first, but it became easier and easier later on. Even when Brax used that strange movement technique, he could immediately react and easily push him back. Since he had such strength, it was natural for him to be arrogant. Brax slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chin before staring at Chu Nan. At this moment, he actually knew very well that when he could not do anything to Chu Nan with the phantom illusion movement technique, it could be said that he had completely lost the possibility of defeating him. Chu Nan's true strength was far more terrifying than the martial artist realm on the surface. Tell me, how can you know my location every time? Brax asked in a low voice. Chapter 185. Is it very difficult? Chu Nan shrugged. I do not know what cultivation method and movement technique you used, but from the situation just now, you probably used a special method to interfere with my vision and make my eyes unable to capture your figure. Brax was silent for a moment before nodding lightly. Since you cannot see me, how did you determine my location? Because I do not only have eyes. Chu Nan stretched out his hand and pointed at his ear. He paused for a moment and pointed at his nose and the exposed skin on his body. You only interfered with my vision, but my ears were not affected. With the sound I heard, the smell, and the change in the surrounding airflow, I could easily determine your location. This is not difficult. The surrounding audience were shocked and could not help but discuss among themselves. It is one thing to hear sounds, but how can the smell and perception of the surrounding airflow be so clear? Is this guy bragging? I do not think so. Did you hear Brax's voice when he used that movement technique? No. Compared to the shock of the surrounding audience, Brax's body suddenly shook, and the shock in his mind far exceeded. Others did not understand the phantom illusion movement technique, but he naturally knew it very well. The reason why the phantom illusion movement technique could be evaluated as an A-rank cultivation method was because when it was cultivated to a powerful state, it could rely on the complementation of the internal breath cultivation method to interfere with the enemy's vision, hearing, smell, touch, and all other senses towards the outside world, causing the other party to be completely unable to capture his situation and obtain an absolute advantage in battle. According to the description of this cultivation method that his father had taught him, when the ancestor of the family had cultivated the phantom illusion movement technique to its strongest state, once he used it, he could completely conceal all his aura. To others, he could be almost completely invisible and not be sensed by anyone. Even the most advanced and high-end detector produced by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce could not detect it. It was enough to be called a legendary phantom. Of course, Brax himself was far from reaching this realm. He had only been told by his father that he was qualified to cultivate this movement technique when he broke through to the internal breath realm 6 years ago. After 6 years of cultivation, he had only grasped the extent to which he could use the phantom illusion movement technique to affect the enemy's vision. He was still far from disturbing the other party's 5 senses. However, even so, he had never failed to use this movement technique in previous battles. It was only today that he encountered Chu Nan that he suffered a loss. Chu Nan's performance in the battle earlier could even be said to have completely broken the phantom illusion movement technique. Brax did not understand how Chu Nan could do it earlier. Now that he heard his answer, he understood, but the shock he felt was much stronger than in the battle earlier. This guy was clearly only 18 years old. From the looks of it, he had just broken through to the initial stage internal breath realm. How could he be able to use his 5 senses to sense the enemy in battle at the same time? This was a trait that usually only those veteran martial artists with incomparably rich combat experience could possess. Of course, Chu Nan's answer also made Brax completely understand that the possibility of victory had completely disappeared. He had already lost this competition. However, when he recalled the bet he made before the competition with Chu Nan, Brax could not take the initiative to admit defeat. He stared at Chu Nan for a while before suddenly snorting heavily. His feet suddenly kicked off and his body flew high into the air. He flew above the heads of the surrounding people and landed on a wall beside the martial arts arena. With a leap, he had already disappeared into the shadows of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. Seeing that Brax had actually run away, the surrounding crowd was immediately stunned. After a long time, a low curse sounded in the crowd. Damn, this guy actually fled just like that? Is not this too shameless? He clearly lost, but he actually did not admit defeat and ran away. That is right. To think he even made a bet with Chu Nan that whoever loses will leave the test. From the looks of it, he is definitely going to go back on his words. Damn, this coward is not worthy to be a martial artist of our Purple Cloud planet. If he obtains the spot and represents our Purple Cloud planet to participate in the Star Cloud Academy's test, then he is simply embarrass our entire Purple Cloud planet. Right, if he still dares to appear in the afternoon, I guarantee that I will curse him to death. Right, we definitely cannot let him participate in the test again. If he dares to come, we will curse him. Actually, he might not have lost, right? No matter what, he is a 4th stage internal breath realm martial artist. It is not that easy to lose. You are actually speaking up for him? You are on his side? Do you want to be as shameless as him? You can even deny losing a bet? When he saw his companions who had appeared with Brax being berated by the other young martial artists around him and had no choice but to leave in despair, Chu Nan could not help but smile. The Federation government had always been working to eliminate the regional differences between the various planets of the Federation. Now, it seemed that the effect was not great. At the very least, the martial artists on the Purple Cloud planet would mention this from time to time. In fact, the battle between Chu Nan and Brax did not last long, but it took more than half an hour. After Brax left, Chu Nan and the other examined shockingly discovered that there was less than 10 minutes until the assessment officially began at 1 o'clock p.m. After receiving the reminder that the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall had sent to every examinee in advance, the surrounding crowd did not have the time to worm their way into Chu Nan's good books and walked back to the examination hall with him. In fact, more than half of the examens had already been eliminated in the morning as initial evaluation, so after only about an hour and a half of the initial evaluation in the afternoon, they had already tested all the examens who had signed up and determined the final pass list. To be able to complete the initial assessment of thousands of examens in less than a day, it had to be said that the efficiency of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was extremely high. However, at this moment, no one had the time to praise this point. Everyone's attention was focused on the thing they were most concerned about. According to the number announced after the end of the initial evaluation, the total number of examens who had passed the initial evaluation was 287. This meant that they had to undergo a review test and eliminate at least 187 examens. The number of examens who had to be eliminated even exceeded the quota set by Star Cloud Academy. It was enough to prove that the average standard of the young martial artists on the Purple Cloud planet was very good. They could be ranked at the top of the 19 inhabited planets in the entire Earth Federation. However, to the examens participating in the test, this was not important. What they were concerned about was the specific content of the review test. What method did the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall plan to use to eliminate the selection? As for the problem that Chu Nan was concerned about, it was one more than the other examens who had passed the initial assessment. The father and son, Xue Changhao and Xue Zhengming, were both filled with hostility towards him. Then, would the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall secretly do something to him in the review test? Chapter 186. 2 days later, Chu Nan appeared in front of Old Master Zio's private manor. As soon as he arrived at the door and was recognized by the door system, Zio's voice sounded. "Heh, Chu Nan, you are here. You brought your girlfriend here this time?" Chu Nan laughed and glanced at Chu Zioxi before shaking his head. "No, she is not my girlfriend. She is my sister." "Your sister?" Zio's voice paused. "Oh, I remember now. It is the girl you helped her get many celebrity autographs and photos at the last banquet? So it is your sister." "Yes, it is her." Chu Nan smiled and gestured for Chu Zioxi to go up and show her face. Chu Zioxi glanced at the wide and gorgeous manor behind the door nervously. She carefully approached and spoke timidly. "Hello, Grandpa Zio." "Grandpa." Zio suddenly raised her voice. "Hey, kid, did you teach her to call me that? I am not that old." Chu Nan could not help but laugh. "Old master, Trina called me brother. There is nothing wrong with my sister calling you grandpa." "Humph, Alright, stop talking nonsense at the door. Hurry up and come in. Trina is waiting for you. The door slowly opened. Chu Nan pulled Chu Xiaoxi, who was still looking around, and walked in. The person who came out to welcome the two of them was still the pink automatic robot from last time. This was the first time Chu Xiaoxi had seen an automatic robot with such a special style that was filled with fairy tales. She could not help but be very interested and kept walking around the automatic robot along the way. When the two of them arrived at the door of the previous hall, Trina immediately jumped out. Brother Chu Nan, you are finally here. Chu Xiaoxi immediately forgot to continue teasing the pink automatic robot. She sized up Trina, who rushed over with great interest and leaned towards Chu Nan's ear with a shocked expression. Brother, so you are a perverted lolicon. Pew! Chu Nan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned around and glared at Chu Xiaoxi. What do you mean? Because you have always told me that Grandpa Xiao has a very beautiful granddaughter, I thought you had fallen for her. I did not expect her to be beautiful, but she is so young. Is it too early for you to like her? When do I say? Chu Nan still wanted to refute, but he discovered that Trina had already run over. He could only glare at Chu Xiaoxi before changing into a smile and turning to look at her. Hey, Trina, I heard from your grandfather that you are leaving here with Mom tomorrow? That is right. Trina agreed clearly and looked curiously at Chu Xiaoxi, who was standing beside Chu Nan. Oh, this is my sister, Chu Xiaoxi. Hello, Sister Xiaoxi. Trina immediately bowed obediently to Chu Xiaoxi and called out sweetly. A beautiful, cute, and polite girl like Trina was naturally liked by everyone. Chu Xiaoxi immediately smiled when she was called sister sweetly. She replied softly and took out an exquisite box from her bag to hand to Trina. Hey, hello Trina. This is a gift for you. I made it myself. Open it and see if you like it? Yes, thank you, Sister Xiaoxi. Trina did not act coy at all. She smiled and thanked him before taking the box and opening it in front of them. Inside the box was a row of ornaments made of various flowers, green leaves, and the roots of plants. Every style was different. They are all made of the flowers and plants I gathered myself. Then, I used preservation technology to solidify them. They can maintain their freshness for a year in the sealed box. After taking them out, I can guarantee that they will completely maintain their original freshness for a day. It should be quite good to wear them on my chest. Chu Xiaoxi explained to Trina with a nervous expression. I wonder if Trina likes this gift? Trina immediately raised her head and revealed an extremely bright smile at Chu Xiaoxi. I like it very much. This is the first time I have received such a fresh and beautiful gift. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxi. Only then did Chu Xiaoxi heave a sigh of relief and smile. It is great that you like it. I was worried that you would definitely have seen all kinds of strange and novel gifts and not fancy such a simple gift. However, I do not have the money to buy such a good gift for you. No. Trina shook her head with a serious expression and said, Sister Xiaoxi, I have indeed received many valuable gifts, but those are only things that those people casually bought with money. Apart from being a little expensive, it is meaningless. Compared to those gifts, I prefer this gift that you made yourself, Sister Xiaoxi, because it represents your sincerity, right? Moreover, these ornament flowers are so beautiful and unique. If I wear them to school, my classmates will definitely be very envious. With that, Trina picked out a flower from the box. Sister Xiaoxi, can I put on one now? Of course, I can help you. Chu Xiaoxi happily took the flower from her hand and carefully helped her pin it on her chest. Seeing their happy expressions, Chu Nan had a strange expression. No matter how many times he interacted with Trina, he would be surprised by the maturity she displayed that far exceeded her age. Although Chu Xiaoxi was 5 years older than Trina, she was probably far inferior in this aspect. This was the huge difference between the two of them, born in different family environments, just like the huge difference between Chu Nan and those young martial artists who were born in a martial arts family and had a complete martial arts inheritance. Alright, stop standing there foolishly. Trina, bring the two of them in. Xiao's voice suddenly sounded from the room. Alright, Grandpa. Trina replied crisply and made an inviting gesture. Brother Chu Nan, Sister Xiaoxi, please come in. Chu Nan had already come a few times in the recent period of time and was naturally familiar with the place. However, because it was her first time here, Chu Xiaoxi was still a little reserved. The two of them entered the house. Xiao's daughter, who was also Trina's mother, Madonna, met them first. She was also smiling as she warmly invited the two of them to sit. After Chu Xiaoxi bowed to Xiao and Madonna, Xiao said bluntly, Chu Nan, I heard that you have already passed the initial test of Star Cloud Academy. Have you decided when to go to Earth? Chapter 187. I plan to go a week early. If I calculate the time, I'll leave in 10 days, Chu Nan replied. Only a week early. Xiao frowned, isn't the time too short? Don't you plan to go to Earth in advance to familiarize yourself with the situation? Moreover, I'm certain that before Star Cloud Academy's admissions, there will definitely be many young elite martial artists from the Federation from all over the Earth. If you go early, you can also communicate with them. It should be very helpful in improving yourself. You're right. Chu Nan nodded with certainty before spreading out his hands with a bitter smile. However, if I go a day earlier, I'll have to stay on Earth for another day and spend an additional day. In order to pay for my tuition in Star Cloud Academy in the future, I have to save as much as I can. Saving money. Xiao looked at Chu Nan with a strange expression and laughed as he shook his head. Alright, you have your own plans, so I won't say anything. Speaking of which, I'm very surprised that you actually passed the initial assessment so smoothly. Did the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall not deliberately make things difficult for you? No, Chu Nan smiled and shook his head, feeling a little strange. Old Master Zio knew what had happened at the banquet and naturally knew that the Shui father and son were hostile to him. It was not strange for him to ask this question. The thing that really puzzled Chu Nan was the same as Zio's question. In the initial assessment 2 days ago, the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall actually did not set any special obstruction for Chu Nan and did not have any methods to obstruct him. Therefore, Chu Nan relied on his strength that clearly surpassed his peers or even higher to easily pass the review test and obtain the spot to participate in the final test of Star Cloud Academy. This made Chu Nan feel very strange. Could it be that the Shui father and son were so upright that even if they were filled with hostility, they were unwilling to use small methods to take revenge on him? If that was the case, his impression of the Shui father and son would change. Shui Changhao is not stupid. If he eliminates you in such a simple test, once it's exposed, the Shui family won't have a good time. Zio sneered and continued to ask Chu Nan, since you plan to go to Earth a week in advance, you can make time to see Kimikov. Yes, I came to see you this time to ask Marshal Kimikov in advance. When can he take the time to see me? There's no need to ask. Zio waved her hand. Kimikov said that as long as you reach Earth, you can see him at any time. You only need to inform him in advance. Really? Chu Nan raised his voice in surprise. Marshal Kimikov was the top figure of the Federation. In his opinion, he should be busy with work and abnormally busy. How could he see Chu Nan so easily? Seeing Chu Nan's unbelievable expression, Zio chuckled. What? You don't believe in my reputation? Let me tell you, if I want to see Kimikov, I don't even need to inform him in advance. I just kicked open his door and entered. Chu Nan could only smile bitterly. How can I be compared to you? You and Marshal Kimikov are old friends of many years, and I'm only a kid he has never seen. So what? I specially recommended you to him. He has to give me face no matter what. Zio raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. In short, don't waste time. Just go. Of course, I can only help you meet him. As for whether you can really be helped by him to resolve your problem, I can't say. That's enough. Chu Nan revealed a smile that was filled with understanding. Only if Marshal Kimikov is willing to impart me some experience will I be completely confident in solving the problem of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. I like your confidence. Young people should be like you. Trina, you should remember this. Forget about this kid's other strengths, but you have to learn about confidence. Yes, grandfather. Trina nodded forcefully and asked Chu Nan with anticipation, Brother Chu Nan, you said that you would come to Earth a week before Star Cloud Academy's recruitment. Yes, other than meeting Marshal Kimikov, we have to prepare in advance for the exam. Trina immediately turned to look at Madonna. Mom, when are we going to Earth? Madonna revealed a warm and helpless smile. We should meet your uncle on Earth in half a month. That's great. Trina happily clapped her hands and turned to look at Chu Nan again. Brother Chu Nan, you shouldn't have started your exam in half a month. When I reach Earth, I'll find you to go out and play, okay? Although I'm not very familiar with Earth, I've been there many times after all. I can bring you to some fun places. All right. Chu Nan smiled and replied, then, I'll go to Earth first and wait for your arrival. Then it's settled. Trina smiled and turned to Chu Zioxi who had not spoken. Sister Zioxi, will you go to Earth with Brother Chu Nan? Chu Zioxi smiled bitterly and shook her head helplessly. I didn't pass the initial assessment of Star Cloud Academy. I won't go to Earth. If possible, I really want to go to Earth to play. I've never been to Earth in my life. Is that so? That's a pity. Trina was a little disappointed. I even said that I would bring you and Brother Chu Nan to play. It seems that if I see you again, I can only come to Grandpa's place during my next break. Sister Zioxi, don't forget me the next time I come here. Chu Zioxi could not help but laugh. Don't worry, you're such a beautiful and sensible little sister. How could I forget you? Trina wanted to say something else, but Zio suddenly coughed lightly. Trina, since you're so close to your sister Zioxi, why don't you take her out to walk around and let her familiarize herself with her grandfather's house? Trina looked back at Zio in confusion. Her eyes darted around as she nodded lightly. She stood up and pulled Chu Zioxi up. Sister Zioxi, let me bring you to Grandpa's small garden to take a look. There are a few bouquets of flowers that I planted when I first arrived. They don't look very good now. Sister Zioxi, you should know how to plant flowers very well, right? Come teach me. Chu Zioxi looked at Chu Nan and gestured with her eyes. Chu Nan smiled and nodded. Go play with Trina. She's leaving tomorrow. Seeing that Chu Zioxi was pulled out by Trina, Madonna stood up. It's getting late. I'll go prepare lunch. Dad, you can chat with Chu Nan slowly. Chu Nan, you don't have to be polite. Just treat this as your home. I will. Chu Nan smiled. After Madonna left, Chu Nan looked at Zio. Old Master, do you have anything to say to me? I should be the one asking you this, right? Old Master Zio sneered. Tell me, why did you specially bring your sister here? Old Master, you're really perceptive. Chu Nan smiled and his expression became serious. Previously, because of the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique, my family and I have encountered danger. I've already mentioned it to you last time. Yes, I've heard you mention it before. I've also seen relevant reports on the Federation's news. However, ever since you announced the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique, hasn't this matter been stopped? That's right. However, I'm about to leave the Purple Cloud planet. I'm a little worried that no one in my family can protect them after I leave. If they encounter any danger, it'll be too late. Therefore, so you want me to take care of them? Zio smiled and waved her hand. It's just a small matter. You can just mention it. Why do you have to put on such a serious attitude? Alright, I promise you. You don't have to worry. You've already publicized the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique. Others won't be able to obtain anything from your family. There won't be any danger. It's naturally best if there's no danger. Chu Nan smiled. No matter what, thank you for your help. Xiao smiled at Chu Nan. There's no need to be so polite. I think you're pleasing to the eye, so I'm willing to help you. If I don't like you, it's useless for you to kneel down and beg me. If you want to repay me, it's very simple. Break through the cosmic heavens gate for me and let those fellows see the determination of our purple cloud planet's martial artists. Chu Nan nodded seriously. I definitely will. Chapter 188. After lunch, Chu Nan rejected the enthusiastic invitation of Xiao's family to stay. After leaving Xiao's private manor, Chu Xiaoxi wanted to take advantage of the rare opportunity to come to Sigma City to shop with her classmate who she had long made an appointment with. Chu Nan directly arrived at the Noctem Chamber of Commerce building in the city. Under the temptation of an additional 10% reward the next time he went, Chu Nan indeed participated in another experiment the next day. He obtained a high reward of 105,000 Federation coins after going twice. He had originally thought that since Carlyle was so anxious to let him participate in the experiment for 2 consecutive days, he would definitely continue to let him come many times. In this way, he could obtain a large amount of remuneration and might even completely resolve the tuition and living expenses problem of Star Cloud Academy. However, he did not expect that after his second visit, Carlyle would tell Chu Nan that he had already gathered enough data and did not need his participation for the time being, preventing him from obtaining additional income for the past month. Therefore, when he saw Chu Nan today, Carlyle was a little surprised. Why are you here today? The data analysis has not produced any results at the moment. The next phase of the experiment has not begun, so I don't need you to participate for the time being. I know. I came this time to ask you to help me, Chu Nan said. Help you? What help do you need? Carlyle looked at him in confusion. I hope you can help me do an especially detailed human data test. The more detailed the better, Chu Nan said. In addition, you should have the latest Martial Soul data access terminal here, right? Can you sell me one? When I go anywhere else to buy it, they tell me there is no stock. No stock. Carlyle was even more puzzled. You are a star VIP of our Chamber of Commerce. As long as you show your identity, all the distributors will give you the highest priority in terms of supply. How can there be no stock? Is that so? Chu Nan was stunned. Seeing Chu Nan's reaction, Carlyle was also stunned. Did you not reveal your identity as a VIP? That. Chu Nan smiled awkwardly. I thought that thing was only useful in your territory. Carlyle shook his head helplessly. Star VIPs represent the top guests of our Noctem Chamber of Commerce. You have to get used to the convenience it brings you in the future. Heh, I am still not used to it. Chu Nan smiled in embarrassment. Alright, regarding the latest version of the Martial Soul Data Access Terminal, I can arrange it for you and give you a 20% discount according to the rules of a 1-star VIP. As for making a particularly detailed human data test for you, can I ask what you want to use it for? Chu Nan stretched out his hand. His internal breath surged and a faint milky white light lit up in his palm. Did I not obtain many human data reports of initial stage internal breath realm martial artists from your Noctem Chamber of Commerce previously? It is to compare myself to other initial stage internal breath realm martial artists and see what the main difference is in my body. Now that I have also broken through to the initial stage internal breath realm, I want to make a detailed human data analysis report and compare the difference. Carlyle was shocked and his eyes widened slightly as he looked at Chu Nan in surprise. This was the first time he had heard Chu Nan explain his thoughts. On careful thought, Carlyle discovered that Chu Nan's words contained an extremely rich meaning. The human data analysis report was actually a very boring thing and was very professional. The data on it was strange and extremely complicated. Not to mention completely understanding it, it was already very difficult for ordinary people to read it completely. Previously, when he learned from Yu Tingfeng that Chu Nan had obtained a large number of human data reports from an initial stage internal breath realm martial artist, Carlyle still could not understand why Chu Nan needed these things. Now that he heard Chu Nan say this, it meant that not only could he understand these human data reports, he could even use them to compare and analyze his own human data reports and find the difference. If Chu Nan really had such an ability, he would even be qualified to be a data analyst of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. What surprised him even more was Chu Nan's tone when he spoke. He spoke very naturally and firmly as if this was something that was very natural to him and was not difficult. Moreover, from his tone, he could guess another possibility. You mean that, after finding the difference in data between you and the other initial stage internal breath realm martial artists, you can adjust your body according to these differences? Carlyle could not help but ask. I am not completely confident in this. Chu Nan shrugged. I can only say that I can use the data to find the flaws in my body and cultivate corresponding flaws to make up for them as much as possible. You also know that the 2-star grade martial artists think it is almost impossible for me to break through the cosmic heavens gate in the future because the degree of tempering of my body is insufficient. In the future, when I break through the cosmic heavens gate, I will encounter an extremely difficult obstacle. Therefore, I want to try my best to improve before breaking through. Chu Nan spoke casually, but when Carlyle heard this, his mind surged with violent waves. What was this? It was not an exaggeration to say that what Chu Nan wanted to do was simply defying the heavens and changing his fate. According to the scientific research conducted by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce for modern martial arts in the past few years, the cosmic heavens gate that martial artists spoke of was actually a process where martial artists combined with the energy of the universe's space. Using scientific methods to mobilize the energy of the universe's space could be done with the most cutting-edge research of the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce, but it required extremely powerful technical support and similarly cutting-edge equipment. As for these martial artists who only cultivated martial techniques, they could do this with their bodies alone. It was even powerful to the extent that as a star-grade martial artist, the amount of cosmic space energy one could mobilize had already far surpassed the level of the most cutting-edge technology of the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce. It was very difficult for the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce, who had always valued technology, to understand that a mortal could do something that far exceeded the most cutting-edge technology. However, this was the truth. They had no choice but to believe it. Therefore, for so many years, the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce had always been working on the scientific research of martial techniques and martial artists. They strove to analyze the relationship between martial techniques and martial artists in a scientific manner and completely master this special technique. However, the human body was really too mysterious. Even if the scientific technology of the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce was extremely advanced and could even make an extremely detailed test data report from the deepest bone marrow to the outermost hair on the human body from head to toe through equipment, they still could not come to an accurate conclusion as to why the human body would undergo various changes and the various reactions after these changes. Coupled with martial arts techniques, especially internal breath that was impossible to explain to science, there would be countless cases that the top scientists of the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce would not understand no matter how hard they tried. Unable to analyze the exact effect of martial techniques on the human body, it had also caused the research of martial arts by the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce to fall into a bottleneck over the years. Although the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce had relied on their powerful wealth to find countless martial artists to assist in their research, no matter how high-end the equipment was, it could only detect the changes in the martial artist's body. It was always impossible to accurately monitor the effect of internal breath in the martial artist's body, much less analyze how a martial artist could mobilize the energy of the universe after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. The reason was very simple. A martial artist relied on their own experience and comprehension to cultivate martial techniques. No matter how high-end the mechanical equipment was, it was impossible to completely understand the subtle changes in the martial artist's body. It was impossible for a martial artist to describe this process in detail like a robot. The countless martial artists who had cooperated with the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce in the past had all ultimately failed at this stage and could no longer provide any help to the experiment. However, now that Carlyle heard Chu Nan's casual words and recalled the various strange situations that had happened to him, a thought could not help but appear in his mind. Lord Rubes's extra attention to Chu Nan was indeed not without reason. This guy was really different from every martial artist who had worked with the Chamber of Commerce in the past. Perhaps, he could really help the Chamber of Commerce resolve this problem. Chapter 189. Night was about to fall when Chu Nan and Chu Xiaoxi, who had been playing outside for the entire afternoon, stepped into the house of the farm. As soon as they entered, the two of them saw a huge box in the living room. What is this? Chu Xiaoxi immediately forgot the displeasure she felt when Chu Nan had forcefully pulled her back from Sigma City and curiously leaned forward. As soon as she took a look, she cried out in surprise. Wow! It is actually something sent by the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce. Brother, the recipient written on it is you. When did you buy something in the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce? It is even so big. It must be very expensive, right? What is it? What is it? You will know when you open it. Chu Nan shrugged. You bought it. Can I really open it? Chu Xiaoxi asked uncertainly. Of course, because this is a gift I bought for you. Chu Nan smiled and nodded. A gift for me? Really? Chu Xiaoxi immediately circled the box excitedly and prepared to open it. Open it carefully. There is a very exquisite and precious device inside. With Chu Nan as reminder, Chu Xiaoxi immediately became worried and did not dare to open it for a long time. In the end, Chu Nan could not stand it anymore and tore open the outer packaging to reveal an even more exquisite box. Seeing the cover of the box, Chu Xiaoxi cried out in excitement. Wow! It is actually the Martial Soul's personal terminal. Brother, you actually gave this to me as a gift? How is it? Do you like it? I like it so much. Chu Xiaoxi cheered and began to open the external packaging without holding back. Chu Nan smiled and glanced at the gorgeous cover that revealed the rich smell of high-tech technology everywhere. He thought to himself that the efficiency of the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce was indeed high. When he made a request to Carlyle in the afternoon, they had actually sent it to his house in advance. Of course, this could also be because of his status as a star VIP that the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce implemented his request more quickly and efficiently. When he thought of Carlyle, a strange feeling arose in Chu Nan's mind. When he went to the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce in the afternoon, although Carlyle was polite to Chu Nan at first, he was clearly not as enthusiastic as the previous two times. This was not strange. After all, the two sides were already considered familiar with each other, so there was no need to be overly enthusiastic like when facing an unfamiliar guest. However, after chatting for a while, Carlyle suddenly became extremely enthusiastic. He was even more enthusiastic than the first time he saw Chu Nan, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. If that was the case, it would be fine. However, what surprised Chu Nan was that after he completed the human data test, Carlyle even proposed a deeper cooperation with him. He expressed that as long as Chu Nan agreed to participate in the relevant research experiments of the NOTTEM Chamber of Commerce, he could give Chu Nan a higher reward. After hearing the reward number coming out of Carlyle's mouth, Chu Nan was very tempted. However, he was about to leave Purple Cloud Planet to participate in the Star Cloud Academy's test on Earth, so he could not agree and could only reject temporarily. Even so, Carlyle still enthusiastically proposed to Chu Nan many times that he could apply to the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce to give him a higher treatment and guarantee that he could obtain more benefits from the experiment cooperation and would definitely not disappoint him. Chu Nan was very puzzled by Carlyle's sudden enthusiasm. He clearly did not do anything, so why did his attitude change so quickly? Wow, it is actually the latest gaming capsule. Wow, it even has a deep sleep support massage function. Wow, it even has a beautifying function. Great, great, great. Chu Zioxy's continuous cheers pulled Chu Nan out of his thoughts. When he saw Chu Zioxy surrounding the latest data of the Martial Soul game that had been completely removed and entered the terminal with an excited expression, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Unlike the relatively simple game terminals that Chu Nan had come into contact with in the past, the latest model released by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce last month was also the top-notch Martial Soul game data access terminal. It was something similar to a sleep capsule. Not only could this gaming capsule scan the players' physical data in more detail and provide a more detailed and true gaming experience, it could also allow players to lie inside comfortably. It was also equipped with a series of supplementary functions like deep sleep, body massage regulation, and so on. It was definitely the top-notch gaming equipment that all Martial Soul players dreamed of. After being happy for a while, Chu Zioxy suddenly turned to look at Chu Nan in confusion. Brother, I remember that this gaming capsule should cost at least tens of thousands of Federation coins, right? You really bought it for me? I think it is best to return it. You are about to apply for Star Cloud Academy. If you pass, you will definitely have to spend a lot of money in the future. Therefore, it is good to save a little now and reduce our burden. Chu Nan smiled and reached out to rub Chu Zioxy's head. I am very happy that you are so sensible. But do not worry, I did not spend a single cent on this. Ah, how is that possible? Chu Zioxy naturally did not believe him. It is true. Chu Nan smiled. I am now the star VIP of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. I can enjoy a free gift from the Noctem Chamber of Commerce every year, so I chose this thing this year. Really? Chu Zioxy had heard Chu Nan mention that he was a star VIP of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, but she did not have any concept of a so-called star VIP, so she naturally did not know if what Chu Nan said was true. Alright, do not worry about this. In any case, the thing in front of you is real. Chu Nan waved his hand. Tell me, do you like this gift? Of course I like it, Chu Zioxy replied without any hesitation. However, after looking at the huge gaming capsule, she hesitated. Brother, I have only heard my classmates mention this game before, but I have never played it before. Is it fun? Is it difficult? I cannot say if it is fun or not. You will only know after playing it yourself. As for whether it is difficult, this is a fighting game. It is not difficult for you to be stronger. But I am not strong, Chu Zioxy muttered. This is the reason why I want to give you this gift. Chu Nan patted the gaming capsule and smiled. With this, you can fight other martial artists in Martial Soul in the future. It is very helpful in improving your martial technique. Moreover, if you can have outstanding results in it, you can also obtain a good reward. I previously relied on this game to earn tens of thousands of Federation coins. Really? You can earn money from playing games? Chu Zioxy's eyes immediately lit up. Really, as long as you can become powerful enough. Chu Zioxy immediately bent her arm and made a flexing posture. I will definitely become very powerful. Brother, maybe I can defeat you in 2 years. Alright, I look forward to that day. Chu Nan laughed and observed the gaming capsule before comparing it to the manual. He quickly knew the method to use it. Then, he opened the gaming capsule and entered. He connected to his personal terminal and successfully logged into Martial Soul. As soon as he entered the game, he was not surprised to discover dozens of unread system notifications. Chapter 190. Apart from more than 10 system messages, the remaining 20+ messages were all unexpected friend messages from Free Flower Pistol. Chu Nan opened the earliest message. Alright, coward. Seeing that you are so sincere, I do not want you to repay me so many times. However, I have not played the game for a long time. Your friend request has already expired. Therefore, I am magnanimous now and take the initiative to add you again. You cannot reject me again. Chu Nan smiled and glanced at the time that this message was sent. He discovered that it was nearly half a month ago and it had indeed exceeded the effective period of applying for a friend. He clicked on the next line. Hey, coward, are you not adding me? This message was only 8 hours away from the first message. The third message was still less than a day away. Coward, why will you not add me? Could it be that you were lying to me after saying so much? I am not lying to you. I am just too busy to play the game. Chu Nan sighed. In fact, he did not take this matter to heart. Therefore, he had never thought of playing the game after returning to the Purple Cloud planet. Today, in order to provide Chu Zioxy with an occasion where she could often fight in the future, he gave her a Martial Soul game access terminal and logged in again. Otherwise, he would still have to go to Earth to participate in the Star Cloud Academy's test. It would probably be impossible for him to play the game for a long time. However, when he recalled Star Cloud Academy, Chu Nan immediately recalled that this Free Flower Pistol was said to have long been specially accepted by Star Cloud Academy. If he could successfully enter Star Cloud Academy, he might have the chance to meet this Free Flower Pistol in the Academy in the future. Thinking about it this way, if the two of them happened to meet in Star Cloud Academy and did not know each other, it would be really interesting. When he thought of this, Chu Nan hurriedly flipped through the information sent by Free Flower Pistol. In the beginning, Free Flower Pistol only complained about why Chu Nan did not accept her friend request. Later on, when she saw that Chu Nan had not played the game for a few days, she became worried for him again. Coward, did something happen to you again? Coward, how long will it take for you to come up again? Coward, why are you not coming up? Coward, actually, I only want to find someone to chat with me now. I am very unhappy at my aunt's house, but I cannot say this to my parents and brother. I am afraid they will be worried, so I can only talk to you, a guy I do not know. In the end, you are not here. Coward, I really hope that Star Cloud Academy will start school immediately. Then, I can find an excuse not to stay here anymore. Coward. When she saw the last few lines, Free Flower Pistol probably felt that Chu Nan would really not come online and treated his inbox as a place to vent her frustrations. From these messages, it could be seen that she was living very poorly in her aunt's house, but she did not have the ability to change this environment, so her tone was very aggrieved. Chu Nan could understand her depression. After all, she was living under someone else's roof and there would always be many inconvenient places. Moreover, according to the situation revealed by the Free Flower Pistol, her aunt's family did not have a good relationship with her parents. In that case, in order to enter Star Cloud Academy, she had to come to Earth early and live in her aunt's house. She would definitely be despised by others. It would be strange if she could live happily. He flipped through them one by one and soon saw the last one. Coward, it has been 2 months since you sent me the last message. You have not been playing the game for so long. Did something really happen? The last time you said that you were unwilling to add me as a friend, it was because you did not want to casually add a stranger in the game. However, we have chatted for so long that we cannot be considered strangers anymore. I do not know why, but from the beginning, I do not seem to treat you as a stranger. Perhaps it is because you spoiled my achievement the moment you came up and made me have a deep impression of you. No matter what, I hope you can be safe and do not let anything happen to you. Star Cloud Academy is about to start school. I have to prepare for my admission and will not be able to play the game for a period of time. If you can play the game again, after seeing this information, you must remember to send me a message and let me know. Seeing such a long message, Chu Nan was slightly touched. Last time, he had been lying in the hospital for more than 3 months after the battle with Marok and was unable to log into the game. This Free Flower Pistol had once expressed her worry. Now, he had not logged into the game for 2 months purely because of trivial matters. He did not expect it to cause Free Flower Pistol to worry again. She said that she did not treat Chu Nan as a stranger, so after he saw her message the last time and chose to add her as a friend, he did not treat her as a stranger. Chu Nan glanced at the time when this message was sent and was surprised to discover that it was only sent 3 days ago and was far from expired. He did not hesitate to pull out the command window of this message and choose to agree after the notification. Free Flower Pistol requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Congratulations, you have already become friends with Free Flower Pistol. You can interact with the other party in all aspects. I wish you a happy gaming experience with your friend. Hearing the system notification, Chu Nan opened his friend list and discovered that there was indeed an ID of Free Flower Pistol. Before this, his friend list only had Dongfang, Rose, and Luolan. Now that there was Free Flower Pistol, it still seemed a little empty. Moreover, these 4 friends were not online at this time, so it looked even more cold. Chu Nan thought for a moment and opened the ID of Free Flower Pistol to send her a private message. I am online now. Thank you for your concern. Nothing happened to me recently. Chu Nan suddenly paused. It was not appropriate to say that nothing had happened to him during this period of time. One had to know that because of the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique, he and his family had once been threatened and endangered. Of course, there was no need to tell Free Flower Pistol these things. I only accidentally entered the game today. Fortunately, I saw that the message you sent to add me as a friend last time did not expire. Now that we are already friends, we do not need to rely on troublesome system messages to chat in the future. We can chat freely at any time. Of course, the premise is that we are both online. Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly. It was strange. Apart from the first time he defeated Free Flower Pistol, the two of them were at the same time. For various reasons, the two of them had perfectly missed each other, as if there was some force obstructing their communication. Fortunately, they had finally overcome this obstacle and become good friends. They could always maintain their relationship with each other. Then, there would always be opportunities to be on the same page in the future. Chu Nan originally wanted to say that he wanted to participate in the Star Cloud Academy's test and would also make a trip to Earth, but when he recalled that he did not have 100% confidence in passing the test, it was meaningless to say this now. He skipped this part and added another sentence after thinking for a moment. If you feel unhappy, you are welcome to look for me at any time. Let me tell you, I have a sister who often hears her complain to me about various things. She is very good at dealing with problems in this aspect. Perhaps she can give you some good advice. After carefully reading this message and confirming that there was no problem, Chu Nan chose to send it out and exited the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Chu Zioxi's curious face. Brother, are you done trying? Is it good? Is it fun? Chu Nan composed himself but did not answer Chu Zioxi's question. Instead, he asked, Zioxi, are you troubled recently? Chu Zioxi was immediately stunned. She blinked her large eyes in confusion. Chapter 191. Another 3 days passed and Chu Nan appeared at the Purple Cloud Planet branch of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he saw Chu Nan, Carlyle immediately took out a rare paper contract. Chu Nan, look, This is a fixed long-term experiment cooperation contract that the Chamber of Commerce has decided to provide you after some discussion. Compared to the verbal agreement between you and Director Yutong Feng, this contract is more formal and assuring. As long as you sign this contract, you can establish a long-term cooperative relationship with our Chamber of Commerce in the future. It is more helpful in obtaining the reason for long-term stability. Chu Nan glanced at him and did not make any comments. Instead, he picked up the contract and carefully read it. The reason why he was called over by Carlyle today was because he said that he had something important to discuss with him. He did not expect Carlyle to directly take out such a contract. After reading it carefully, Chu Nan discovered that this contract was indeed very formal. Be it the format or the content, it was very detailed. It clearly marked that one of the two sides of the contract was Chu Nan and the other was the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. This actually surprised Chu Nan. The Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly the top chamber of commerce in the entire Milky Way. It was extremely powerful and had countless branches. Generally, even if an individual or a large chamber of commerce signed a contract agreement with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, the target would usually only be a branch or subsidiary. It was very difficult for the agreement to be directly signed by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. Logically speaking, it was already very good for an ordinary person like Chu Nan to be able to sign a contract with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's branch on the Purple Cloud planet. Why was the target of this contract actually the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce? Did he have such a high value? Haha, is not this a good thing? Hearing Chu Nan ask this question, Carlyle laughed. Seeing that Chu Nan was still frowning in confusion, Carlyle thought for a moment and explained. In fact, it is impossible for you to only sign the contract with our Purple Cloud Planet's branch office. This is because the content of this contract concerns a project that the entire Chamber of Commerce needs to participate in. Just our Purple Cloud Planet's branch office alone cannot deal with it. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the contract in his hand and nodded. The content of this contract was for Chu Nan to participate in a research project called Martial Artist Behavior Theory Discussion in the Research Center of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. This project was directly under the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's Research Institute, so it was naturally impossible for the Purple Cloud Planet's branch office to complete it alone. However, this still puzzled Chu Nan. Although he was confident that with his powerful data ability, he was extremely special among all martial artists, what did this have to do with the research of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce? Was it worth it for the most important organization, the Scientific Research Center, to directly sign an official contract with him? In addition, what was this so-called Martial Artist Behavior Theory Discussion Project? The name sounded very strange and the research content was even more blurry. It only requested Chu Nan to accept some corresponding research when necessary but did not clearly tell him what research it was. Could it be dangerous research? There is no need to worry. Seeing Chu Nan is concerned, Carlyle smiled and continued to explain, actually, the main research is similar to what we asked you to do previously. We just want to observe the physical reaction and changes of martial artists under different circumstances. It definitely will not affect you. Look, it is already marked very clearly on here. I guarantee that it will not affect your body and mind negatively. On the contrary, in order to smoothly carry out the experiment, we will also do our best to ensure that your body and mind are sufficiently healthy. Chu Nan still frowned and did not answer. Carlyle could only take out his trump card. Credibility is the foundation of our Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's survival. The contract is even more important to us than our lives. I believe you should believe this. Chu Nan could not help but nod. In the tens of thousands of years of history of the Milky Way, the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce had always placed reputation first and contract first as the highest creed. Under any circumstances, their first choice was to persist in enforcing the contract. No one doubted this. 6,300 years ago, a cross-spiral arm war that almost spread throughout the entire Milky Way erupted between the Deccan Empire and the various countries of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance. At that time, the situation of the Deccan Empire was worrying. Not only did they send all the star-grade martial artists to the battlefield, but even the royal family was forced to personally take action, but they were still unable to resist the attacks of the various countries of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance. Under normal circumstances, the merchants who were pursuing benefits should choose to stand on the side at this moment and add insult to injury to the Deccan Empire to earn greater benefits. However, the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce insisted on helping the Deccan Empire because of a private agreement signed with the previous emperor of the Deccan Empire. They jointly resisted the attacks of the various countries of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance and finally fought side by side, driving the fleets of the various countries of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance back to the Perseus Arm. One had to know that at that time, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, not only were the star-grade martial artists only slightly inferior to the Deccan Empire, but their technology level was also not much inferior to the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. Coupled with long-term planning and ample preparations, their strength was abnormally powerful. On the other hand, the Deccan Empire had just experienced an internal strife and was in a period of unrest. Its overall strength had been greatly damaged, so it was naturally unable to resist the attack of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance. In this war, not only had the Deccan Empire suffered heavy losses, even the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce had suffered abnormally huge losses. They had even lost a total of 13 top-notch combined fleets. It could be said to be a serious injury. It was also because of this war that the slogan "Contract is my body, credibility is my life" shouted by the then president of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce during the most difficult period echoed throughout the entire Milky Way, causing everyone in all the countries in the Milky Way to deeply recognize the importance of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce on credibility and contracts. Of course, 10 years after the war ended, because the agreement between the Nottem Chamber of Commerce and the Declan Empire had passed the deadline. The Nottem Chamber of Commerce immediately turned against the Declan Empire and did some things that could not be completely ignored. Since you believe in the credibility of our Chamber of Commerce, what other doubts do you have about this contract? Carlyle smiled and continued to persuade, if you sign it, you will be a true partner of our Chamber of Commerce in the future. Not only can you enjoy the corresponding reward stipulated in the contract, you can also enjoy the various conveniences brought to you by our Chamber of Commerce. It is much better than such a loose verbal agreement. Chu Nan lowered his head and looked at the contract. He pondered for a long time before suddenly shaking his head and pushing it back. There is no need. Carlyle's expression changed slightly. Why? Chu Nan looked straight into Carlyle's eyes and said seriously, what I need is a cooperation agreement, not a slave contract. Chapter 192. Seeing Chu Nan leave without looking back, Carlyle frowned and fell into deep thought. He originally thought that even if Chu Nan's martial arts talent was especially outstanding, he was only a young man who was not even 20 years old. It was easy to deal with him, but he did not expect him to be so difficult to deal with. Earlier, he had spent a lot of effort to persuade Chu Nan to sign this contract, but he refused to let go. In the end, the two of them could not reach an agreement and parted on bad terms. When he recalled Chu Nan's unyielding attitude, Carlyle felt a trace of displeasure. As the director of the Purple Cloud Planet's branch office of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce's Earth Federation, Carlyle was only a small figure in the entire Chamber of Commerce. However, on the Purple Cloud Planet, because he represented the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, he could be said to be one of the top figures comparable to the chairman of the Purple Cloud Planet's council. How many people dared to show such an attitude in front of him? He immediately suppressed this displeasure. Chu Nan had received special attention from Lord Rubes. In fact, Lord Rubes had even specially requested the Earth Federation branch to increase the level of attention they paid to Chu Nan, proving that he had completely attracted Lord Rubes' attention. Naturally, they could not treat him ordinary. Moreover, according to the rumors in the Chamber of Commerce, even the top data analyst of the Chamber of Commerce, Lord Elkhart, was interested in Chu Nan. When he recalled Chu Nan's abnormal personality and his ability to analyze data that completely exceeded his age, Carlyle did not allow himself to underestimate this kid any further. Facing this young martial artist who looked very weak now, he could not treat him like those ordinary martial artists who had cooperated with the Chamber of Commerce and treat him as a slave of money. But how can I convince him? Carlyle frowned and looked at the contract that Chu Nan had ignored after throwing it on the table. He shook his head. The reward marked on this contract was definitely not low. According to the amount set by the contract, as long as Chu Nan signed this contract, he would immediately obtain a signing fee of 200,000 Federation coins. Then, the Nottem Chamber of Commerce would transfer a fixed reward of 20,000 Federation coins into his personal account every month. Apart from that, every time Chu Nan participated in the corresponding experiment of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, he would be given additional rewards according to the time spent and the difficulty of the experiment. The lowest reward would not be less than 50,000 Federation coins. Moreover, this contract stipulated that the minimum number of times Chu Nan had to assist in research every year was 5. In other words, as long as Chu Nan signed this contract, other than immediately obtaining 200,000 Federation coins, he would at least obtain 500,000 Federation coins from this contract every year. To a young man like him who was not even 20 years old, it was definitely a high salary. Carlyle had investigated Chu Nan's family background and knew that his parents were only a pair of ordinary farmers on the Purple Cloud Planet. Their family conditions were definitely not good. Such a contract that could allow him to obtain at least 500,000 Federation coins every year should be extremely tempting to him. However, Chu Nan rejected it and was still unmoved by Carlyle's persuasion. The only explanation Chu Nan gave was that the contract did not specify the experiment content he needed to participate in. Therefore, in his opinion, such a contract was almost equivalent to a slave contract, so he firmly disagreed. To be honest, Carlyle actually agreed with Chu Nan's decision and admired his calm judgment under such a huge temptation. The Nottem Chamber of Commerce had signed almost identical contracts with many martial artists before. Although he did not know very well what experiments the Chamber of Commerce's research center had done with these martial artists, it was true that these martial artists had lost their freedom from then on. After all, compared to the huge Nottem Chamber of Commerce, an ordinary martial artist did not have any ability to resist. However, before Chu Nan, it was not that no martial artist recognized this, but almost all of them chose to continue working with the Nottem Chamber of Commerce and did not have any intention of rejecting. The reason was very simple. Apart from being able to bring about sufficient monetary benefits, in order to ensure that the martial artists who were experimental subjects could provide better help to the experiment, the Nottem Chamber of Commerce would also give these martial artists some resources related to martial techniques to help them better master them and increase their strength. No matter how one looked at it, this contract was extremely helpful to them. How could those martial artists with ordinary strength and no future reject it? Unless this martial artist had extremely powerful confidence in himself and thought that he could become an extremely powerful martial artist without the help of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, and was definitely unwilling to be inferior to others and be affected and controlled by the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, he would definitely choose to reject this contract. Chu Nan probably rejected this contract because of this. It was not strange. But where does this guy's confidence come from? He was judged by 2-star grade martial artists to be almost impossible to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Carlyle was puzzled as the scene of Chu Nan answering why he needed the human data of other martial artists appeared in his mind. At that time, Chu Nan's expression was very calm and natural. When he spoke of these things, it was as ordinary as eating and drinking. It was as if in his opinion, what he said was natural and not difficult. However, Carlyle knew very well that it was already extremely difficult to determine the flaw in his body through a few human data analysis reports to compare the difference between him and other martial artists. It was almost impossible to improve his cultivation according to these flaws. However, Chu Nan's confidence prevented Carlyle from feeling any absurdity. He even felt that this was very normal. It was also because of this conversation that Carlyle realized that Chu Nan might have an even stronger value. In the end, he applied for this contract from the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce and planned to confirm a long-term cooperation with him. However, Chu Nan rejected it. In other words, this kid is very confident that he can break through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a truly powerful martial artist, so he is unwilling to be restricted by the Chamber of Commerce's contract. Is this considered arrogant and conceited? Or does he really have the strength? Carlyle groaned. After a while, he slowly shook his head. We still cannot be anxious. No matter what, he is still in the Earth Federation. It is good to observe more. If he can really break through the cosmic heaven's gate, it is indeed worth paying more attention to. However, if he cannot even break through the cosmic heaven's gate, why waste such precious resources on him? Just as Carlyle was about to put this matter behind him, a new message notification suddenly appeared on his personal terminal. Carlyle looked at his personal terminal and was surprised to discover that this new message was from Chu Nan. Could it be that he has changed his mind? Carlyle quickly displayed this new message in surprise, only to discover that it actually contained a document. Director Carlyle, if you have regained your calm now, you can take a look at the cooperation agreement I have listed. This is the way I need to cooperate. Seeing the additional message behind Chu Nan's document, Carlyle was first stunned before he laughed. This little guy had actually learned to bargain with him so quickly. However, when he opened that document and read it carefully, his expression quickly became serious. This Chu Nan was not an arrogant person. His confidence was indeed reasonable. Chapter 193. Chu Nan closed his personal terminal and looked around before walking towards the nearest bus stop. Of course, it was impossible for him to think of a complete cooperation agreement in such a short period of time and pass it to Carlyle. The document added to the message to Carlyle just now was actually something he had started to consider 2 months ago. He was not against cooperating with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, because it was the #1 chamber of commerce in the Milky Way and had countless huge resources that he could not imagine. If they could really cooperate, it would definitely be extremely helpful to his future strength. However, this did not mean that he planned to sell himself to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Although the contract that Carlyle had shown him previously looked very tempting, he had repeated many times that he needed Chu Nan to accept the arrangements of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and cooperate with all their experiments. If he really signed this contract, Chu Nan believed that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce would give him the corresponding reward as promised and guarantee his physical and mental health. However, he also believed that they would dig out his value at all costs and squeeze it dry. This was the nature of businessmen, and the people of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce were the top and most successful businessmen. Chu Nan was definitely unwilling to be completely controlled by others in the future, so it was naturally impossible for him to sign this contract. He was now proposing a cooperation model to Carlyle and the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. It was actually similar to the previous model, but it was deeper. Chu Nan was willing to cooperate with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to do some experiments that he could grasp and know the inside story because he had obtained quite a bit from these experiments. At the same time, he asked the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to open up more resources to him, such as various martial techniques. In the previous experiment, Chu Nan had tried to cultivate various different internal breath martial techniques. Although these internal breath martial techniques were very low-level and crude, the cultivation of these internal breath martial techniques had inspired him. Now, he had truly opened up all the meridians in his body, allowing his internal breath to better affect every part of his body. Moreover, although those internal breath martial techniques were low-level and crude, because each was different, the trajectory of the internal breath circulation in his meridians was also different. It could allow Chu Nan to observe the different effects of choosing the trajectory of different internal breath cultivation methods from more different angles. What Chu Nan had been doing recently was to find a way to circulate his internal breath and cultivate it that could use more meridians at the same time and even the fine meridians. If he could find this optimal trajectory plan, Chu Nan was certain that the effect of his cultivation would be several times stronger than the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. It would also allow him to advance faster. Of course, the meridians involved in this far exceeded the meridians involved in the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique, let alone Chu Nan's vain attempt to include more than 1,000,000 fine meridians. With this arrangement, the trajectory number that the meridians could run was simply an astronomical figure. Even if he had an extremely powerful data ability and could complete an experiment in an instant, if he wanted to test all the trajectories that internal breath could circulate, he needed an extremely terrifying amount of work and time. Of course, this would ultimately be extremely beneficial to Chu Nan's future strength. Therefore, he very much hoped to cooperate with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce again and obtain more different martial techniques from them to compare and refine martial techniques that were more suitable for him. This thought was also reflected in the place he wanted to go and the things he wanted to do. 40 minutes later, Chu Nan appeared at the entrance of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. Compared to the situation a few days ago when this place was bustling with people because of the Star Cloud Academy's initial assessment, the current Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was clearly much quieter. Of course, this emptiness was only relative. In fact, the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was one of the 3 great martial arts halls in Sigma City. Now, it maintained more than 3,000 students all year round, so there were definitely many people. Chu Nan only stood at the door for a moment before he was recognized by many people entering and exiting. Isn't this Chu Nan? Yes, it is really him. Why is he here? Chu Nan was already quite famous among the young martial artists of the Federation because of his performance in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. A few days ago, he had even publicly defeated Brax, who had the strength of a 4th stage internal breath realm, in the initial assessment. Therefore, his reputation among the young martial artists of Sigma City had soared, and it had even left a deep impression on the young students of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall who were watching. Now that he appeared here, it naturally attracted the curiosity of countless people. Chu Nan looked around and walked towards the student closest to him. He asked with a smile, "May I ask if Shui Zhengming is here today?" That student and his two companions looked at each other in confusion. "Why are you looking for him?" "It is nothing. I was interrupted halfway through my spar with him last time and have always felt that it was not enough. Some time ago, I was busy with various things and did not have the time to come here. Now that I have finally settled the other trivial matters, I want to continue asking him for guidance." Chu Nan spoke very politely, but when the surrounding students heard this, their expressions changed. Since he knew Shui Zhengming's name, he definitely knew that this was the only son of the Shui family as patriarch, Shui Changhao. Everyone knew that the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was opened by the Shui family. Challenging the Shui family was no different from challenging the entire Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. This guy had specially come here to challenge Shui Zhengming. If it fell into the ears of the surrounding academies, it would only remind them of the same word, challenge. After a long silence, the student who had been questioned by Chu Nan had a dark expression and shouted in a low voice, "Chu Nan, do not think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Brax and obtained first place in the initial assessment. Our Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall has countless experts. Do you think you can defeat them all?" Chu Nan frowned with a puzzled expression. He had only come this time to spar with Shui Zhengming and continue to experience the special feeling that the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm had given him last time to increase his understanding of external martial techniques. He had no intention of challenging all the experts of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. Looking up and looking around, he discovered that other than the 3 people in front of him, the other students in the uniform of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall were also looking at him with indignation. Only then did Chu Nan understand. These guys had clearly misunderstood. Chu Nan originally wanted to explain, but as soon as he spoke, he suddenly had a thought and revealed a strange smile. "I want to spar with Shui Zhengming, but if everyone in the martial arts hall wants to enlighten me, I naturally cannot ask for more." As soon as he said this, it was simply a naked announcement of a challenge. The expressions of the surrounding students immediately changed and they looked at Chu Nan with killing intent. Chapter 194. The first arena of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was filled with students in the uniform of the Martial Arts Academy. Everyone glared at Chu Nan, who was standing in the middle of the venue. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. This guy actually dared to challenge the academy. He was too arrogant. He simply did not take them seriously. Apart from anger, many people looked at Chu Nan with even more complicated emotions. Although Chu Nan's performance in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition was already shocking enough, the standard he displayed at that time was only that of an overlord body realm martial artist. No matter how powerful he was, it was still abnormally difficult for him to defeat a 3rd stage internal breath realm martial artist like Marok. However, the last time Chu Nan came here to participate in the initial assessment, he seemed to have easily defeated Brax, a 4th stage internal breath martial artist. Clearly, his strength had increased greatly compared to the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. Now that nearly half a month had passed since the initial assessment, his strength had probably increased again. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to come and challenge their martial arts hall so arrogantly. How could this guy have such an exaggerated speed of growth? Could this be the reason why he was praised by Supremacy Mu Yutong in public? Such a person had actually felt pity for his powerful martial arts talent. When they recalled that Supremacy Mu Yutong and Supremacy Norman from the Fezan Autonomous Region said that it was almost impossible for Chu Nan to break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate in the future, everyone felt relieved. No matter how talented this guy was, he would at most be a 5th stage internal breath realm martial artist in the future. There was no need to worry too much. However, when they thought of this, everyone felt strange. This guy clearly could not break through the Cosmic Heaven's Gate in the future, so why did he continue to work so hard? Apart from applying to Star Cloud Academy, he even came here to challenge them. What was the use to him? Could it be that he was still not convinced by the judgment of the 2-star grade martial artists? Everyone looked at Chu Nan, not knowing if they should be angry, feel pity for him, or praise him for not giving up hope in such a hopeless situation. On the other hand, Chu Nan, who was standing in the middle of the venue, had a calm smile on his face. There was no other emotion on his face and he looked calm. After a while, an academy of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall could not help but jump out of the crowd. Chu Nan, senior brother Shui will only be here in a while. Why do I not spar with you first? Chu Nan glanced at the burly and rough-looking male student and nodded with a smile. All right. Then, he took a step back and bowed before saying seriously, I am Chu Nan, please enlighten me. Seeing that Chu Nan maintained his etiquette, the male student nodded and also took a step back before bowing. I am Zhou Yinglong, please enlighten me. After bowing, the two of them assumed a posture at the same time. Then, they looked at each other. As soon as their gazes met, they tapped their feet and rushed out. Chu Nan threw a punch and Zhou Yinglong and the other students frowned. This was because his punch looked loose and casual, and his movement technique was clearly uncoordinated. No matter how one looked at it, it was not much stronger than a casual punch from an outsider. However, Zhou Yinglong and the surrounding students did not dare to underestimate this punch. The last time Chu Nan fought with Brax, he had also used this fist technique that was no different from an outsider. However, he could suddenly change his move at the most critical moment every time, forcing a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist like Brax to only deal with it carefully and not gain any advantage. As expected, when Zhou Yinglong slapped out and aimed at the flaw in Chu Nan's punch, his body only sank slightly. With a flip of his wrist, this punch instantly became as fast as the wind. The previous flaw disappeared in the blink of an eye and forced Zhou Yinglong to retreat. Slap! Chu Nan's punch struck Zhou Yinglong's palm, but he was surprised to discover that Chu Nan's punch did not have much strength. Not to mention sending him flying like he did after defeating Brax, it did not even affect him at all. In less than a blink of an eye, Zhou Yinglong immediately grabbed this opportunity. He wrapped his palm and completely grabbed Chu Nan's fist. His other arm stretched out from his waist and slapped again. However, Chu Nan seemed to have been prepared. He exerted strength with his feet and took a step to the left, avoiding Zhou Yinglong's palm. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and turned his body in the direction of the movement before punching Zhou Yinglong again. Zhou Yinglong was considered an outstanding disciple in the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. Otherwise, he would not have been the first to challenge Chu Nan. At this moment, when he saw Chu Nan change his move quickly, he did not panic at all. His arm shook and a powerful internal breath stretched out from the right hand that grabbed Chu Nan and directly attacked his right fist. At the same time, he raised his right leg from the left and kicked the vital part of his lower body. Chu Nan was slightly shocked. He did not expect Zhou Yinglong's reaction to be so fast and precise. This kick happened to kick the largest gap in his lower body, forcing him to save him. Moreover, at this moment, he had already felt the powerful internal breath coming from Zhou Yinglong's hand on his right fist, causing him to have to divert his attention to deal with it. Naturally, he could not adjust his body in time to counterattack. Countless data floated through his mind and Chu Nan instantly determined the development of the situation. He could only frown and float back. Borrowing the force that contained a powerful internal breath from Zhou Yinglong's hand, Chu Nan retreated more than 10 meters away. He looked at Zhou Yinglong from afar and frowned as if he had fallen into thought. Seeing him like this, the surrounding students of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall shouted, "Heh, Chu Nan, are you not very arrogant? Why are you retreating after a few moves? That is right. You cannot even take a single move from senior brother Zhou, and you dare to challenge us here? What a joke. Haha, I thought this guy was very powerful, but it turns out that he is only so-so. That is right, that is right. From the looks of it, it is obvious that Brax is too weak. Haha." Hearing the mockery of the surrounding students, Zhou Yinglong frowned. The surrounding students could not tell, but he, who was actually fighting Chu Nan, could sense it extremely clearly. Although his battle with Chu Nan was short, Zhou Yinglong had prepared countless backup plans every time they fought. He had almost calculated all of Chu Nan's changes. As long as he reacted accordingly, he could continuously fight and make Chu Nan fall into a passive state bit by bit. In the end, he would be completely at a disadvantage and be completely suppressed. However, Chu Nan's every response was extremely precise. Moreover, he always chose the best method to deal with it, causing it to be very difficult to completely implement the change in strategy he had prepared. Especially when he kicked out the last time, the internal breath in his body had already been completely circulated. He had thought of all his next actions, but Chu Nan chose to retreat so far at this moment. Although this looked a little miserable, it completely stopped Zhou Yinglong's counterattack. Zhou Yinglong was certain that if he had directly chased after him earlier, he would definitely have suffered Chu Nan's powerful counterattack and be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he stood on the spot and watched as Chu Nan retreated. Moreover, putting aside the confrontation of these external martial techniques, the most important thing was that Chu Nan had not used his internal breath in the short battle just now. What was this guy thinking? Chapter 195. Chu Nan was replaying Zhou Yinglong's last kick in his mind. That kick was actually not very special. Although the timing was not bad and the kick was considered sharp, there were not many changes. It was very easy to deal with. However, when he saw this kick, an idea flashed through Chu Nan's mind and he thought of something else. Before this, when he faced enemies, he was limited by the meridians and the strength of his internal breath. He could only successfully mobilize his internal breath with the special Hong Clan's long fist and unleash the strongest power. Therefore, when fighting enemies, Chu Nan usually only used the Hong Clan's long fist. Although the Hong Clan's long fist was a very magical fist technique that could allow him to successfully mobilize his internal breath, the moves were simple after all. From the beginning to the end, there were only 3 stances and 12 moves. It lacked variations and was far from exquisite. Previously, when he fought with Xue Zhengming for a short period of time at the banquet, Chu Nan had realized this because of the extremely exquisite Flowing Cloud indefinite palm that Xue Zhengming used. Today, he came to the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall again and planned to continue challenging Xue Zhengming in order to perfect his idea. However, after fighting with Zhou Yinglong for such a short period of time, Chu Nan suddenly realized another problem. In the past, although the Hong Clan's long fist had helped him a lot, he was too limited by it. Even if he wanted to improve his external martial techniques, he first thought of the variations of the moves. This way, he had placed an invisible restriction on his external martial technique. Earlier, Zhou Yinglong's kick did not hit the vital part of his lower body, but it was as if he had kicked away a chain that had been trapping Chu Nan. That's right. The so-called external martial techniques should not be just fist techniques. In the past, in order to successfully mobilize his internal breath, he had been forced to only use the Hong Clan's long fist in battle. However, now that he had already become an internal breath martial artist, he could easily mobilize his internal breath with a raise of his hand. Why should he be limited to a fist technique? In terms of exquisite moves, the Hong Clan's long fist was probably at most an E-rank martial technique. How could it be compared to those truly exquisite external martial techniques? Moreover, Chu Nan had already grasped an exquisite external martial technique, so why should he hide it and not use it? After figuring this out, Chu Nan immediately felt enlightened and could not help but laugh. Zhou Yinglong was even more puzzled. Why did Chu Nan suddenly smile for no reason? Moreover, his smile was so disgusting. In the next moment, he instantly forgot this question and his eyes focused. Chu Nan tapped his feet and his body rushed over. Halfway through, Chu Nan had already raised his hand and punched. Seeing this punch, Zhou Yinglong and the surrounding students were a little puzzled. Chu Nan was clearly still 4 to 5 meters away from Zhou Yinglong, but he had already thrown half a punch. With his current speed, by the time he arrived in front of Zhou Yinglong, this punch's force would have long disappeared. How could it be powerful? Moreover, this punch had been thrown so early. Zhou Yinglong could determine the direction of his punch in advance and easily deal with it. How could he be struck? However, just as this thought appeared in everyone's minds, Chu Nan suddenly exerted strength with his right foot. Boom! Chu Nan's right foot stepped on the solid ground of the arena, but a muffled bang sounded. Then, his entire body suddenly accelerated and shot towards Zhou Yinglong like a cannonball. In an instant, he had already closed the distance of 4 to 5 meters between the two of them. The fist he had stretched out earlier actually arrived in front of Zhou Yinglong. Zhou Yinglong was shocked and hurriedly lowered his body. He raised his left arm and planned to block Chu Nan's punch. Fortunately, although Chu Nan's move was shocking and surprising, the fist technique of his punch was still inferior. Zhou Yinglong easily saw the flaw and raised his left arm while throwing his right fist at the same time, aiming for the vital part of Chu Nan's lower abdomen. However, Chu Nan's fist suddenly descended at this moment and struck Zhou Yinglong's raised left arm. Slap! Chu Nan's punch also did not contain much internal breath. When it struck Zhou Yinglong's left arm that he had placed all his strength in, it was immediately as if he had struck a dead tree. Not only was he unable to shake his arm at all, but his right arm was also sent flying by the powerful recoil. However, Chu Nan used this recoil to bend his upper body back and his entire body leaned back, avoiding Zhou Yinglong's punch to his lower abdomen. At the same time, he raised his right leg and kicked out, aiming at the vital part of Zhou Yinglong's lower body. This kick changed quickly, and the overall movement was extremely smooth, surprising Zhou Yinglong. Unable to react in time, he could only bend his body with all his might to protect his vital points. However, he was firmly kicked in the chest by Chu Nan. Bang! Fortunately, Chu Nan's kick also did not contain much internal breath. Although it landed, it did not cause any damage to Zhou Yinglong. Zhou Yinglong took a step back and covered his chest as he looked at Chu Nan in confusion. When Chu Nan defeated Marek in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, he had already displayed a powerful internal breath that completely exceeded his standards. Why was he unwilling to use it until now? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yinglong's expression sank. He's clearly looking down on me. Zhou Yinglong sneered and did not speak. With a dark expression, he slapped again. Chu Nan immediately threw a punch. When Zhou Yinglong experienced a change, his punch suddenly dispersed. He gently kicked his waist and his right leg flew up like a gust of wind. His kick carried the sound of wind as it kicked at Zhou Yinglong's waist. It was the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg Technique. Compared to the simple and even crude Hong Clan's long fist, the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg Technique was indeed worthy of being a B-rank martial technique. Not only was the move extremely exquisite, after fusing with the internal breath, it could even move the surrounding air and form cyclones. While increasing its power, it could also affect the opponent's movements. This kick immediately made Zhou Yinglong feel extremely uncomfortable and he was forced to retreat. Fortunately, Chu Nan followed up with another punch, but it was still filled with flaws like before. It was far inferior to the huge pressure brought about by the kick earlier, allowing him to catch his breath. Slap, 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 boom, boom, boom. Chu Nan seemed to be using an extremely casual fist technique and the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg Technique. Soon, he exchanged dozens of moves with Zhou Yinglong. In the beginning, he was still very unfamiliar with this fist technique combined with the leg technique. It was extremely easy for flaws to appear in the middle. Not only was he unable to successfully suppress Zhou Yinglong, the latter would always find an opportunity to counterattack. However, soon, Chu Nan relied on his powerful data ability to summarize all the mistakes and make corrections. In battle, he quickly increased the tacit understanding between his fist and leg techniques at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Before long, he even fused the Imperial Wind steps into it. His fist technique, leg technique, and footsteps fused seamlessly, and the more he fought, the more carefree he became. Although his fist technique was still rough and weak, and the Imperial Wind steps could not be considered an exquisite footwork, combined with the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg Technique, it gradually made Zhou Yinglong gradually become passive for the first time, and then he was completely suppressed until the end. Bang! Chu Nan kicked the side of Zhou Yinglong's waist. Coincidentally, he had just dodged Chu Nan's fist attack and used up all his strength. He did not even have the time to mobilize his internal breath, so he was naturally unable to block the huge force of this kick that was as high as 672.618911 kilograms even without internal breath. He was sent flying and fell. Seeing that Zhou Yinglong had rolled 5 to 6 meters away before stopping and could not get up for a long time, Chu Nan shook his head in disappointment. This Zhou Yinglong was probably only a second-stage internal breath realm martial artist, and his external martial technique was only ordinary. Before he broke through to the internal breath realm, he might have had to fight a bitter battle, but now, it was not a threat to him at all. Although he had obtained some understanding of external martial techniques through him, his level was insufficient and could not increase through him anymore. Chu Nan turned around and swept his gaze past the other disciples. Who else is willing to come up and spar? For a moment, the martial arts arena was silent. No one accepted the challenge. After a long time, a male student who was slightly taller than Zhou Yinglong but much thinner walked out from the crowd and arrived in front of Chu Nan. Zheng Mok, please enlighten me. Chu Nan felt a trace of joy, excitement, and anticipation. He smiled and nodded before bowing. Please enlighten me. Chapter 196. Master, Hall Master. The executive director of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, Wu Zhe, who was in charge of the daily operations and management of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, bowed respectfully to the two people walking in front. Only then did he turn his gaze to Xue Zhengming, who was walking behind, and nod lightly at him. Junior brother Xue. Xue Changhao only casually grunted in response before asking, how is the situation now? Master, Chu Nan is fighting with junior brother Lu Chongyun. The outcome cannot be determined at the moment. Chongyun, what about before him? How many people fought him? How was the outcome? This. Wu Zhe's expression was a little ugly. Before junior brother Lu Chongyun, 7 junior brothers have already fought with Chu Nan. Seeing that Wu Zhe was a little hesitant, Xue Changhao and the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hallmaster, Jiang Lu, frowned. What? He had more wins than losses? No. Wu Zhe shook his head with a bitter smile. It is not that, but we lost every match. How is that possible? Xue Zhengming could not help but shout, even if the first 2 cannot defeat him, will the people behind not know Chu Nan's standards and casually go up to embarrass themselves? That will not happen. Wu Zhe still smiled bitterly with a trace of shock and confusion in his expression. Previously, Chu Nan defeated Brax in front of us. Everyone naturally knows that his actual level is far from being estimated by the standard of an initial stage internal breath realm martial artist. Therefore, the person who went up to challenge was at least a 3rd stage internal breath realm martial artist. Junior brother Wang Mondo, who went up before junior brother Lu Chongyun, has already reached the peak of the 4th stage internal breath realm and is only a step away from breaking through to the 5th stage. But they still lost? Xue Changhao had a calm expression, as if he was not surprised by this result. Yes, master. Wu Zhe lowered his head in shame. We are useless and have embarrassed the martial arts hall. Please punish us. What is there to punish? Xue Changhao smiled and waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. It is not that you are useless, but that Chu Nan is too strong. If I have to punish you every time you lose to other martial artists, wouldn't the only thing I do every day be to punish you? Wu Zhe looked up in surprise. As the eldest disciple of Xue Changhao and entrusted by him to be in charge of the daily management of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, Xue Changhao was much closer to him than the other disciples, so he naturally knew some relatively secret things. He knew very well that his master had vented his anger on Chu Nan because he had been forced to hand over a precious B-rank martial technique. Every time someone mentioned Chu Nan in front of him, he would be unhappy. Why was it that Chu Nan had already come knocking on his door and even defeated several disciples in the martial arts hall? In Wu Zhe's opinion, it was no different from slapping the faces of everyone in the martial arts hall. Why was his master still so calm? But master, if this continues, I am afraid. Wu Zhe thought for a moment and hesitated. There is nothing to worry about. Xue Changhao smiled and turned to instruct Xue Zhengming. Zhengming, since Chu Nan has pointed out that he wants to challenge you, go ahead. You cannot avoid the battle and become a laughingstock. Xue Zhengming hesitated. Dad, but I am afraid I am not his match. What if I embarrass the martial arts hall? I think we should let senior brother Zhao go. He can definitely win. What a joke. Xue Changhao suddenly frowned and shouted sternly, what is there to be embarrassed about? It is true embarrassment if you do not dare to face your opponent. Your senior brother Zhao is already a 2nd stage void break martial artist. If he fights, even if he defeats Chu Nan, who is only at the initial stage internal breath realm, would it not be even more embarrassing if word gets out? Yes. After being reprimanded by Xue Changhao, Xue Zhengming could only obediently lower his head. Seeing Xue Zhengming's embarrassed expression, Xue Changhao sighed and slowed down. You do not have to feel so pressured. I think Chu Nan only came this time to spar. It is just that the disciples are too nervous and caused this matter to blow up. Xue Changhao turned to look at Jiang Lu. Brother Jiang, I am afraid you have to show your face now. Jiang Lu smiled and nodded. All right. After saying that, he patted Xue Zhengming's shoulder and walked towards the first arena with his hands behind his back. Xue Zhengming raised his head and glanced at Jiang Lu's back before looking at Xue Changhao. Xue Changhao glared at him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Only then did Xue Zhengming wake up from his dream and follow. Seeing the two of them disappear around the corner, Xue Changhao heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Lu was mature and cautious. After being the hallmaster for so many years, he had always allowed the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall to develop steadily and had never made any mistakes. If he dealt with this matter, he would definitely be able to handle it extremely well and guarantee that nothing would happen. Moreover, he had expressed his intentions very clearly just now. Jiang Lu clearly could not be wrong. Did you record the scene of Chu Nan defeating your junior brothers? Xue Changhao asked Wu Zhe. They are all stored in the monitoring room. Master, if you want to see them, you can take them out at any time. Let us go take a look. Xue Changhao waved his hand and walked towards the monitoring room. Bang! Chu Nan punched his opponent's palm and felt the surging force coming from his palm. He was not shocked but happy. He cried out in his mind and his internal breath surged. He exchanged blows with his opponent and used the recoil to twist his body comfortably to the left. He raised his right leg and kicked backward. This kick already carried the 4th revolution internal breath of the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. When his right leg streaked through the air, it immediately brought about countless cyclones and emitted a sharp ear-piercing sound. Even the airflow in a large area around Chu Nan was disturbed, causing a small storm. Lu Chongyun, who was fighting him, did not dare to delay when he saw this. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and slapped out, aiming for Chu Nan's left back. However, he wanted to force Chu Nan to attack the gap revealed by his change of move before his body could completely turn around. At the very least, he had to force Chu Nan to defend and change his move again to fall into a passive state. However, Chu Nan was completely unmoved. When Lu Chongyun took a step forward, he had already raised his right arm. However, he did not swing his fist. Instead, he bent it and smashed down with his elbow, hitting Lu Congyun's palm that was attacking his back. Boom! This elbow still contained a powerful 4th revolution internal breath. In a head-on collision, it was slightly weaker than the full-strength strike of a 3rd-stage internal breath martial artist like Lu Chongyun, causing Chu Nan's body to be forced to the left. However, it was this tilt that caused Chu Nan's flying kick to suddenly rise. It was originally aimed at Lu Congyun's waist, but now, it was aimed at his shoulder. Lu Chongyun had just exchanged blows with Chu Nan, so it was very difficult for him to casually twist his body to dodge. He could only barely lean back and allow the tip of Chu Nan's foot to brush past his nose. However, Chu Nan's right foot drew an arc and suddenly landed. Lu Chongyun could not dodge and this kick landed on his chest. Boom! The terrifying force on Chu Nan's right foot landed with a powerful pressure. Lu Congyun's entire body seemed to have been struck by a huge hammer that fell from the sky and he fell to the ground. His right foot landed between Lu Congyun's legs, not far from his vital points. A nickname that Chu Nan had spread widely because of his performance in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition instantly flashed through Lu Congyun's mind, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Chapter 197. Seeing Lu Chongyun wipe his cold sweat and leave, Chu Nan curled his lips and was a little dissatisfied. He had just felt a little natural when he experienced the realm of if the intent moves, the fist will move like the first time he practiced the Hong Clan's long fist. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to increase his understanding of external martial techniques, he did not expect that this guy would actually be unable to endure it and admit defeat. It was really not satisfying. Of course, through fighting with the 8 martial arts students, including this guy called Lu Chongyun, Chu Nan had clearly improved in external martial arts techniques. It could not be said that he had gained nothing. Compared to the beginning, he was still limited by the habit of always using the Hong Clan's long fist, causing his fist, footwork, and leg technique to be a little stiff. The current Chu Nan had basically not been limited by this. He had fused the Hong Clan's long fist, imperial wind steps, and the wind god's forest crossing leg technique into every move of his without any difficulty. However, it was during this improvement and comprehension that Chu Nan discovered a fact that made him feel very helpless. It had to be said that the evaluation of the various martial techniques in the Pan-Milky Way martial skill evaluation made sense. The wind god's forest crossing leg technique was indeed worthy of being a B-rank martial technique. Not only was the move exquisite, but Chu Nan could easily fuse it with his internal breath and unleash a powerful force. It could even produce a special effect of bringing about a cyclone and infecting the airflow. It could be said to be extremely powerful. On the other hand, the Imperial Wind Steps was only a C-rank martial technique. Although the footwork was indeed exquisite, if he wanted to use it to complement the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique, it would always make Chu Nan feel a little awkward and unable to perfectly combine them. Perhaps he could rely on his powerful data ability to make some improvements according to his situation in the future, but Chu Nan was certain that he still could not perfectly fuse the Imperial Wind Steps with the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique. If he wanted to do this, he had to at least obtain a movement technique of the same level as the Wind God's forest crossing leg technique. As for the Hong Clan's long fist, Chu Nan had to admit that the Hong Clan's long fist was really a little outdated compared to the current him. This fist technique that he had obtained with only 5,000 Federation coins was indeed very magical. It allowed him to mobilize his internal breath when he was at the Overlord body realm with his data ability and defeat many opponents who were several levels higher than him. However, in order to successfully mobilize his internal breath with this fist technique, Chu Nan could only use the Hong Clan's long fist in a basic fixed posture every time he faced an enemy. Not only was this extremely lacking in changes, but it also forced Chu Nan to often choose to fight the enemy head-on. In the end, he relied on the powerful internal breath that erupted from the 9 revolutions technique to resolve the battle. This was not a big problem in low-level battles, but in high-level battles, the martial techniques grasped by the enemy were stronger. It was very difficult for Chu Nan to find a chance to fight head-on. Most importantly, Chu Nan had already broken through to the internal breath realm. With all the meridians in his body opened, his internal breath could be circulated everywhere in his body at will. The greatest advantage of the Hong Clan's long fist to help Chu Nan mobilize his internal breath no longer existed. In this way, the greatest meaning of the Hong Clan's long fist to Chu Nan was gone. The flaw of its simple moves and lack of variations was exposed. To the current Chu Nan, he could easily carry powerful internal breath with a casual move, so why should he be limited to the 3 stances and 12 moves of the Hong Clan's long fist? In the previous 8 consecutive battles, Chu Nan had fully recognized this problem. Therefore, in the last battle with Lu Chongyun, he simply forced himself to forget the 3 stances and 12 moves of the Hong Clan's long fist. He only relied on his powerful data ability to adjust his fist palm posture according to the situation at that time and adjust his internal breath, but it still displayed extraordinary effects. In the end, coupled with the Imperial Wind Steps and the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique, Chu Nan basically did not spend much effort to easily defeat Lu Chongyun. However, discovering this fact made Chu Nan sigh and feel helpless. He sighed because the Hong clan's long fist had accompanied him for so long and helped him defeat opponent after opponent. Now, he was going to ruthlessly abandon it. What was helpless was that he discovered that other than the Hong clan's long fist, he had not grasped any passable fist, palm, or other external martial techniques. Or to put it bluntly, other than the Imperial Wind Steps and the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique, his external martial technique was completely blank. The reason why he could suppress his opponent in battle previously was mainly because he could rely on his powerful data ability to determine his opponent's moves in advance and deal with them correctly. However, as his level increased and his horizons broadened, he realized that relying on his data ability could not resolve all problems. With Xue Zhengming's flowing cloud indefinite palm and the strange movement technique that Brax had grasped, if their grasp of these two martial techniques was deeper, Chu Nan would definitely not win easily. Just as he thought of this, he saw Xue Zhengming. "Chu Nan, I heard that you want to challenge me." The crowd made way and Xue Zhengming walked out and stood in front of Chu Nan with his head raised. Chu Nan glanced at him and hesitated. From the situation of his previous battle with Xue Zhengming, this guy was at most a second stage internal breath realm martial artist. With Chu Nan's current strength, if he attacked with his full strength, he would definitely be able to easily deal with him. However, Chu Nan's original intention in coming here was only to obtain more comprehension from the flowing cloud indefinite palm that Xue Zhengming used. It was not to specially defeat him. If he used his full strength and caused Xue Zhengming to be defeated, it would be meaningless. However, if he did not attack with all his might, how could the surrounding martial arts students not see it? In their eyes, this would only make them feel that Chu Nan was deliberately insulting the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall and would definitely be even angrier. This also went against Chu Nan's original intention. How can I fight Xue Zhengming longer while fully experiencing the Flowing Cloud indefinite palm? Chu Nan muttered in his mind. Seeing that Chu Nan did not speak, Xue Zhengming was slightly angry. However, he saw Jian Lu nodding at him and took a deep breath before continuing. "Chu Nan, you defeated Brax in front of everyone last time, proving that your strength should be at least equivalent to a 4th stage internal breath realm martial artist, right?" Chu Nan still looked at him and did not understand why Xue Zhengming suddenly mentioned this. "I was able to defeat Brax last time because he underestimated me. If he fights me seriously, I am afraid I might not be able to win," Chu Nan said sincerely. "No matter what, you have the ability to face a 4th stage internal breath realm martial artist head-on. As for me, I am only a 2nd stage internal breath realm martial artist until now. Are you not afraid that others will laugh at you for coming to challenge me like this?" Xue Zhengming said. Hearing this, Chu Nan and the surrounding martial arts students were stunned. What Xue Zhengming said made sense, but it sounded like he was showing weakness. If that is what you think, that is true. That is right. Chu Nan thought for a moment and nodded. Seeing that Chu Nan actually admitted it without any hesitation, Xue Zhengming was even angrier. However, he glanced at Jian Lu beside him and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He tried his best to maintain his calm and continued, "Of course, as a disciple of the martial arts hall, it is impossible for me to avoid the battle because of this. Otherwise, others will say that I am afraid of you. However, in order to avoid being laughed at, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are willing to listen." "Oh?" Chu Nan was very interested. "Tell me." "I accept your challenge, but in this battle, neither of us will use our internal breath. We will purely rely on external martial techniques to win. What do you think?" Chapter 198. The expressions of the surrounding students of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall instantly became extremely strange. As the only heir of the Xue family, Xue Zhengming had started to come into contact with the A-rank external martial technique, the Flowing Cloud indefinite palm, from the beginning. As for Chu Nan, everyone knew very well that he was only from an ordinary farmer's family. No matter how outstanding his performance was in the past, it was an obvious weakness in cultivation methods and martial techniques. The martial arts competition with his fellow disciples just now had even more obvious flaws in his external martial techniques. Apart from the Wind God's Forest Crossing Leg technique that he should have obtained from Mu Yutong, which was not bad, there was nothing special about it. Now, Xue Zhengming wanted Chu Nan to give up the greatest advantage of the 9 revolutions technique and use an external martial technique that he was not good at to compete. Wasn't this a little shameless? Chu Nan also looked at Xue Zhengming with a strange expression. However, what he thought was completely different from the surrounding students. He was originally worried about how to fight Xue Zhengming for a period of time without letting the surrounding martial arts students see that he was going easy on him. He did not expect that Xue Zhengming would actually make such a request. Only using external martial techniques to spar? That was simply the best. Could this guy read my mind? Seeing Chu Nan looking at him strangely, Xue Zhengming could not help but avoid his gaze and look at Curator Jiang. The reason why he said this was because of what Curator Jiang had told him on the way. However, looking at Chu Nan's reaction now, he probably would not agree. Seeing Xue Zhengming look over, Curator Jiang nodded at him. Clearly, he wanted him to persist in doing this. Xue Zhengming could only helplessly retract his gaze and look at Chu Nan again. Cough. "Chu Nan, you. All right." As soon as Xue Zhengming spoke, Chu Nan nodded with a smile and agreed. Not only was Xue Zhengming stunned, but the surrounding martial arts students were also stunned. Chu Nan actually agreed? Did he not know that Xue Zhengming's Flowing Cloud indefinite palm was a powerful external martial technique that was rated as an A rank? No, he definitely knew. Otherwise, he would not have said that he wanted to challenge Xue Zhengming. From the looks of it, Chu Nan might have specially come to challenge Xue Zhengming for the flowing cloud indefinite palm. This guy, should he be said to be confident or arrogant? Under the gazes of the students, Chu Nan and Xue Zhengming took 2 steps back and assumed a posture. After all, Xue Zhengming had practiced martial arts since he was young and had fought countless times. No matter how complicated his mood was earlier, he immediately calmed down as soon as the battle began. When he saw Chu Nan putting on a defensive posture, he slapped him without holding back. As soon as he slapped out, palm shadows immediately appeared. The palm looked unpredictable, making it impossible to guess where his attack landed. It was obvious at a glance that it was a good palm technique. However, Chu Nan glanced and frowned slightly. His figure moved, and when Xue Zhengming approached, he threw a punch. Slap! Chu Nan's punch actually found his true body in the countless palm shadows and accurately struck Xue Zhengming's palm. Neither side used their internal breath. When their fists collided, they could only rely on their physical strength to face it head-on. After all, Xue Zhengming was a second-stage internal breath martial artist, and Chu Nan was only an initial-stage internal breath martial artist. Therefore, Xue Zhengming had the advantage in terms of physical strength. However, Chu Nan relied on his powerful data ability to better unleash his physical strength. He was much stronger than Xue Zhengming in this aspect. This way, the two sides were evenly matched, and their bodies shook slightly. Xue Zhengming's palm was blocked by Chu Nan and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He flipped his wrist and his palm fell. He raised it in the opposite direction and slapped Chu Nan's lower abdomen. This palm strike did not produce thousands of palm shadows like the previous palm strike, but although it seemed to be aimed at Chu Nan's lower abdomen, in fact, he could see countless subsequent changes with a glance. Alright, Chu Nan cried out in a low voice and calculated all the subsequent changes in his mind. However, he could not immediately guess Xue Zhengming's intentions and could only take a step back and observe the situation. Seeing Chu Nan retreat, Xue Zhengming took a step forward with his left foot and leaned forward. The palm that slapped at his lower abdomen rose again. Countless palm shadows appeared, causing others to be unable to guess where he was attacking. Chu Nan could only retreat again. Xue Zhengming pressed forward step by step and slapped again. Chu Nan's eyes focused as he raised his hand and threw a punch back. Xue Zhengming's palm quickly changed. It bypassed Chu Nan's counterattack and slapped the empty space in his chest. Fortunately, Chu Nan's punch completely followed the principle of if the momentum is not halted, the strength cannot be exhausted. When he saw the change in the momentum of Xue Zhengming's palm, he retracted his arm and counterattacked with another punch. However, he did not expect that Xue Zhengming's palm would change again when it was almost impossible. He no longer slapped Chu Nan's chest but flipped his wrist and slapped his right arm. This change was completely beyond Chu Nan's expectations. If not for his extremely fast reaction and immediately retracting his right arm, Xue Zhengming's palm would have slapped his right arm without any tricks. If that was the case, he had undoubtedly lost. Chu Nan took 2 steps back with a happy expression. The flowing cloud indefinite palm was indeed worthy of being an A-rank external martial technique. Its exquisiteness far exceeded the wind god's forest crossing leg technique. When Xue Zhengming saw that he had forced Chu Nan back again, he was overjoyed and immediately slapped him again. Slap, slap, slap. The two of them exchanged blows, and in a moment, they had exchanged more than 100 moves. In the beginning, Chu Nan was only forced to retreat by Xue Zhengming and could occasionally counterattack. However, after a while, the frequency of Chu Nan's counterattacks clearly increased. He could even often find his true body in the palm shadows and punch his palm. The surrounding martial arts students were all shocked. Chu Nan was actually able to find the correct way to deal with Xue Zhengming's flowing cloud indefinite palm in such a short period of time. It was simply unbelievable. Was this guy's martial arts talent really that terrifying? In comparison, Xue Zhengming, who was fighting, was much more direct than them. In the beginning, he could still easily suppress Chu Nan and force him to retreat and dodge. However, not long after, Chu Nan could already counterattack often. Now, Chu Nan could actually perfectly find his true move hidden in the palm shadows and grasp his intention to attack as if he had completely seen through him. Slap! Chu Nan threw another punch and happened to hit Xue Zhengming's palm. After the fist and palm collided, Chu Nan retreated a few meters and looked at Xue Zhengming from afar before shaking his head. Xue Zhengming, other than you, is there anyone else in your martial arts hall who cultivates the flowing cloud indefinite palm? Chapter 199. Xue Zhengming was stunned and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Chu Nan looked at him and sighed. The flowing cloud indefinite palm is indeed worthy of being an A-rank martial technique. The palm technique is indeed exquisite, but you used it too rigidly. There are no variations in the same move. It is really disappointing. Xue Zhengming frowned. What do you mean? In the battle just now, you struck out a total of 237 palms, but they only contained 63 palm techniques. In the battle, you repeated each palm technique at least twice, and several palm techniques even repeated 3 or even 4 times. Every time you repeated the same palm technique, you did not change at all. It was completely repeated. Therefore, I said that your palm technique was used too rigidly. I am afraid you cannot master the essence of the flowing cloud indefinite palm. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Xue Zhengming and the surrounding martial arts students were stunned. Not to mention how ridiculous it was for Chu Nan, a guy who did not know anything about the flowing cloud indefinite palm, to dare to shamelessly point out the mistakes of Xue Zhengming, a person who had cultivated the flowing cloud indefinite palm for more than 10 years. Just the precise data that came out of Chu Nan's mouth made everyone feel puzzled and unbelievable. Was what he said true? Did he really remember every palm strike of Xue Zhengming in the battle just now? This was too ridiculous. Hey, did you count how many moves senior brother Xue used just now? A student could not help but ask his companion. His companion immediately shook his head. Who would count something like that? Everyone stared at Chu Nan and wanted to directly criticize him for talking nonsense. However, Chu Nan's firm tone and extremely calm expression still carried a trace of dissatisfaction. Coupled with the extremely detailed data he had given just now, it was filled with persuasiveness and made it impossible for others to think that he was talking nonsense. Xue Zhengming also looked at Chu Nan in a daze, but his eyes were filled with shock. He did not remember how many times he had slapped Chu Nan in the battle earlier, but he knew very well that he had indeed used all the 4 stances and 63 moves of the flowing cloud indefinite palm he had grasped more than once. Moreover, as Chu Nan had said, he had used some palm techniques 3 or even 4 times. As for Chu Nan's accusation that he had used it too rigidly and lacked changes, this was a problem that his father had always mentioned. He did not expect that Chu Nan would be able to see through it in such a short period of time. This was too ridiculous. Hey, Xue Zhengming, tell me, other than you, is there anyone else in the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall who cultivates the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm? If there is, can you invite him to spar with me? Chu Nan asked again. Xue Zhengming was stunned before he was furious. Chu Nan was clearly still in the competition with him, but he actually wanted to exchange pointers with someone else. He clearly did not take him seriously. You want to find someone else to spar with? Defeat me first. Xue Zhengming roared angrily. He took a step forward and slapped his palm. Chu Nan shook his head. He turned around and threw a punch. As expected, it struck his true body in the palm shadows that filled the sky. Then, he stretched out his left fist and struck Xue Zhengming his ribs. Xue Zhengming hurriedly retracted his palm and wanted to block Chu Nan's punch. However, he did not expect that Chu Nan would quickly retract his left fist. He twisted his waist and kicked Xue Zhengming his waist, sending him flying. Seeing Xue Zhengming's body fly far away and fall to the ground, the surrounding martial arts students revealed unbearable expressions. Although Xue Zhengming was Xue Changhao's son, his martial arts talent was really not outstanding, causing him to not be ranked in the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. Everyone knew this, but it was still difficult for the students to accept that he had been dealt with so easily by Chu Nan. No matter what, he was also the only heir of the Xue family. He represented the Xue family and even the prestige of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall. Now that he had been defeated so easily, it would simply embarrass the entire Xue family and the entire Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall if word got out. Chu Nan's kick did not contain internal breath, so although the force was already extremely great, it could not cause any damage to the powerful body of a second-stage internal breath martial artist like Xue Zhengming. As soon as he landed on the ground, he propped himself up and slapped again. However, this time, Chu Nan easily blocked his attack. Then, in just a few moves, he kicked him away. Xue Zhengming was still unwilling to give up and rushed towards Chu Nan again. Bang! A moment later, he was kicked away by Chu Nan again. This time, no matter how stupid Xue Zhengming was, he knew that it was impossible for him to beat Chu Nan's match. Both of them did not use their internal breath and only used external martial techniques to fight. He could not defeat Chu Nan with his powerful A-rank martial technique, the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm. Then, if they all used their internal breath, with Chu Nan's strength that was enough to defeat a 4th-stage internal breath martial artist like Brax, it would be even easier to defeat him. When he thought of this, Xue Zhengming's face could not help but turn ashen as he stared at Chu Nan speechlessly. Seeing him like this, Chu Nan did not feel any joy and only felt disappointed. He originally wanted to obtain more understanding of external martial techniques from the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm that Xue Zhengming used, but he did not expect that Xue Zhengming's grasp of this palm technique was so rigid, causing him to only be able to strengthen the comprehension he had obtained last time, but he was unable to obtain any deeper comprehension. His gains were really not great. Can you tell me now who else in your martial arts hall cultivates the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm? Chu Nan thought for a moment and was still unwilling to give up as he asked Xue Zhengming. Xue Zhengming stared at Chu Nan and grunted, "Stop dreaming. The Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm is a secret that our Xue family does not impart to outsiders. No one else in the entire martial arts hall knows it other than me." Really? Chu Nan's gaze swept past the surrounding martial arts students. When he saw that their expressions were a little ugly, he immediately understood. Xue Zhengming should not be talking nonsense. After all, the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm was an A-rank martial technique. The Xue family treated it as a secret. It was normal that these disciples of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall could not learn it. In other words, I came for nothing. After figuring this out, Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly. He sighed and was about to turn around and leave when a strong middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded from the periphery. Who said that there is no second person who can use it? Hearing this voice, the martial arts director, Jian Lu, Xue Zhengming, and all the surrounding martial arts students shook in unison and looked in the direction of the voice in shock. The crowd automatically opened up a path, revealing a square-faced middle-aged man standing outside the first martial arts arena. Chu Nan also looked over in surprise and recognized this middle-aged man at a glance. Xue Changhao. Chapter 200. Under everyone's gaze, Xue Changhao walked to the center of the venue step by step. He first glanced at Xue Zhengming before turning to look at Chu Nan and revealing a smile. Zhengming said that other than him, no one else in the entire martial arts hall knows the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm. Of course, this is wrong. Although I am not a student of the martial arts hall, I am still a member. Clearly, I know the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm. Everyone looked at Xue Changhao in surprise. What did he mean by that? Chu Nan looked at Xue Changhao with an additional vigilance. The last time this guy saw him at the banquet, his attitude was not friendly at all, and was even filled with hostility. Why was his attitude so calm and even had a smile on his face when he saw him this time? Little brother Chu Nan, I should actually thank you. Before this, I have warned Zheng Ming many times that he did not learn the flowing cloud indefinite palm well and was unable to grasp the true meaning behind it. However, he has never suffered a loss in this, so he never took it seriously. Now that you have used facts to educate him, I believe it will be very helpful to him in the future. Chu Nan was even more puzzled. He had run to the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall and defeated 8 disciples in a row. Now, he had even beaten up Xue Zhengming. In anyone's opinion, it was equivalent to greatly reducing the reputation of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall and Xue Changhao. Why did Xue Changhao still claim to thank him? Was he being sarcastic? Xue Changhao paused and glanced at Chu Nan. He suddenly raised his hand and gestured. Little brother Chu Nan, since you are not satisfied with Zhengming's Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm, why do we not exchange a few moves? With my understanding of the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm, I believe I can satisfy you. Ah! Chu Nan was stunned. The surrounding martial arts hall people were also stunned. Xue Changhao was the master of the Xue family. He had already become a powerful heaven control martial artist 10 years ago and wanted him to fight Chu Nan? Senior Xue, you are a heaven control expert. No matter how arrogant I am, how can I dare to attack you? Chu Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Do not worry, it is the same as the spar between you and Zhengming just now. I will not use my internal breath and only use the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm to spar with you. How about it? Everyone was stunned again. A heaven control expert was a heaven control expert. The difference between him and ordinary internal breath martial artists could be said to be too great to reach. Even if he did not use his internal breath and only used the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm, Xue Changhao would definitely be able to easily crush Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it is true. Why would I lie to you? Xue Changhao smiled. Alright, I will accept it respectfully. Chu Nan immediately assumed an excited posture and looked at Xue Changhao with anticipation. He actually planned to let Xue Changhao attack first. Seeing him like this, Xue Zhengming immediately said angrily, Chu Nan, how dare you? You! Xue Changhao suddenly turned around and glanced at Xue Zhengming indifferently, immediately holding back the second half of his sentence. Seeing that Xue Zhengming had obediently retreated to the side, Xue Changhao turned to look at Chu Nan again and sized up his posture with a trace of praise. Chu Nan's current posture looked very casual and nothing special, but he could tell at a glance that he was already in the most perfect posture. His entire body was in a state where he could exert strength at any time. If he attacked from any angle, he would be counterattacked the fastest. This kid is indeed extraordinary. While this thought appeared in his mind, Xue Changhao had already bluntly slapped Chu Nan. Seeing this palm, Chu Nan's eyes suddenly focused and he instantly felt every cell in his body tense. On the surface, this palm strike was not much different from Xue Zhengming's first chapter, but Chu Nan immediately deduced through the data of all the parts of Xue Changhao's body that although it was the same palm strike, the change contained in it was more than 10 times that of Xue Zhengming's palm strike. Chu Nan could easily determine all the subsequent trajectories of Xue Changhao's palm, but he could not deduce where it was going to land. Moreover, according to the data, the speed at which Xue Changhao slapped out was clearly much slower than Xue Zhengming, but it gave Chu Nan a feeling that it was much faster. His entire palm was like a cloud floating in the sky and flowing with the wind. It was unpredictable. With just one palm strike, it had already fully displayed the huge difference between him and Xue Zhengming. This was the true Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm. Chu Nan focused his gaze on Xue Changhao's palm strike. He had clearly taken in all the relevant data with extreme precision, but he still could not think of a safe way to deal with it. It was even possible that he would be completely enveloped by this palm strike if he retreated, causing him to feel that he could not dodge at all. Is this a true A-rank martial technique? Chu Nan shook his head and tentatively threw a punch, wanting to counterattack one after another. However, he had clearly determined the location of Xue Changhao's palm based on the data. When he threw a punch, Xue Changhao's entire body was like a cloud and was shattered by Chu Nan's punch. It circulated along his punch and still slapped towards Chu Nan without any obstruction. Chu Nan was shocked and hurriedly raised his other arm to block his chest. Xue Changhao's palm slapped Chu Nan's arm, but he did not feel any force. Then, he saw the palm slide over and instantly circled around his arm before hitting his chest. Slap! The powerful but gentle force coming from his palm pushed Chu Nan back a few steps before he barely stopped. Chu Nan held his chest and raised his head to look at Xue Changhao with an ugly expression. He did not expect that he would not even be able to receive a single move. Heaven Control Realm martial artists lived up to their name. Even if it was the same move, it was far from what Xue Zhengming, a mere internal breath realm martial artist, could compare to. Moreover, in terms of attainments in the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm, Xue Changhao was undoubtedly much higher than Xue Zhengming. Senior Xue, I lost. Chu Nan took a deep breath and lowered his head to cup his hands. The surrounding people looked at each other. Although it was not surprising that Chu Nan had lost to Xue Changhao, his defeat did not make anyone feel happy at all. This guy had come to the martial arts hall and defeated 9 students in a row, including Xue Zhengming. In the end, he was only defeated by Xue Changhao, a heaven control realm martial artist. Although it was a loss, it was still an honor. However, it did not look good for the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall and Xue Changhao to have a bad reputation for bullying the weak. You admit defeat just like that? On the other hand, there was no change in Xue Changhao's expression and he still maintained his smile. Chu Nan, do you not want to see the Flowing Cloud Indefinite Palm? How can you fully comprehend it if you admit defeat in just one move? Chu Nan looked at Xue Changhao in shock. Senior Xue, you. Alright, come. Shui Changhao waved at Chu Nan. I am not sparring with you this time to defeat you, but to let you fully see the true profundity of my Shui family's flowing cloud indefinite palm. I cannot let you underestimate this palm technique because of that useless kid, Zhengming. After saying that, Shui Changhao slapped again and instantly transformed into thousands of palm shadows that filled Chu Nan's vision. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.